This is Tuesday, May the 12th, 1981, and I wanted to put down a few notes, recollections about time that I've spent recently with Rúhíyyih Khánum. And I expect to be adding to this tape during the time that she is visiting here in Haiti. First, I wanted to go back a month from last Saturday, or 4 weeks from last Saturday, when I was in the United States. That was about the 10th or so of April. I flew up there on Friday, and Saturday afternoon attended a lovely gathering at a public high school in Falls Church, in which she had given a talk to the Baha'is only. It was quite a large hall, and it was completely full. Very nice gathering. People came from as far away as Baltimore and Philadelphia, I think, even, and quite a distance. She had come to the U.S., as I gather, mostly just to rest, and people weren't supposed to know where she was staying, which was at the Huddlestons. She gave a very nice sort of chatty, friend-to-friend kind of talk. I don't remember all the things she said. It wasn't anything particularly forceful. It was just very pleasant, and everybody enjoyed themselves very much. The crowds were a little bit full, and I heard that afterwards they had to employ 4 or some number of very beefy young men to escort her through the crowds so that she wouldn't be just completely detained. And then she went to the children's room where there was supposed to be some kind of something for her with the children. And she told me afterwards that it was a complete disaster. Apparently nothing had been arranged, and she stood there with all these children playing, and they had no idea who she was. She said, I don't remember how she put it, but something like they didn't know her from Methuselah or something. And it was kind of awkward. And then the mothers started coming and wanting their picture taken with their child, and they were really obstinate, and Violette said that she had encouraged some women to go away, that was, Rúhíyyih Khánum wasn't there to have her picture taken with everybody, and they would glare at Violette, just daggers, she said, that she would try to get in the way. And so that was a little discouraging for them, I think. But there are lots of Persians, have moved into the Northern Virginia and Washington areas, and I guess they see this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get themselves immortalized with Rúhíyyih Khánum or something. So she disappeared pretty quickly. And the next morning, I slept kind of late, and I got a call late in the morning from John Huddleston, who said that Khánum had asked if I would like to come for lunch at about noon. So that was fine with me. I went out and did some shopping or something and came back, and Don Davis detained me for a while with some questions about the computer, and so I was a little bit late, and I tried to decide what to wear, and I hadn't brought very many clothes back, and they were mostly warmish weather clothes because I had mistakenly remembered the spring in Washington as being a little warmer than it was. But the sun was out, and it seemed like it was going to be quite a warm day, so I thought I would get by with a knit short-sleeved shirt, which was the nicest looking thing I had. I tried a dress shirt, and that looked kind of funny, and at that time didn't have quite the right leisure clothes, So I had tried on a number of things, and I finally put on this knit shirt, and got myself together and went off to her house. And that turned out to be a mistake, because it turned much cooler in the afternoon, and I really got rather chilly, and she never asked me to leave, so I stayed on and on until after dinner. And I had to borrow a sweater from John, but as it turned out, I did get a bit of a chill and came down with an absolutely awful cold the next day, and was in bed for 2.5 days, I guess. Well, I was sick through Wednesday, so anyway, but it was, of course, well worth it. When I arrived, Khánum was sitting on the sofa, which had been moved, in front of the television downstairs, and Challenor Chut was sitting on the side, and John was sort of standing about, and I think Violette came in and out or something, and they were watching the television, waiting for a replay of the takeoff of the space shuttle. And there were all kinds of people talking about the shuttle not being worth the money and one thing or another, interviews filling the time. And we waited there maybe 45 minutes, and Khánum got rather impatient with it all and got up and went upstairs. And after she left, there was a bit of a snap of the short sequence of the shuttle taking off as part of the leader for the show with CBS News and Across the Top or something like that. I don't think she ever did actually see the thing. This was plainly a day of rest for her, and the Choots, Mr. and Mrs. were there, and John was there. Rúhíyyih had gone, I guess the day before, to Bermuda, where the new National Spiritual Assembly was to be formed at Rizwan. Amatu'l Bahá went for that convention, and Rúhíyyih had volunteered to go ahead of time and help arrange things, help out with the work of the convention. So she had gone and taken the children, and John was somehow managing. He would do very well. He was very happy and just fit in very nicely, and I sort of expected having Khánum and Violette to be kind of a burden for him, but for him it wasn't at all, whereas for some people it really is. It's very interesting how some people sort of just flow with the situation, and I was impressed that John would do that, actually, because he's so fussy and fastidious about some things, and people like Liesl Webster and Rúhíyyih just find it a terrible drain to have Rúhíyyih Khánum there, because they worry so much about whether everything is all right. Anyway, the atmosphere was much more relaxed without Rúhíyyih, I must say, although it was kind of strange to be in her house without her there. And they served a very, very nice lunch. I'm trying to remember now what it was, but I think it was quite a full meal, as I recall, and chicken, potatoes, and so forth. And we ate for a long time. It was very pleasant, and then we repaired to the living room just next over. And Rúhíyyih Khánum took out a pleated skirt that she had, and she started to tie down the pleats by hand. And it turned out there were many more pleats than she thought, and the thing, she got about halfway through the whole afternoon, spent hours on it, just relaxing there. I think she likes to have something to do, keep herself busy. That time when I was at the Nakhjavanis in Haifa, and she came over, she was trying to put something on a frame. I don't remember now what it was, but it seems to me she was tying something onto a frame. It involved some sewing, and she was fussing with it and cursing and so forth. Not really cursing, but, being angry at it that it wasn't coming out quite right, and she just likes to do that. So we just sat there and talked. We had a very interesting conversation. Mrs. Choot kept coming up with some idea that Rúhíyyih Khánum thought was absolutely ridiculous, and they would have a go at it, and back and forth, and neither of them won, they sort of decided to let it rest after a while. I don't remember now what the issues were, but Khánum is, of course, very opinionated and wouldn't let anything go by that she didn't agree with. I was a little apprehensive before going over there, what she might ask me about or whatever, but I've tried to watch my opinions and didn't say anything that, I wasn't mum, but I didn't say anything that I thought would incite her, and she didn't. There was one thing I said, I don't remember now what it was, where she just sort of let it pass without saying anything. And I really got this distinct impression she was being very nice to me, as compared with the past, where she can be sort of blunt sometimes. She didn't say anything to me the whole afternoon, 8 or 9 hours worth. That was 8 hours, I guess. That was even slightly argumentative, and was just very sweet to me, extremely sweet. I have no idea why she would feel that way towards me, but it's certainly very, very warming and very, very wonderful. She's quite a fine lady, and although sometimes she can be kind of blunt, she's very, very loving and very warm. Particularly, I think, when you get to know her a little better, she has very, very sweet qualities. I wish I could remember more now of what she talked about on that occasion. We did discuss briefly the situation in Haiti and what she might expect there and so on, and she recommended strongly that we seek official legal recognition for the faith, not as a religion, but as an ordinary corporation of some kind, which, as it turned out later, is the only kind of recognition we can achieve here, since there's a Concordat, and it's an officially Catholic state. What else did we talk about? Well, I don't really remember. If I think of something, I'll mention it later on the tape. So, as I say, time went on, and she never asked me to leave, and you don't leave unless, there's some indication that you ought to. It was kind of a little bit awkward. I didn't really know what the situation was, but everybody seemed to be very happy to have me there, so I didn't want to sort of cause any disruption. And there was a long discussion about whether to go out and get some pizza or something for dinner, which struck me rather peculiar, or whether they could concoct something, and finally they did. As I remember, it also was very nice. It was an omelette, I guess. Excellent. I don't know, I guess Violette did the cooking, and it was really very fine, with some mushrooms and whatnot. I don't remember now at all, but it was very good. And, everything was just heavenly, And then afterwards they had invited, who was it? I think Anita Chapman maybe, and some other people over for an evening at about 8. And just a few people, but I was really rather on the cool side and tired and feeling a little bit awkward, and so I thought I'd perhaps best get out before the people came. Also, of course, I'd had all kinds of things planned for the day, and this was much longer than I expected. I had to do my taxes and some computing for my thesis and one thing or another. So, that's right, I think I went into the office the next day, and then I got sick later in the day. So after dinner, I sort of excused myself, and Khánum looked genuinely disappointed that I had decided to leave, and she said, "Do you really have to go?" And I said, "Well, yes, it really was best." And she said, "All right," and invited me to come, quote, to her part of the world sometime for a visit, and it was really very, very nice. So I hesitatingly took my leave, left John's sweater, and got my jacket out in the car, one of my old jackets, which I didn't really want to wear around Rúhíyyih Khánum. So that was that day. Now, yesterday, she arrived here on the early morning flight at 8:10 from the Dominican Republic here in Haiti. And we had quite a frantic and hard-working week last week, trying to make some arrangements for her with a committee of 10 that had been appointed, extremely ponderous and inefficient, trying to decide on all kinds of petty details, and they didn't seem to want to delegate to anybody the authority to make decisions, although I tried to urge them in that direction. So there were long discussions of what hotel she should stay in and what hall might be available for the public meeting and how to go about the publicity with the press and all this sort of thing. Most of it discussions among people who had not seen the hotels or the meeting rooms and without all the facts at hand. It would have been much better to spend the time finding out things. And usually when you've found out all the facts, the best alternative becomes fairly obvious. So after Mauro and Paul Baruch had gone about, they living in Jacmel, and they came up to help out for a couple of days. They'd gone about looking at a lot of hotels, and they recommended a place way up on the mountain called Le Chateau. But the committee decided that I should, because I volunteered, that I should look at the Chateau and the Splendide, which is in town, not too far away from where I'm living in Paco, which had been recommended to Khánum by somebody. I don't remember now who. One of the councillors, I think. And also the Sans Souci, which had been favoured by Gilly Posey and Georges Marcellus, the new secretaries of the National Assembly. Georges was recording secretary before, and Gilly is the new secretary. So I went and saw them, and the Sans Souci was quite old and dilapidated, and so it seemed pretty obvious to me. And the Chateau was a little too far away, quite a bit too far away, and I'm glad I didn't choose it, because Khánum was quite emphatic after she arrived that she didn't want to be way up on the mountain away from everything. So the Splendide seemed to be okay. She didn't say anything negative about it, which means that she liked it. And that turned out all right, and they picked a hall. I was a little disappointed that it only has 120 seats for the public meeting on Wednesday night, which is tomorrow. And I'm afraid that we may get an overflow. But I guess the other halls weren't available or something, and it's a nice place. So apparently I haven't seen it yet. So I hope that works out. And Paul and Mauro is an Egyptian, and Paul is an Algerian, a very interesting couple. They came back for the weekend to help again with publicity. They're very outgoing, and they make good contacts. And they had arranged all kinds of things, including a very fine interview at the cable television, Télévision d'Haïti, yesterday. Télé-Haïti, I guess they call it, which was shown last night. And there was an excellent article in the government-owned newspaper, Le Nouveau Monde, over the weekend, something like 4 or 5 columns wide with a picture. And there seemed to be other opportunities, radio and whatnot, with the press, which is all excellent. I think the television interview was unprecedented, actually. So we all went out to the airport, sort of straggled in. I went by the center because people were supposed to be gathering there, and there was no one there, and so I drove out to the airport directly, having gotten up much earlier than I usually do. And I was not feeling well. I'd been very sluggedy all weekend, and I was feeling rather weak, but not downright sick, so I didn't really think about it too much. And we waited around the airport, and the Baruchs came with some flowers, and Farhad, what's his last name? Rúhíyyih. Apparently it doesn't have another R in it, which surprised me. It seems to be Rúhíyyih. And Stuart North, who did most of the arrangements actually for her visit. He was the chairman of this committee. And Linda Gershwini. These are 2 Canadian pioneers. Linda was the secretary last year and declined re-election because she's leaving again soon for Canada for the summer. And Misha Koblenz came by for a little while, but she hadn't had breakfast and she's pregnant, so she went off to eat again. And Georges Marcellus, the secretary, and a young man named Nicarlo, I don't remember his last name, who also works in the national office. And 2 young women who also served on the committee. Oh my goodness, I can't think of their names. Anyway, lovely people who were asked to present the flowers. So we were quite a little group of us there, but the attaché de protocole, Mr. Danier, who had been, they'd gone by to talk with him on Saturday, and he had agreed to make a space available in the departure lounge, in the transit lounge, where we could sit, and we could go out onto the runway and welcome her and so on. He hadn't come yet, and everybody there said that he'd probably come about 9, and the plane arrived at 8:10. And so we went around to the arrivals area, and we couldn't get past the stupid guard, the low-level guard in front, who said we could wait out in front, but that's all we could do. And if we wanted to do anything else, it would have to be arranged by the protocol. And so we were really at our wits' end, and it was virtually 8:10. And finally this guy shows up, much to our great relief, and we all troop out onto the runway. And the plane arrives, and Khánum is the first one off, and we all go out to meet her, and it's very pleasant. The only problem for me was that I was just dripping with perspiration, and nobody else seemed to be hot. And I was really in agony. I finally had to take my suit coat off, and I was still very hot because the transit lounge there has no fans and no air conditioning and nothing, and I was just having a terrible time, getting all steamed up. And several people looked at me and said I looked absolutely awful. Bags under my eyes, not bags but dark places, and perspiring so much, and I was really ill, and I should go see the doctor. It hadn't occurred to me that maybe I was ill. But anyway, I took their advice later and did go to see the doctor. So we sat for maybe half an hour while the luggage was being taken care of by the attaché de protocole, which was very nice. He got it through without any hassle. And we started talking with Khánum about the schedule, and she was all... Although I had insisted that it be typed out and be very clear, and Stuart had done this, she insisted on going over it again and writing it in very large handwriting. I don't know if she always writes that large, but it was at least half an inch high, I think, scrawled on the page, the major elements of the schedule. And it was a lot of confusion at the airport. Nobody seemed to be in charge, and everybody was sort of standing back and being very humble. And she wanted, and nobody was really sure what she wanted, you see, and she said she'd been sick for a couple of days and needed some rest, but then she said she wanted to talk with the organizers about the schedule, and Stuart agreed to come to the hotel, and then everybody agreed to come to the hotel, and we would discuss the schedule. But Stuart, for some reason, and Linda went off somewhere and didn't show up for about half an hour, so Georges mostly started discussing it with Khánum at the hotel. We went there, and there was lots of fuss about rearranging the furniture and trying to get a refrigerator, and theirs was en panne, and then a little one, and then we finally got a nice chest full of ice because they had some butter and I don't know what all with them. Apparently they have an electric kettle and the whole works for making food. Just one of the little handbags was solid with books and must have weighed about 50 pounds itself. They really travel with quite a lot of stuff. Not in volume-wise, but certainly heavy. It all fit in my trunk. I was surprised. So they sat down and everybody was in on the fray, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was very disappointed because she had said in her letter that she wanted to see the sights up at Cap-Haïtien, the citadel and the palace associated with the early historical figures of Haiti, Saint Christophe and Louverture, I think. And although she'd said in something sort of very indirect in her letter about only if it was possible and not too great a journey, she really did have her heart set, unfortunately, on seeing these sights. And she had understood that there were lots of Baha'is up in that area, and she wanted to have a meeting in that area where they would have a chance to meet her. And I hadn't been part of the consultation. That was before I came back from Washington, in which they decided instead to have a trip by car, a 3.5-hour trip by car out to Lekkai and to a village near there on the south coast, about as far as you can go towards the southwest. So she didn't like that idea very much. It was too much driving in the car, and she really would have preferred to take a plane up north and see some of the sights and on and on. And was there a book where she could see something about whether these sites were really worth seeing and how much would it cost? And was there time in the schedule? And no, it wouldn't be right to disappoint the villagers in the south who had been told that she was coming, and so she really had to do that, even though it was a long way. And she was on and on and on like this. She was a little bit put out, So after about, 45 minutes of this, I really had to go to the office. So, I wasn't feeling well at all. I had to sit down there. So I excused myself in hopes that they would work it out. Eventually, Stuart came, and I think they decided finally that the program that had been made couldn't be changed, and she was disappointed. She did talk about it later several times and said they had deprived her of what she had wanted. But I think she tends to talk a lot about these things, and maybe the sites weren't really so interesting after all. To go up to the citadel, you have to get on a horse and ride up, and there may have been a lot of effort for her, too. I don't know, I'm still going to suggest that if she really wants to do it, that she just go as a tourist, to get on the plane and go up there for a day. She does have an extra day. But she told me when I suggested that to her in the car that she didn't want to go up there just for tourism, that if she went, she wanted to see the Baha'is. She has these very fixed ideas, you see. She wants a good Baha'i excuse to go see the sights, which is kind of funny. She's really a character. But she's very, very dear. So I don't know whether... She probably won't go at all, but maybe she can be persuaded to just go as a tourist. So I left them and went down to my office and arranged to go see the doctor. And they took me to Dr. Hans Popp, who was a good friend of my French tutor and Patrick Vilcorix in Washington. And he was tickled that I had that common friend. And they had gone up to visit them apparently last year on vacations. And he took my pulse and one thing or another, and all he found so far was a throat that he thought should have been sore but wasn't. And he said I might have some other problems, and arranged for some tests to be made the next morning, which was this morning, some blood tests and urine and all that sort of thing. I had to wait out in front in the heat, just dripping from the perspiration, because all the waiting room is just out on the porch, for about half an hour until he was free. But inside he was very pleasant. I was quite impressed with him. He seems to know what he was doing. In an old building, though, but that's the style here. Clean, at least. Seemed to be quite businesslike. And not particularly like the laboratory I'd gone to before, which didn't seem businesslike at all. So then I went back to the office and pottered around and tried to finish this aide-memoire on the performance under the program through April that I've been working on with consultation with Washington. And it got to be about 2, I guess. I went out and had some lunch. And I was going to head home, and Violette called and said, would I please meet them at the television station at 3? They had a 2 o'clock appointment, and they should have been done by 3. And or at the hotel at 3:30, if I could find out which television station it was, which I didn't know, and there too. So, Oragen, my driver, was out for lunch, and he didn't come back until about 2:30, I guess. and I was very sticky from having perspired so much all day, and I wanted to go up and take a shower and see if I could get myself together. But Origin said that one of the television stations was right nearby. It was on the main street about 3 blocks away. So we went by there to see whether that was where they in fact were, and in fact Violette and Paul Baruch were sitting right there in the front, and within just a couple of moments, Rúhíyyih Khánum came out with the interviewer, and she was very pleased. She said it was one of the best interviews she's ever had. The man asked just the right questions, and they covered all the major teachings of the faith for about 15 minutes, and she thought it was very fine. So that was all encouraging, and apparently he was most interested in the Green Light expedition, and in particularly the sections about the bush Negroes in Suriname. So it sounds like they might put that on the television. This is the cable station. They have an English and French cable channels, and there are 2 broadcast channels from the national television, which is the other people. And the national television, I think, had promised to come out to the airport and do something on her arrival, and of course they never showed up. But that's the way things are in this country. So I was kind of stuck. I wanted to go and clean up, but they wanted to go right away and do some shopping and so forth, and obviously I wasn't going to delay them in order to take care of my own needs. So off we went with Origin driving at half speed at my instructions, and Moreau got in the car. Rúhíyyih Khánum wanted to see some art. So Moreau knew a place up in Pétionville, and after a lot of consultations, as always here, to see if Georges, who was driving his van, could go and to take Violette and Paul up also to the same place, since we wouldn't all fit in my car. And we went up to this gallery, little gallery that is run by the wife of the secretary of the OAS mission here, Arneson, and another Spanish-speaking lady who have a partnership in this business. I've had it for a couple of months. And when we arrived there, it started to rain. As we drove up to Pétionville, it was very dark in Pétionville, although it was light on the other side of the sky, and there was a little local storm, and it started to rain there. And when we arrived, the place was still closed, an hour after it was supposed to open after lunch. But within a few moments, the lady came and opened it up, and we went in, and Rúhíyyih Khánum looked at all the art, and she finally said that she'd seen enough of things she didn't like, although she did like it. She was pleased to see the Haitian art. She'd always wanted to see it, and apparently it was much better than the art that she'd seen elsewhere in the Caribbean. She likes this kind of thing. She spent quite a long time there, actually. There were 2 paintings that she particularly liked that I thought were awful, personally. They were very gloomy, with lots of brown around the edges and circles, and one of them had 3 women, voodoo subjects, 3 women in the middle, and the other one had a voodoo priest curing a mad woman, something like that. Anyway, I thought they were rather gloomy, but there was something about them that Khánum liked, and although she said they weren't all that well done, and she thought the colors were gloomy, she liked the themes. So she asked about the prices, and apparently the woman had told her $200 for one of the paintings earlier. And when they wrote down the prices and discount they would give her and so on, they quoted $300 for this painting. So she went on and on, Khánum did, about the fact that they had said $200, and even though apparently the price had been $200, and the artist had come in and said he wanted $300. She said, well, she didn't know any honest artist who would raise his price by that much, maybe $200 to $230, but certainly not $200 to $300, and this was outrageous, and so on and so on. She certainly wasn't going to pay $300 for the painting. And so finally the lady very reluctantly said, well, since we did tell you $200, we'll offer to for $200, but that's the best we can do. And so then Khánum said, well, I'll have to think about it. I don't know if it's even worth $200. So we left with her not having bought anything, and but having gotten this lady down from $300 to $200. I told her that I was glad I wasn't having to sell her anything, and she said, yes, I'm a hard bargainer. She really is something. They had some nice paintings in that store. I'd like to go back and look at them, because I need to buy some things for my new house if I stay here long enough to move into it. So Moreau certainly knows his art galleries, and Khánum liked him very much. So she was enjoying the company of he and Paul. She likes interesting people. Somebody from Egypt who's become a Baha'i is kind of unusual, and they were talking about all kinds of subjects. And he's very outgoing, and she likes people who are outgoing characters, So then he suggested that we go to the perfume factory, which was just down the street. And she was pretty easily persuaded. She first said she wanted to go just have some coffee and relax, but then she said, well, we might as well see the perfume factory while we're here. So we trooped down the street. to the other side of the street, and she tried on all kinds of perfumes and looked at various things and decided not to buy anything. And that took a little while, and then we trooped out of there, and there was another gallery across the street, and so we decided to go over there, and the art was much worse. And then we went to a little jewelry shop next to it, which Violette had looked into. And then, let's see, we saw something else too. No, I guess there we'd finished with that sequence of things, and then Moro said that he knew a little coffee shop up the way, which turned out to be a place where I had eaten lunch once, and had made the mistake of sitting out in front where all the beggars surrounded me. It was not a bad place, and it turned out that Moro had and Paul had lived upstairs above this little coffee shop, had lived there when they were in Pétionville, and they knew the owner and so on. So we sat there for more than an hour on this front porch, bought some heart of coconut from a lady who went by, and Georges was there, and Khánum sat him down next to her, and they talked at length about the history of the faith in Haiti, and how one of the secretaries had used the Baha'i mimeograph for communist propaganda and had been thrown in jail and died there. And then somebody else who had been a very good secretary and worked hard for the faith, when he died they found communist literature in his house, according to the stories anyway, and they put his family and children in jail. And some other Baha'i who had been chopped into 9 pieces by a personal enemy. This was not a government thing, but some apparently Ellsworth Blackwell had told the guy that he was the secretary, had told him, and Ellsworth was the chairman, had told him that he should do some Baha'i work that day, and the man said no, he didn't have time that day, he had personal matters to take care of, and he would do it the next day. And he went home or got in his car or something, and this fellow came out and chopped him up. So Khánum said, no wonder, my goodness, particularly with the communist implications with his relation to the faith, no wonder the recognition hadn't gotten very far. We told her, I was sitting on the other side of her, and we told her various stories about the Haiti and what goes on here and so on. It's very pleasant. Then it turned out that the television interview was going to be shown at 6:30. So we decided, Paul called the hotel, the Splendide where they're staying, and they had no television. So we decided to repair to the Montana, which has a good TV, and not too far away, and in order to see it there at 6:30. Farhad had joined us, and then he went off because there wasn't enough space in the car, and I dismissed... Georges also hadn't had any lunch, and he excused himself, and I dismissed Origen so that we would have enough space in the car for all of us. And they decided to set out walking to go see a store where there was some jewelry, some shells and things like that Khánum was interested in. And then Moro said, no, it's really much too far to walk. Or was it Moro? Yeah, I think Paul had thought it was a nice walk, and then Moro said, no, it's really much too far. And so there was the usual consultation and back and forth, and they all got in the car, and we drove down there and looked at the shells and various and sundry curious things they had in this shop. And again, didn't buy anything. Violette was interested in a little carved comb for a mustache, which she wanted to give to her brother in Canada. But it was $8, and that was clearly much too much for just a funny present of that kind. So, having looked at lots of things, we left again without having bought anything, and went down to the Montana about a little before 6, I guess. And it was the most spectacular sunset, with the clouds were clearing and the sun had broken through near the horizon, and it was very, very deep orange. And there was a boat steaming by, a cruise ship, and it was just really elegant. We got the television working and came on, and at 6:30 there was a news program, and the little interview with Rúhíyyih Khánum was about 8, and we had to listen to a bunch of stuff about schools having some kind of, I don't know if it was openings or what it was, but anyway, lots of very dull pieces of people's speeches. And then Rúhíyyih Khánum came on, and they opened up with a nice little piece about who she was and the fact that she was getting a public meeting on Wednesday evening. And then there was an interview with her, with this young man, and it went on for perhaps 5 minutes, I guess. And they had a slide of the House of Worship in Wilmette, and she had mentioned that there were Baha'is all around the world, and we believe in one God, and that all religions believe in one God. And so just a few remarks like that, and then suddenly it disappeared. They cut it off in the middle. I guess they had too much stuff very abruptly and went on to something else. But it was excellent, really, for the little bit that we had, and Khánum was very pleased, and said the interview, the full 15 minutes, probably had been too long. So at her insistence, I drove Mauro and Paul up to the Koblenzes where they're staying. First, we let them off, and they said Allahu Akbar for goodbye, and she said again that people just simply will not understand that Allahu Akbar is a greeting and not a farewell. And I said, you're fighting a losing battle, it's too much entrenched, which is true. Actually, I'm not sure why she feels so strongly about it, because it sort of just came into use in Adrianople as a greeting, so why can't it come into use as a farewell? But anyway, she does feel that way. And then I drove them down to their hotel and let them out, and they, Khánum said somewhere along that way that she knew that I'd been tired, and she hoped that they hadn't overtaxed me. But it's only something you do once in a lifetime, she said, and something like that. She seemed to be very well aware that the privilege of spending time with her is something that is unique in one's lifetime, and so that she didn't feel too badly about taxing me. But she said it in a very sweet way, Oh, there's something else earlier. Mauro had asked her, when we were driving about, whether the guardian had been a humorous person. And she said, all the central figures of the faith had a great sense of humor. She said actually all Persians that she knew had a good sense of humor. But she said that the Bab and Baha'u'llah had very different personalities. And something we often don't realize in the West is that the manifestations of God had their own character. I don't remember quite what word she used, but it was something like that. That the Bab had come from a merchant class, and they were very, and again I don't remember the word she used, but businesslike, and perhaps a bit close to the chest, or I don't know how to put it. Anyway, that was the impression I got. Whereas Baha'u'llah had come from a noble family, full of courtesies and the graces of the court and so on, a very different kind of background. And much more, I guess refined or elegant or accustomed to politenesses and so on. But they both, she felt, had a great sense of humor, and of course she felt that Abdullah and Shoghi Effendi also. And that was the end of her remarks, but I thought that was interesting. So when I said goodnight to them, they wished me well, and for some reason I sort of impulsively leaned over to kiss Khánum on the cheek, which I guess is a French custom I picked up here, and she looked a little bit surprised momentarily and then leaned forward so that I would have the opportunity of doing that, and we had a nice little embrace, which, I don't know, was very pleasant, and then she just went off very quickly, and I kissed Violette too, and I couldn't figure out why later that I would have done that. It seemed a little bit presumptuous, but she's been treating me very nicely, and such a sweet woman. It's a very different impression than I had of her before, when I was in Haifa. So that brings me to today. I had a terrible bout with the traveler's ailment last night, and I took some pills, and it seems to be better today, so I'm going to meander into the office, and I didn't get to the doctor this morning, so I'll see if I can do that tomorrow morning. I have an appointment at 11, so I have to get into the office before that. And she has an appointment, actually, in a few minutes now, at 10 o'clock, with the Foreign Affairs Minister. So I'm encouraged. I hope that he will be impressed and will arrange a meeting with the President. In any case, this is very fine that he's agreed to see her. I had the Monday that I came back, which was 2 days ago yesterday now, the National Assembly had written a letter to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who's also the Ministre des Cultes, to suggest a courtesy call on the President. And when I saw the Minister on Thursday for business purposes, the Thursday following, at the end of talking about the terrible state of the economy, I asked him whether he'd seen this letter, and I had a copy with me, and he said, oh yes, he'd seen it, and he thought that we were the people who had taken poison and committed suicide in South America. In Brazil, he thought, but he was kind of confused. So he had written something negative on it and sent it off to his Department of Religions. So I said, no, Mr. Minister, that's an entirely mistaken impression. No, we're really a very moral and upstanding community of people. And I took out this Hedi Ahmadiyya book that Rúhíyyih Khánum had recommended for use in situations like this, and a couple of pamphlets that the National Assembly had given me, and about 11, 12-page typeset background information about the faith that they had copied from something from Switzerland, and the biography of Rúhíyyih Khánum, and I gave him the whole package, showed him some of the pictures in the book, and told him that Baha'is were really something very much worth the attention of the government. And he said, "Are they serious?" And I said, "Yes, of course we're very serious." That's his code word for something which is worth the time. But I had no idea. He said he would send it off to his department for study, he said, so I had no idea whether I had salvaged it or not. And yesterday, Pierre Augustin, who's the chairman of the National Assembly, was going to call the minister's office and find out what had happened to it. So I don't know whether as a result of that call or the publicity in the paper or what, the minister seems to have granted an interview. And I hope that goes well and leads to even bigger things. We shall see. So that's all for now, and I'll continue later when there's more to say. This is now the evening of May 12th. I wasn't feeling well today. I guess I mentioned that earlier. But I did go into the office because I had an appointment and take care of a few urgent things. And while I was there, I received a call first from Violette, who I told that I hadn't been feeling well. I think they had wanted to ask me if I would drive them about or something. She said something about wanting my company or I don't know what, but anyway, they immediately felt that I should go home and rest and get over whatever it was that I had. And then she said that Rúhíyyih Khánum wanted to speak to me, and Khánum was eating a piece of the melon which I had left for them, and so she sort of giggled and said, "Let me finish eating this piece," and paused for a minute, and then she went on to tell me about the interview that she had had in the morning with the Minister of Finance. And she said it was very nice. It was about, I think she said 10 minutes or something like that, but she thought it had gone very well. She said that she had, with this sense of humor, she said that she had shown him the picture of the Shrine of the Bab or something, and he said, "Oh yes, I've seen that." And she showed him the picture of one of the houses of worship, and she said, "Oh, I've seen that." And she showed him another picture. He said, "Oh, I've seen that," because I'd left the Ahmadiyya teaching book with him, and I think that's the same thing she uses, you see. So then she pulled out a picture of the new house of worship in India, which of course he hadn't seen because it's not in that book. And she wanted to tell me that because she went up to me, you see. Or something. And it was kind of funny. I mean, she's so sweet, really. She was very good sense of humor, and he was very impressed that it looked like a flower and so forth. And he apparently mentioned that I had left some things with him, and she complimented me on my having made that approach. And she said that she had told him that it was just a courtesy call, and that she didn't want to ask for any favors or anything of him. And he said that he was very pleased, to well, they discussed briefly his misconception before, that he said had been corrected by the materials I had left about the faith. And she said something about, "Oh, do I look like a kind of person who would be involved in committing suicide," and so forth, which is exactly what I told the minister. What else did she say about it? Oh, she had went in at some length, discussed with him what she had heard from Georges Marcelos yesterday about some of the Baha'is at an earlier time having been associated with communism, and she said that we have no sympathies with communism. There's nothing at all in common. It was most unfortunate if anything like that happened among the Baha'is, and these people certainly wouldn't be in good standing in the faith. And if there was ever any question about someone who might be a Baha'i being involved in things like this, the authorities could certainly ask the Baha'is for a list of people who were recognized as being Baha'is in good standing, and these questions could be clarified. So she felt that she had impressed upon him that the Baha'is were responsible and obedient to the government of the land and so forth. So I told her I was delighted with this outcome, and she gave me all kinds of instructions about what to eat in order to get over my ailments. She said boiled rice and apples without the seeds or the skin. And what else did she say? Anyway, all very bland stuff. She said she'd had a lot of experience with these problems all of her many years living in Israel. And she said I should go home and rest, which I did shortly after that. She had 2 radio interviews this afternoon, I believe, and I don't know what else they may have done. Oh yes, she had a meeting with the National Assembly. That was something else she said on the phone. She said that they had scheduled a meeting this morning, and I think after the meeting with the minister, she must have gone to the National Center. And she said, "My, what a National Assembly you have." She said there were only 5 people there. She apparently was quite disgusted, and she said she wouldn't meet with only 5. She wanted to meet with all of them if she was going to meet with any. And she gave me her condolences on the state of the National Assembly in this country. Apparently she met with more of them this afternoon. I had heard on the telephone from Paul, who called. There was some kind of a meeting going on, so I hope that she was able to make some progress. But Paul said that she appeared very sad, saddened by the state of the Baha'i community here in Haiti. This is now the evening of May the 13th, and we had a very pleasant and I think on the whole quite successful public meeting this evening with Rúhíyyih Khánum speaking in French. And let me see, the last time I recorded was yesterday. I talked with her on the phone earlier today when I was in my office, and she asked me if I could come and meet her at the hotel. And I told her there was some confusion about the times, that the invitation had said 6:30 and the newspaper had said 7, and probably I would come sometime between 6:45 and 7. And she said she would be ready at 6:45, and I could come any time after that. She thought that my car was, or she said that John Corelli had thought that my car was more dignified than coming in his truck or whatever it is that he drives. Brief interruption there. While talking of John Corelli, I remembered that Khánum had complained about the price of the food and the quality of it. Well, she said it was not big enough, I guess, in the hotel, and this evening, and asked me if there wasn't a better place to eat in town. And I said I knew some places that were pretty good for lunch. So she expressed interest in finding some way of getting to one of them. So I had just now talked to John Corelli, and he's agreed to take them out to lunch tomorrow before driving them out to the Baha'i school at Lillavois. He's having a few problems because he's supposed to pick up his children in town, and his wife has had difficulty getting up the hill to Pétionville with the top-tops. Apparently they won't pick up a white person when they are full. So, anyway, John took them, he's got a big Jeep apparently or something, he took them up to Kenskoff this morning, and they had lunch up there, and apparently liked it very much. So, I don't remember what else we talked about on the phone. There were some other things, but I don't recall now what it was. I know Violette said something about how much they enjoyed going up to Kenskoff. Anyway, I ran around this afternoon buying flowers with Farhad, and I'd asked him who was doing the flowers, and he said, well, maybe we ought to, and he'd completely forgotten that he'd been asked by the committee to do that. So, you have to keep hunchoing things here. It's really amazing. And the sound system was all right, and actually lots of Baha'is converged on the hall, and they did a lovely job of decorating it. Put some pictures from the center up on the wall, and beautiful flower arrangements were made. Really very pleasant. So, went down a little bit early again to see how things were going. And the television station, the cable television station, Tele-ID, was there with a little camera. And there were a few people who came, some of the people that I had invited, and some of the people that other Baha'is had invited, and a few people who seemed to have just come off the street from the publicity. Maybe 10, mostly young people in that category. So it wasn't bad. It wasn't full, but it was maybe 2/3 full. There might have been 75 or 80 people there, I guess. And there were only 2 Baha'is that I know of who came that I'd never met before, which surprised me. I thought this would certainly bring out more Baha'is, but apparently they're pretty lethargic. And the 2 were pioneers, rather peculiar situation. Two pioneers in Pétionville, and none of the other pioneers had ever mentioned to me that existed, and I don't know what is going on. There's obviously something rather wrong there. I guess I'll find out eventually. So even though some people came punctually at 6:30, we thought it was better to wait a little while and let it fill up a little bit more, particularly since the meeting had been advertised for 7. So I felt a little bit uncomfortable because some of my friends, Mr. Tardy and his wife, and the Mr. Telemaque, the owner of the, I can't keep my French and my English straight here, the owner of the house I'm supposed to be moving into, and then the landlord of this hotel that I'm living in now came, and my secretary and a few other people, and they were also sort of sitting there waiting for more than half an hour, which was a little bit unfortunate. But anyway, I then finally went and got Khánum when it seemed to be the right time, and we got back a little bit after 7, and sat there for a number of long minutes more while she and the young man who was going to introduce her chatted. And then he read a couple of pages of prepared biography about her, which went on a little bit too long, but it was nice because he, particularly towards the end when he talked about all the countries she'd been to and so on, it was interesting. And then she gave about an hour's talk in French, which was really not bad. I mean, she did quite well in French. I was impressed, and there were maybe twice in the whole talk when she couldn't think of the right word in French for what she wanted to say, and she covered some of the basic teachings. It was really very pleasant. I think she was quite well received. And then the television people sort of packed up in the middle of everything, and the master of ceremonies asked if anybody wanted to ask questions, and there was a long pause, and then the lady behind me asked a question, which was quite good, and some other people started asking questions, and there was probably another half an hour worth of questions, I guess, and finally she cut it off, said that would be the last one, and then they for some reason they came up with drinks on trays and served everybody where we were sitting, so everybody sort of just sat there and very slowly started talking to each other, and after, I don't know, quite a little time, people started to get up and sort of move around, and a few people excused themselves. And most of the people that I'd invited excused themselves, unfortunately, but people seemed to be happy about the occasion. And this woman who was behind me and her husband turns out to be an architect and his wife, lovely couple. Somehow, Rúhíyyih Khánum came over and sat down on the other side of Pierre Augustin, who was the chairman of the National Assembly, from me. I was sitting next to Violette there. And they got into a conversation, and after a few minutes, people sort of turned their chairs around and formed a circle, and they sat there talking for quite a long time about architecture and one thing or another. And this couple was very impressed, and the gentleman was extremely respectful towards Rúhíyyih Khánum, and it's very, very nice people. I had the feeling that they might be interested in the faith. And it turns out that he is the boss of Stewart North, the Baha'i pioneer here, who is also an architect. So that's a very good contact, I think. After she was finished speaking, I think before the questions, Violette leaned over to me and she said, you know, that this, she said, Rúhíyyih Khánum has so much courage, she said. To give a talk like that in French really takes tremendous courage. And then after Rúhíyyih Khánum came over and sat down in the row that we were sitting in, she leaned over to me and she said, you know, that just took a tremendous amount of courage to give that talk in French. And I don't know whether she had mentioned before the talk to Violette that she thought it was going to require a lot of courage, or if they just both had exactly the same thought simultaneously. I don't know. And then later, when she was talking to this other couple, she said, you know, it was very difficult for me to talk all that time in French. And it was sort of like launching out swimming, and you know, not knowing when you're going to reach the other end, but you can't stop. You know, once you've started, you can't stop. That was the analogy she used. But she really did very well. I was impressed, since it's not a language she uses all the time. It's a very difficult thing, particularly with the television camera going and so forth. We briefly discussed the arrangements for the trip out to Lake Kai. I've offered to take my car, which is air-conditioned, or try to get the Jeep from the bank to make the trip a little easier, and she said she would prefer to come back after the meeting, which means a 4-hour drive, after a long day, in order to get here if possible, by midnight at the latest, and to be able to sleep in the same hotel. For some reason that she thinks that would be better, so it seems like it's going to be a long trip on Sunday and Monday. Anyway, they finally finished and got into the car, and I took them back to the hotel, and Rúhíyyih Khánum asked me if I read mysteries, and I said yes indeed, and she said, well, if you have any to spare, please do give them to me. She's anxious to have mysteries, and then she reminded me again, so she seems to really like them, but I suppose she doesn't buy very many, or maybe she can't find them in English as she travels, I don't know, but she likes to borrow them, apparently. And they put 2 vases full of large flower arrangements into the car, and Khánum put one of them between her legs so it wouldn't fall over, and here she was sitting there in the front seat with all these flowers up in front of her. It was really quite a sight. I wish I'd been able to take a picture of it, and Violette had one in the back. I had to take back, they were both vases that I had borrowed here from the hotel, and one of them I said I would return, so I had to take it back, and they trooped off into the hotel with a bunch of flowers in one hand and a vase full of flowers in the other. I've also taken their ticket to try to get it reconfirmed. Violette called Air Jamaica, and they said their machine was broken and they wouldn't give her the time of day and were very rude. So it seems their office is right next to where I work, and I'll send somebody over there and see what they can do. And there are all these details. Violette or Khánum thought it would be a good idea to make contact with the Israeli ambassador, who I had spoken with at a reception he gave last Thursday, and he said he'd be delighted to meet her. So Violette's plan is to borrow my car tomorrow and go over to the embassy, or call first and then go over and see if she can arrange a nice appointment or something. So slowly but surely the faith progresses. So one of the points Khánum made in her talk this evening was that everything is done little by little. She said although Baha'is are working for a new world order with a world federal government and so forth, is not something that we think will be established by a sudden revolution or something of this kind, but rather little by little, step by step, one thing at a time, which is the way anything in life is accomplished. Oh, I might add, on the way down to the hotel, she said again, quite strongly, that she thought that the words that I had said to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Religions was a great service to the cause. She said that I had opened a door, and presumably to her being able to see him, and she said that my visit with him followed by hers was very important effort in hopefully correcting misapprehensions and bringing about a better understanding of the faith. And she's so thoughtful, to always compliment people on what they've done, really. She's like other hands of the cause, too. It seems to me they overdo it, but I suppose maybe I'm cynical. Maybe they have the better spiritual perspectives. I guess everything we do in the path of the faith is much more important than we realize. But I told her, the minister might not be in his position very long, and so remains to be seen whether this is really a very important victory or not. But I was pleased that she would say such things. Then it occurred to me that even with a hand of the cause, you shouldn't only accept compliments, but they like to receive compliments too. And so on the way back to the hotel, I told her that I thought she was opening many doors that simply wouldn't be opening to the faith otherwise in her travels, and she's able to accomplish so much in such a short time that we simply wouldn't be able to do in many, many years of effort. And she didn't say anything, but she seemed to be pleased that someone would say that for her. Oh, she also said with this sort of a chuckle that they had actually had a swim this morning at the hotel. And Violette had said that before, and they both said it with a certain tone, as much as to say that was quite a little escapade, something like that. Certainly very unusual and quite an indulgence, They're such delightful people, really. So I suppose that's all for this evening. This is now the evening of Friday the 15th. It's just past midnight. I didn't see Rúhíyyih Khánum yesterday, but I sent my car for them to use in the morning, and they took care of ticket problem and went to the art gallery and a couple of other things, I guess. And then they went out to the Baha'i school yesterday afternoon and evening, and because I was working till too late to really take that in, I just rested and did some other things. Today they had a radio interview. Apparently the young man Samuel, who introduced Rúhíyyih Khánum at the public meeting, the Baha'i, interviewed her on the radio, and after she was waiting an hour, if I am not getting two things confused. But anyway, that's good. And she mentioned to me exactly the same thing that had struck me when I met him, that he was somebody who should be encouraged and cultivated by some well-deepened Baha'is and brought more into the spirit of the faith. So anyway, this evening I was appointed to pick them up in time to get to a potluck dinner for the pioneers at 6:30 at the home of the Corellis. And Khánum had specifically asked me on the telephone to pick up Jilly and take her. She wanted to spend more time with Jilly. So I went by and picked up Jilly first at the center, and then went by the Splendide and picked up Amatu'l Bahá and Violette. And we went up to the Corellis up on the mountain, and it was a very, very nice gathering. Some people sort of trickled in a little bit latish, and by the end I counted 20 pioneers, including Susan Welsh, who's really just visiting. But anyway, it was quite a gathering. There were more of us than I realized. Of course, this includes the Corellis and Woody, what's his name, is late at night, and I can't think of his name anyway, who's just moving here and so on. There are some new arrivals. So we had a fantastic potluck. Really, the food was very nice, and sort of sat around chatting, and then we had a period of asking Amatu'l Bahá questions and having her answer them. And she was very happy, and her usual direct self, and we covered a wide range of subjects, lots of laughter and enjoyment. It's very pleasant. I thought a little bit too much of the pioneers issuing forth on their own, or giving forth their own attitudes about things. Seemed a little bit strange to me in the presence of Rúhíyyih Khánum, but that's my own views, you know. A couple of tapes were made, and I will try to get a copy of one of them, although I'm not sure they'd come out very well. There were a couple of things that she said that struck me that I hadn't heard her say before, and that were sort of nice. One of them, she was talking about mass teaching. So she said she wanted to discuss this subject, and we actually talked about this for a long time. She wanted to try to figure out in her own mind what would be a good approach in a country such as Haiti for reaching the people. So we talked about voodoo, and we talked about the national characteristics of the people here, and what might or might not work, and the problems that you have when you give things away, and the fact that the people are accustomed to being given things by everybody, particularly the foreigners, but even in their own society. And Violette pointed out, though, that there's a certain tradition of sharing which comes from Africa that we mistake for greed, and there's undoubtedly a mixture of the two, and so on. Anyway, it was quite an interesting discussion. But there was one point at which Rúhíyyih Khánum was talking about the need to reach the people, and she said, well, you know, in the next 800 and whatever years, by the year 1000 in the Baha'i calendar, most of mankind will be under the shadow of Baha'u'llah. And even if 2/3 of mankind are eliminated, as prophesied in the Bible, there'll still be at least 1 billion, maybe 2 billion people on the planet at that time. And mathematically that means we've got to get started. There's a lot of people to teach, and we've got to bring them in to the faith. And she said, you know, it's like making bread. You cannot make bread with a tiny pinch of flour and a tiny pinch of salt and a little bit of baking soda or whatever. It's not large enough. You have to have a body of dough in order to be able to knead it. And you just can't knead a thimbleful. And so we need a certain number of Baha'is in order to be able to start making anything like a Baha'i society, or, you know, having a faith. And a certain quantity required. I thought that was a nice analogy. Something else that I can't remember now, but I hope it'll occur to me. At the end, she talked at length about music, and she felt very strongly that we should avoid essentially starting rituals in the faith and having music that is like revivalist meetings. She particularly referred to that. And then in the car afterwards, she said she didn't want to be too direct, but she was very disappointed with the music being sung by the children at the Baha'i school where she went yesterday. She said it was very uninspiring and pointless. Apparently it was sort of regimented or traditional or something or other. And she didn't see why the school was supporting a teacher to teach the children something like that, where they should be learning more practical skills. She went on that subject for quite a long time, how we often get off in the wrong direction. This was in the car coming back. Just before we got to our hotel, I had an opportunity to ask her a question which has been on my mind, which was, in the context of my profession here, I'm expected to entertain both dinners and possibly receptions from time to time for ministers and ambassadors in the diplomatic community. And a very important part of such occasions is to serve alcohol. Particularly in the French context, it would be virtually unthinkable to have a fine dinner without some wine. And I'm not really sure, how as a Baha'i I should approach such a situation. And she said, well, you should write to the House of Justice. She said, usually I don't recommend or refer people to the House, but in your case, since it's so unusual, and because you're doing important work here in your capacity, I would suggest you write to them. Then she said, the Guardian wrote to someone in the West, she didn't say who, I don't think, that it was permissible for Baha'is in the West to serve alcohol in their homes. But she said her feeling was obviously that it was much better not to. But apparently at one time the Guardian had said that it was permissible in some context. She didn't really elaborate. We had a few exciting moments. Violette got a very funny expression on her face in the middle of one of Rúhíyyih Khánum's sentences, and Khánum asked her what was the matter, and she said, "There's a mouse!" And there was a little mouse under her chair, and this mouse proceeded to run across the floor, and some of the ladies were a little bit upset, and he sort of went off somewhere or other. And then quite a bit later, suddenly there was a flying cockroach running around the room, and one of the pioneer ladies got up with a terrified expression on her face, and she said, I'm afraid of them. And there was quite a scene, and the thing went over, and I don't know if it landed on Rúhíyyih Khánum or what. It was certainly right next to her over in that part of the room. And finally Joe Koblenz dispatched it or something. I don't know exactly what happened, but it caused all kinds of commotion. And a little bit later than that, Rúhíyyih Khánum was again in the middle of a sentence, and one of the pioneers said, "Excuse me, Rúhíyyih Khánum, but you've got a large biting ant on you." And she immediately started to brush herself all over with tremendous flurry and almost took her blouse off and was quite concerned. Apparently, I didn't see it, but apparently it was a large type of ant that can cause you some discomfort. She was very, very beautifully dressed this evening in a sleeveless embroidered white blouse and a long, light-colored print skirt from somewhere, I don't know, it was blues and greens, I guess, something like that. Looked very elegant. And in this country she hasn't worn anything on her head, which I found interesting, I guess because there's only one Persian, she doesn't feel the necessity to do that. And of course she wears her long hair in a braid, and near where it's growing, it's quite light, but then farther along there's quite a lot of reddish gold color in it still. Violette was wearing a brown blouse and another long skirt from Guatemala, I think she said, or Nicaragua or someplace. Beautiful thing. Well, I hope I can remember the other thing I wanted to put down on the tape, but I can't for the time being. And it's up again early tomorrow morning, so I have to say goodbye for now. Good night. Well, today has been a very full day, and I'll just try to go through it chronologically quickly. I picked up Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette at 9:30. Violette called somewhat earlier and said that they wanted to see if they could take care of the ticket. So if I would come a little bit earlier than we had previously agreed, they would appreciate that. So I went down to the center, and people were just beginning to trickle in. And I was worried about trying to get a couple songs translated into Creole in case they asked me to to sing some music so I could be better prepared than I was last night at the dinner for the pioneers when they asked me to play, and I didn't feel, I hadn't thought about any songs or any words or anything and just wasn't able. It was quite an embarrassing situation. I don't know if I mentioned that before. Anyway, I picked them up and we went down, found the travel agent by the waterfront, and of course no answer had been received from Air Jamaica. They had to telex or something because the machine is not working. So there was no progress made on that. And then we drove around a little bit because Rúhíyyih Khánum wanted to look out the window at some of the statues and things, and I mentioned to her that there was a big market, and she said yes, she absolutely must go to the market before leaving the country. She's also interested in buying one of those 2 paintings that she was looking at, but she wants to do it apparently just with me, without getting the other Baha'is involved, because she thinks that everybody talks too much and she doesn't want everybody to know her business or something like that. Anyway, so we showed up at the meeting, and the auxiliary board member Jean-Baptiste René, who had been a pioneer apparently 7+ years in Central African Empire with his wife, and who had met Rúhíyyih Khánum in Africa, was talking about the Hands of the Cause. And he went on for more than half an hour about the various functions of the Hands of the Cause and how wonderful they were, and so on and so on. And finally, Rúhíyyih Khánum interrupted, and she said, if you continue going on like this, I will die, or something like that. This is much too much. It was very nicely put, but to the effect that nobody could follow an introduction like that, and it was really a bit much. So, and he continued after she had intervened. She intervened again, I think, and then finally he sort of wound down, and she spoke, and she gave a very lovely talk. I'm going to try to get a copy of the one tape recording that was made, because it's hard to review all the things that are said, she covers, whenever she speaks, she covers a very wide range of subjects. There were a couple of things that I found interesting that I hadn't heard her say before. One was a story she told of when she was apparently traveling. I don't remember exactly what she said, but it seemed to me it was in Canada or in New York or somewhere in that part of the world. And there was a lady that she met, and of course, whether in a train or whatever they were, this lady was there, and they were in conversation. And the lady said, she knew who was it, the consul? I'm not sure, maybe she was, I don't know who she was referring to. Anyway, there was some dignitary, consul or something, whose wife was a Baha'i. Maybe the man was too, I don't know. But this woman said, he's a lovely man, but his wife is a boo-boo or a baba or something like that. And of course, Rúhíyyih Khánum said it in a very funny way. And she said that she felt like saying back, well, I'm a boo-boo too. And everybody was laughing. It was very good. But she didn't. But she says even to this day, when she thinks of this woman, she wants to say, I'm a boo-boo too. But the point she was making is that the Baha'i faith sounds strange to people and different. And but really that's part of the point. I don't remember if it's just then that she made that point or elsewhere in the talk, but she went on at length about how there are many things in the faith that are intended to make us different than other religions. She talked about congregational prayer, because one of the pioneers sang the noonday prayer set to music, and the idea was to help to teach people the prayer, but Rúhíyyih Khánum said she didn't like the idea of everybody saying it together. She thought that was congregational prayer. And anyway, it was along those lines, that there were things that we should try to be different from the kinds of gatherings and worship and so on that are associated with other religions, whether it's bowing down on the ground as the Muslims do, or certain kinds of songs that are associated with evangelical movements. She keeps saying this over and over again, because I think some of the songs here reminded her of very Christian kind of atmosphere. And there was another point she made about her mother. She said that her mother was a very frail and sickly person, small, and not a strong person. And it was she who was chosen to open France, and then to go and open Canada. And she said that Abdu'l Bahá had spoken to her mother, and had told her to turn to him, or to God, I don't remember exactly how she put it, and assistance would come. And this is exactly how her mother was able to do all of these things, and how often very apparently weak channels are chosen for the power of God. I really hate paraphrasing. I'll have to try to get the tape, because the whole day has intervened and I don't remember all the details very exactly now. Anyway, she spoke for quite a long time, and then there were some questions and answers. She talked also about the, maybe it was in the afternoon, she talked about the spirits, and I think it was in the afternoon. We had some sandwiches and whatnot there, and then we reconvened and we had more questions and discussion. And she mentioned how there's a belief in spirits, ghosts or whatever, and she said that it was her impression that this was reflections. She said, like, I can be outside of the room, but you can see me in a mirror inside the room, and you think I'm in the room, but I'm not, I'm outside. And so spirits who have passed on can interpose themselves into this world by means of not physically being here, but something like a reflection, so that people's minds pick up this reflection, you see, and the spirit becomes apparent to us. But it has to do with the person who's seeing. It was a very nice concept. In other words, people who believe in these things, or cultures that believe in these things, may be more likely to perceive them than people who don't. And she talked about there are times and places that are clairvoyant and clairauditory or something like that, where you are more likely to have a thin wall between the next world and this one, and where sights and sounds are from the spirits are more likely to become apparent. And then Jean-Baptiste's wife got up, and she was very interested in this subject, and she went on at length about zombies, people who've died but aren't dead, and who have a physical body and who are in the world and so on. And Rúhíyyih Khánum said, well, there's certainly more ghosts than there are zombies, and everybody agreed. And Haiti's not full of zombies, and it's really not therefore very important. So let's put it aside. It's a very nice way of getting rid of it, Let's put it aside. She said, I've never seen one, but I haven't been in your country very long, and so I can't say either one way or the other whether there are such things. But in any case, it's not so important. So let's put that aside. But this question of what you might call ghosts or spirits that have died, you see, is a more important subject. And there was some discussion of that anyway. She told a couple of stories. One was about the fellow who's traveling, and he comes into a area where there's a tribe that chooses a king every year by waiting for a bird to alight on his head. And the bird alights on the stranger's head, and so he becomes the king. And he has there's a fellow who befriended him, who explained the system to him, becomes his prime minister. And after he'd ruled well and everybody liked him, he'd ruled well for a while as prime minister, said, I want to show you something. And he took him and showed him an island where all of these impoverished, hungry, very ill-kempt looking people were, and these were the previous kings who were exiled after their year to this island. So the minister suggests to him that he build a palace on the island and make things nice for himself after the year that he's finished being the king, which he does, and of course it works out very nicely. And of course Amatu'l Bahá is saying that we are on this earth only briefly, and we're kings while we're here, and we have to prepare our place in the next world. It's a nice little story. I think she may have told another one, but I can't remember now what it was, so I'm not sure she did. And then she asked Violette to tell a story, and Violette told a story about a king who is traveling, and he sees a beggar and takes pity on him and wants to give him a gold coin. But the minister says, excuse me, king, but if you give me permission, I would like to test the beggar first before we give him the coin. So the minister comes up next to his blind beggar. He comes up next to him, bumps into him, and then he says, excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, I'm blind. He pretends to be blind, you see, and so he gets into conversation with the blind beggar and pretends to be himself a blind beggar. And they chat for a while, and then the minister says, "I'm interested to know what you do with your money. How do you hide your money that you get from begging?" And the fellow says, "Oh, I have a very good system. I hide it under the floor of my hut." And the minister says, "Oh, that's not a very good a good place to hide it. Someday you'll go home and you'll find that somebody has robbed you. What I do is the guy says he changes his money into silver and he puts it in the floor." And the minister says, "Oh, what I do is I change my money into gold, and then I put the gold in my pocket. I keep it with me at all times, and nobody can steal it from me." And the blind beggar says, "You change your money into gold and you have it with you?" The minister says, "Yes." And he says, "Oh, may I feel the gold? May I see what it feels like?" So the minister takes the gold piece and puts it in his hand, and he feels the gold, and he starts to think that he can get away with stealing it, you see. So he starts to edge slowly away from the minister, thinking that the minister is blind and can't see him escaping, you see. And the minister starts to say, "Oh, where have you gone? You're going away from me. You must be trying to steal my gold." So he picks up a rock and he says, "God, guide my hand so that I can throw my rock and it will hit the legs of the thief." And then he throws the stone very hard at the man's legs. And the blind beggar says, "Well, that's just coincidence that this blind man was able to hit me, you see. He was just lucky, but I can still escape." So he goes farther away, and the minister, in the same way, picks up a rock and asks God to help him to hit this man in the back. And then he throws it very hard and hits the man in the back. And again, the beggar thinks that this is just coincidence and that he should go faster. So he begins to move faster, and then the minister says, "God, help me that I may hit this man in the head." And he throws the rock hard onto his head, and at this point the beggar has had enough. He says, "This man is not blind, he can see." And he throws the gold coin back at him and leaves. And the moral of that story was that I think the first story was told by Amatu'l Bahá, and this one was told by somebody else, as I remember, Inakolinga or somebody. Anyway, the idea is that this man was wise enough to figure out that the minister could see, and that our tests in life are much like this, and we have to remember that God can see, and that he is testing us for a reason. It's not just arbitrary, it's not just coincidence or luck that we get certain tests. Well, I don't remember more of what went on, but the meeting broke up about 3:30, I guess. And I had offered earlier to serve dinner to Amatu'l Bahá and Violette, since they had complained about the food in the hotel. And I was a little bit uncomfortable because, a place that I'm living in here, the apartment isn't nearly as nice as I would like, and it's not quite presentable in the Baha'i way, and I don't have any nice Baha'i things on the walls and so on, and I'd have to clean it up, and I didn't know if the food would be quite right, and all this sort of thing. But I thought in any case it might be better than what they had down there, and they might appreciate it. So I offered, and they very graciously accepted. And so I spent the afternoon running about buying flowers and getting coffee in case she would want some to drink, and getting Paula to try to fix the right foods in one thing or another. And I was hoping to have some time for a swim and so on, but I barely got myself all together as usual, got a shower and so on, and got down there, and they were already waiting on the porch. I was, I think, 1 or 2 minutes after 6. And so he came up, and, being a host, you have to worry about things, so I wasn't as relaxed and enjoying the occasion as I would have liked, trying to be sure that everybody was getting fed and so on, and carry on a conversation. And I didn't have a second vase, and so I'd left the flowers out, and Rúhíyyih Khánum immediately, when she came in, she said, "What are all these flowers?" And I'd asked Violette if she would help to put some together for a little arrangement for the table. They were very, very nice. And Rúhíyyih Khánum was busy talking about this question of ghosts some more, and she said, I wouldn't talk to most people about this because they would misremember and they would misquote me and so on. But you have an accurate mind, she said, so I will discuss it with you. And she told me that in the house that she grew up in, there was a ghost. And it was a very common thing, and everybody believed in them. Apparently there was, when she was small, there was an Irish housekeeper or cook or somebody like that, who had lower teeth sticking out beyond the upper teeth and all bent over and old and very, real characters, lots of things wrong with her, I guess, in appearance. And she died. And apparently she didn't leave the house. She kept reappearing and rattling the metal parts of the big stove and whatnot. Everybody knew that she was there. And so Rúhíyyih Khánum's great-grandmother came visiting once. And she went down into the basement to get something, and here was this woman in the basement. Not just sounds this time, but visual, clairvoyant. And the great-grandmother left. That was enough of that. Apparently the ghost shook her fist at her or something. But anyway, her point was that it was very common in those days, and people believed in ghosts. And so it was nothing strange for her to think about or talk about ghosts. And at the table I told her about my little notion that there are committees of the Concourse on High arranging incredible situations for all of us, and then chuckling about them, wondering how we're going to get out of them and so on. And she seemed to like that idea, and she said that on her part she has a simpler notion that there are certain people assigned to listen to our prayers, and in particular the people she thinks who God assigns to listen to the prayers said in the shrines must be deaf and dumb members of the concourse because of all the awful things that come up out of the shrines. She says certainly God wouldn't himself spend his time doing this. Of course, she was joking, but we had a nice chuckle over all of that. And she was very, very kind enough to say that this was the best dinner she'd had in Haiti. It really wasn't all that good. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was very simple. But she seemed to like having a good meal. She said many times that she was hungry. And we very pleasantly spent the hour and a half. And then I took them down to the feast, which was this evening at 7:30. And there were some readings and prayers, fairly long, and then she spoke again. Nothing terribly unusual that I remember. I was very tired at this point, and then suddenly somebody realized there were no refreshments, and we had a very funny consultation. 3 other pioneers and myself. They started writing things on their hands first because they had no paper, because they didn't want to talk while Rúhíyyih Khánum was talking about how much money was available and whether we should get cokes and donuts and one thing or another. And then Farhad produced a piece of paper, and we started carrying on a consultation on the paper. And it was decided that Linda would go off and buy some donuts for $6 for 2 dozen and get some colas. And so about 15 minutes later she comes back, and we started singing some songs and one thing or another. Finally they appear with the refreshments, and it's grape juice and cake and cookies. I thought that was very funny. I have to tell Rúhíyyih Khánum about it tomorrow morning. Usual consultation. Anyway, we sang some Baha'i songs, and then we sang Old Man River, and Rúhíyyih Khánum said that I can't remember his name now, the man who had originally sung that on Broadway was somebody that she had known as a girl of 18 or 19. It was a friend of her mother's, apparently, and they'd invited him to their house in Montreal, I guess, and he sang one of his famous songs for them, and then invited them to visit him in New York, and they went out to lunch and one thing or another. She was reminiscing, but she looked very tired, so we left early, about 9:30, and I took them back to the hotel. And she spoke again, by the way, in the car about how impressed she was with Mauro and Paul and their positive spirit, and how they are teaching the cause, and how everybody else in the country is so negative, and they have a very fine, uplifting, positive, spiritual attitude. Earlier, on the way to the meeting this morning, I was really astonished. She turned to me and she said, Greg, you should feel free to contribute when there are questions, to take part in answering them. And I was really startled. I said, I haven't been in this country very long, and I don't feel that I should be saying very much. I didn't also say, but I felt that I wouldn't be answering questions when Rúhíyyih Khánum was there. And she said, but you have lots of Baha'i experience, and you should speak up. For some reason, I don't know why, there's so many times in my life that I felt so many, I don't like to use the word because it's overused, but it's what it is, so many bounties just showered on me, and I certainly don't deserve any of them. I don't really know why it is that Rúhíyyih Khánum has taken such a particular liking to me, but she seems to have. Oh, she said she had gone for a swim this morning and did 24 laps this time. Yesterday it was a smaller number in the pool, and she was so pleased, but she was hoping it would rain hard because she wanted to go out and swim in the rain. Every time she sees a young child running through the rain in this country, she says, "I'm so envious. I just love to run in the rain," or something like that. She has very much of that spirit in her. So after leaving her off, I went back and we had a short committee meeting, 20 minutes or so, to figure out about cars and whatnot tomorrow. Everything seems to be decided as we go along. It still isn't definite yet. We have to find out more of the facts tomorrow morning. And then I take some people home, and here I am. Now I've got to pack and get some things together and get down and pick them up again tomorrow morning a little bit before 10. She wanted very much to get a picture of the President's Palace. We went by this morning and the light was just perfect for a picture, and she didn't have her camera, and she felt disappointed about that. So she hopes that tomorrow morning at the same time there'll be the same bright light. You never know in this country, but... So, I'm very tired, so that will be the end of this tape, and I'll continue again on another. The following is a little snippet that I recorded on Sunday morning, May 17th, the evening after Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette had eaten dinner in my apartment, and I put it on another miscellaneous piece of tape and then proceeded to erase the very first few words. But anyway, I'm transferring it here, and sorry that it's out of order. Whom, but the general idea is there, and I'm sure it can be found out. As I recall, she said that it was her grandmother and grandfather who apparently didn't get along, and her grandmother came back to live with her mother in the house in which she had grown up. In those days, she said people didn't divorce. She said her grandfather was a very nice man, but just not practical. He was a dreamer or something like that. And then she told me a story, and I think it was that, I wasn't sure and I didn't want to bother her by asking, but I think it was that man, her grandfather, who had had a bank. It was either that man or her great-grandfather, but I think it was perhaps her grandfather, who had a bank, and it was robbed. Apparently they dug in from the next building and up into the vault and took everything. And in those days there was no insurance for banks, so I'm pretty sure she said it was her great-grandfather who, and I don't know if it was his bank, you see, or his son's bank, but anyway, it was her great-grandfather or son-in-law, whichever. Her great-grandfather felt that the debts of the bank should be honored, and so he met them out of his own estate, his own wealth, and that left him very poor. I mean, not well off as he was before, but apparently honorable people. I thought that was an interesting little story. So the grandmother moved with the two children, one of whom I take it was Rúhíyyih Khánum's mother, and her mother's brother, apparently it was a boy and a girl, back into their home, and that's where they were raised. It's possible that the story about the ghost took place when Rúhíyyih Khánum's mother was small, and that her mother just told her about it. I can't remember now whether she said it was something that happened when she was in the household, or when I think it may have been just when her mother was growing up, that these things happened that I mentioned in the previous tape. I find this visit of Rúhíyyih Khánum is having an extraordinary effect on me, such as I don't remember for quite a few years. It's the sort of feeling I've had before in a summer school. After maybe 3 or 4 days, you begin to feel the layers of the world peeling off, and you feel much freer and happier and more energetic, and you wake up in the morning looking forward to what is going to happen, and just generally feeling very good about everything. And I didn't realize, of course this is always the way it happens, but how much I felt burdened by all the cares of my job here, and personal things working out in my life and so on, and struggling every day, to face the day and to see if I would get through, but certainly with a feeling of the hard work involved, rather than the joy of it. And today I woke up earlier than I expected, and I felt well rested, and I looked out the window. It was a bright and beautiful and sunny day, and I thought, gee, I should take advantage of this opportunity and swim as the start to the day, the way Rúhíyyih Khánum has been doing. And so I had a very nice swim, and the air is fresh and clear, and the sun not too bright for me. in this hour of the morning. And it's really very, very pleasant, I just wish that it were easier to maintain this kind of an attitude towards life all the time, not just when there's a hand at the cause who happens to be in town. Well, I'm in Jacmel, Haiti, and it is the 17th of May, and I'm putting down some recollections, some thoughts about the current trip of Amatu'l Bahá Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette Nakshivani here in Haiti. In the last tape I mentioned that I have been filled with a great sense of joy. It's wonderful how presence of the hand of the cause has this effect. It's like being in the Holy Land or at a Baha'i summer school or some similar environment where you feel the layers of dross being peeled or sometimes scraped and burnished off, and you feel yourself becoming lighter and much happier. So I woke up earlier than I expected this morning and had some time and had a little swim and got together my packing for the forthcoming trip. I thought I was going to have more time. I always think I'm going to have more time than I am. So I had some breakfast and so on. I thought maybe I'd have time to write some letters, but time passed pretty quickly, and as usual, at the end I was rushing about a bit. I had to get a 12-volt power supply out to run the little portable speaker they had at the center. We thought that we would need it here in Jacmel, and the batteries were dead. And wanted to be sure to think of everything that might be needed on the trip and so forth. So I got off. Rúhíyyih Khánum said she wanted me to come a little bit before 10, so I got there about 2 minutes to 10, and was just in time to catch her on the way up to the front of the hotel. The last time I went there, they were waiting for a few minutes, I guess, not very long, but had come out to wait for me, and so obviously one should be earlier than the hand of the cause, if possible. And we went to take pictures of the presidential palace, which was draped in flags, tomorrow being Flag Day. And she'd seen it, as I mentioned before, at that hour of the morning and liked the light. And it really was very good for taking pictures at that time of day. And then we went to the center where the second day of the weekend teaching conference was in progress. And they were just saying their prayers and getting going. So it was good timing. And I made a recording of this session, so I don't need to go into it in detail, but it started with a half an hour or so of Moro Baruch making a presentation on the fund, and it was excellent. It was really very good. Rúhíyyih Khánum said afterwards that it was the best presentation on the fund that she had seen, and she liked the technique that he used and would use it herself, or would acquire it as part of her repertoire. He talked about a cup, and the need for the only purpose of a cup is to be filled with water and then to be emptied, and he used that analogy to talk about the need for giving to the fund. But he's quite a character, and he moves about a lot, and he sort of makes a play out of it, and gets people involved, and he's very lighthearted, and he conveys that kind of a spirit. Then Rúhíyyih Khánum asked Violette to tell a story, and then she talked for a while. And she had meant, I think, to talk about marriage or something. She had some subject in mind, but since the subject matter moved off into the fund, she didn't get into her original subject, but instead they talked a little bit about the fund, and then she talked about reading in the writings and a few other of her usual topics. And then they went on to a period of discussing the goals, and I went upstairs to test the speaker to see if this little power supply was going to work. And I talked with Mattie Tim, who I wanted to assure her that Rúhíyyih Khánum didn't mean to offend her, because Mattie was really rather taken aback by some of her comments in her brusque manner at the evening when we had the pioneers gathered. Mattie had asked something about whether the Greatest Holy Leaf knew how to read and write, and Rúhíyyih Khánum came down on her really kind of abruptly and said, "Of course she did, and haven't you read my book?" and this kind of thing. Apparently there's something in Chosen Highway about how she'd never had a chance to go to school or something, I don't know. Anyway, Mattie was tired and she didn't ask her question very well, and she felt a little bit nonplussed. And then Rúhíyyih Khánum talked on at length about music and how she didn't want it to be evangelical And I don't think she likes Maddie's music very much, and Maddie got the distinct impression that she didn't. And she felt very sort of, Maddie's working very hard on her music, and it's an important thing for her, and it was kind of hard for her to have the hand of the cause talking like that. Although Khánum has a point, which I tried to convey to Maddie. It was my impression of what she meant. This was a little bit later. I'll mention this again, but Khánum said to Maddie that it would be a good thing if she learned some local music, the Creole music, instead of composing her music and then expecting all the Baha'is to learn her music, which is what Maddie, without realizing it, is doing. She means to use the singing as a teaching method, and of course it can be very successful, but I think Khánum had the feeling that she was perhaps pushing it too hard, and without realizing that she was doing so. I think probably she was right on that point. Anyway, I tried to smooth out the feathers a little bit there, and she appreciated that. And when I came back down, Khánum and Violette had moved out into the hall and were sitting about, and some of the pioneers were there, and 2 or 3 of the Haitians, and they were talking, and the meeting was going on in the other room, and I didn't quite understand that, but anyway, that's the way it went until it finished. And then they had some pictures out in front, a very nice gathering. Meanwhile, we were trying to piece together what was happening and who was going in which car and all this kind of thing. And we got it all arranged one way, and then of course it was changed because we needed Paul and Moro to tell us where their house was. And so it was decided that they should come with us. And all the others should go in a car driven by Woody. His real name is George Lord, Baha'i chiropractor from the DuPont family, interestingly enough. A very interesting fellow. And let's see, George Marcelus went in his car, and I don't know their last names, Rosalind and Marlene. Marlene particularly has a very good singing voice, and Rosalind does too, not too bad. That's right, it was just the 4 of them, the 5 of us in my car. Stuart has gone ahead to Kai to arrange the meeting that we're going to have tomorrow afternoon, and he took Linda and must have taken Farhad, who was the only one left, in his car. So I drove Khánum and Violette up to the hotel, and as we were on the way, my driver showed up with a Jeep, but it was a small Jeep, and so we decided not to take it. It's when they used to take the money around, apparently, from the branches of the central bank into the center. And just as we arrived, Khánum remembered that she had forgotten her camera and her 15-year-old beloved umbrella. But the camera she was particularly worried about. She said it cost $400. She left it on her seat at the center. So she asked me to please rush back and get it. But I had to wait to get the telephone number of the Baha'is in Jamaica in order to call them to tell them about the delay in Rúhíyyih Khánum's departure. So they got the number eventually, and I went down and got the camera which Morrow had taken hold of. And then I went to my office to telephone Jamaica, and I got through all right. I called the house of the secretary, and he'd left to go to a meeting. So I called the Baha'i Center, and he was there, and he put his wife on. What is the name? Fohuri or something like that. It has 3 O's in it. Anyway, I got her on the phone, and because Khánum was supposed to go on Thursday and was now scheduled to go Friday noon, it seemed fine with us, of course, but it seems that she had written them that she was coming on Wednesday, which is what she told us, that she was leaving on Wednesday. So they arranged a meeting with the Governor General at 10:30 Thursday morning, and then a big press conference in the afternoon, and a reception in the evening on which they have spent $2,000 and are inviting all of the diplomatic corps and all kinds of people. And so obviously Khánum has to be there on Thursday. So this presents a big problem because there's no direct flight on Wednesday, and the only thing that we could get would be Tuesday. So I got some of that message from some woman who answered at the house, you see, and then I called Khánum and told them, and they said, well, you have to see what they can arrange. And then I called the center, and we discussed this at length, and on and on and on. And I left it with them to see, because tomorrow's a holiday here, nothing can be done until Tuesday, to see if they could get a booking on the Tuesday flight, Air Jamaica, direct flight from here, and or something through another place. And so all this took a lot of time, and then I had to go up to my apartment and try to get some lunch into a bag that I could eat on the way. And went down and picked them up, and they had been waiting a little while, I'm afraid. And we went to the center, picked up Moro and Paul, and went on our way to Jacmel. And so here I was sitting, Rúhíyyih Khánum was feeding me my sandwich and my cheese and whatnot. She was very good-natured about it. I think she was enjoying being motherly. And Moro was telling stories, and everybody was telling stories about various things that had happened in their many travels and so forth. And we had this very lovely drive. It was a beautiful day. The car was having a little trouble over the mountain, but it's really very pleasant scenery. And then you see Jacmel below as you come over the mountain, and we came down into the town and came to this delightful hotel where we're staying next to the sea. You could probably hear the waves. And then went to immediately to Moro and Paul's place, this is a fascinating town. It's really a fascinating town. I won't take a lot of time to describe it, but there are all these little houses with porches, some of them gingerbread style, narrow streets, a little bit of a mixture of European and I don't know what all. Slightly reminiscent of some of the cities in Suriname, that architecture, Guyana. And we talked there for a long time. Khánum looked at all of Moro's pictures, and they were interested in getting some dresses made. Moro paints beautiful flowers and things on dresses. Really very, very lovely. He's quite a fine artist, I must say, although some of his work, he was originally a fashion advertising artist or something like that. And some of it is a little bit on the commercial side, but I suppose that's what sells. But he does have a very good sense of art. And they made a meatless spaghetti, which we had for dinner. We were sitting about after she had seen the paintings. It was very hot and it was tiring, but after we'd seen the paintings, and I'd put on what do they call it, a citron? Something, anyway, it's an extract apparently of lemon or something that is supposed to be good for keeping the mosquitoes away, and it was burning me terribly. I don't know what is in it. Nobody else seemed to have that problem, but I don't know if it was my sunburn or my skin or what. It was just burning. So I had to try to wash it off. Anyway, we were sitting there, and they were talking about getting a dress for Bahía. And Rúhíyyih Khánum said something about how Bahía was very complicated in her tastes for dress. And I said, well, it's not just in dress that she's complicated. And Khánum said, don't you say anything negative about Bahía. She's a very nice woman or a nice girl or something like that. And I said, I wasn't saying that she wasn't nice. I was just saying that she was complicated. So a few minutes later, Violette passed into the other room, and Khánum came over and sat right next to me on a chair that was a little lower than mine, so I sort of stooped over to not be above her. And she said, tell me, what happened between you and Bahía? And I said, well, it's sort of hard to describe. It was sort of, and then I paused to try to find the right word, and she said, oh, you don't have to tell me, that's all right, nobody else should intrude. And she said something about how she thought it was very important that people decide for themselves who they should marry, and that nobody else should get in the way. And she didn't ask me any more anything, about personal matters. But we had a little bit of a conversation about marriage and the problems, and she's going to give a talk in Canada about marriage, and she said she hadn't had a chance to think about it, but she thinks that most everything we do is wrong. Anyways, a nice little talk, a little tete-a-tete. Mostly her talking, but it was very pleasant. And then it got to be time for dinner, and they didn't want to bother us, you see, but it was getting to be late, so they interrupted and said it was really time to eat. And we went and ate and talked about other subjects. And then word came from a neighbor who has a telephone that there was a message from someplace that we were to call Jamaica. And it was urgent, and we had to call before 9 or something like that. So after dinner, Violette and I went to the telephone office, and we were there more than an hour. We finally got through to the house of the secretary, and apparently only the son was there, the young son, and Violette talked with him and Farsi, and he didn't know anything about anything. And then I convinced her that we should call the center, and we finally got through to the center, and they had just left, but the operator stayed on the line and apparently got them again at the house or some other place. And she talked for less than 2 minutes, and apparently there was nothing to be said other than that they wanted to charter a plane, you see, and the plane was going to be 800, and Violette said that was too much money, and that they would just come on the flight on Tuesday. But the flight is at 10:15 in the morning, and I don't see how, if we get there at midnight tomorrow night, how they can get themselves together and onto a flight to Jamaica, knowing how hot it is and how congested that airport is and so on, and all their luggage. It would be very difficult and tiring for them. But that seemed to be the way we left it. So we went back to the meeting, and it was about 8, a little after 8, I guess, by then, 8:15 maybe, and the meeting started about 7. So we'd missed most of it, but it was the most beautiful sight, and I was just very, very sad that we came in the middle, and I didn't want to cause a big fuss and go out again and get my camera and the flash and interrupt things by taking pictures, so I didn't take any pictures. Morrow got some, I think. But the scene was this small living room with these little sort of half doors, like the doors of a Western saloon in the Westerns. They have shutters too that they close to lock the building, but they have these sort of two half doors, doorways with these little half doors that swing, leading out into the street, each one with a small sort of a drape on it, and Morrow's paintings on the wall, and a couple of little pictures of Amatu'l Bahá under the lamp. And Khánum and Violette were sitting between these two doors, facing to the street, on a sort of a low couch. And there were 4 or 5 children, little girls with bright white ribbons in their hair and beautifully dressed. The little one was the cutest little thing, sitting on the floor immediately in front of Rúhíyyih Khánum, and then a circle of believers around her, and then some more people yet behind them, and several concentric circles all fit in. There might have been 10 youth and adults from Jacmel, and then at least as many children, and those of us who'd come from Port-au-Prince. And people were listening with great attention to what Rúhíyyih Khánum was saying, and they told some stories, and she said some very basic things about the life of Baha'u'llah and Amatu'l Bahá's life, and their travel, the Baha'u'llah's imprisonment and their travel over the mountain, and Amatu'l Bahá would go ahead to arrange things and so forth, and he would get quite a ways ahead and would get tired, and he would have his horse lie down, and he would lie down and put his head on the horse and go to sleep. And the horse would hear when the rest of the party came along behind them, and would wake up, and that would wake up Amatu'l Bahá, and then he would go ahead again. And she told some other things, and there were some questions about Christianity and whether Baha'is should or should not go to the church and this sort of thing. Khánum answered, and Morrow said a few things. Very nice meeting. It went on for, I don't know, until about 9 or 9:15, and then we had our goodbyes and got the fruit that we bought on the way, and went off to the hotel, and I left them here and went back to the telephone office to get a little bit of change from the other calls, and I had asked Khánum, and she thought it was a good idea. I called Iraj Manjoob in Miami to see if he could figure out some way that they could get to Kingston via Miami or via any other place for a reasonable price, and not have to leave so early on Tuesday. So I probably should have thought of that earlier. It seems like a very simple solution if it isn't too expensive. So I hope that he can take care of that, and will call us back here at the hotel tomorrow morning. This is just an absolutely lovely place, and the waves are breaking, and the moon is full, and there are clouds sort of passing overhead, and it's one of the palm trees along the beach. It's not a white beach, it's a black beach, but still it's a very pretty little bay here. Quite a picturesque place. It's so beautiful. Of course, I love the sea so much, having been raised by the sea, and it's so beautiful that it sort of wrenches me, It's the sort of place, I particularly feel alone in a place that's so beautiful. I feel that I have to be sharing it with someone. But that's a good kind of sadness to have, I guess. Anyway, this has been a very happy day and very full, and I'm just tired because of all the driving and the rushing around and not getting quite enough to eat, I must say. But Khánum said, she looked at me and she said, we can eat any time, but the important thing is to have the meetings with the friends. So, anyway, I guess that's all for tonight. That's all I can remember. I'm sorry with all this this rushing about, my memory is not as... I'm not as wide awake as I would like to be. I'm sort of yawning all day. So I hope I get a good night's sleep, because there's going to be a lot of driving tomorrow. I want to be able to be fully present. This is now the next morning, and as I was waking up, I remembered something else that Khánum had mentioned in the car just as we were coming down into Jackmel. I don't remember exactly how the subject came up, but she said that she had very strong opinions about... Oh, I know, we were talking about her house. And she said that she had lots of precious things in her house, and that she had saved anything of any value in her life from all the way from the very beginning, and it was all there in the house. And then she said she hoped that when she died that somebody with some intelligence or appreciation for these things would go through her belongings. Because she said, for instance, if she had some memento from a stop in Argentina on a particular date, a little card that somebody had given her or something, of course everybody knows that she was in Argentina on that date. That would have been in the Baha'i news and Lord knows, everywhere. And it isn't for that purpose that she keeps it. It's because whoever gave it to her is, there's evidence of them, that they were there or whatever, in that artifact or in that thing that she had saved. And there's a tremendous amount of Baha'i history in terms of what everybody else was doing and all the things that she's kept. And then she said, that she's a person who likes to save things, and she got that, I think she said, from her father. I'm not sure, but as I remember, that's what she said, that he was a collector. And she said she's only known 4 people in her life who had a proper appreciation for the importance of keeping things and orderliness. And one, of course, was Shoghi Effendi, the historian. And I don't remember who the other 3 were now. I'm sorry. I believe that one was Nell Goldman, or one of the ladies who were in the Holy Land for so many years. And she mentioned 2 other people, and I don't remember now who they were. And I said, well, you should meet my brother. And she said yes. She had spoken with him on the phone. She was hoping to have that opportunity. And I said that I also was a pack rat, and that Bahia had always wanted me to get rid of things, that she was a person who got rid of things. And so there was some comment about how it changes generations, because apparently Mary is very much of a saver of everything. And I don't know if it was Violette who said that she was, or... Anyway, it somehow has reversed itself in generations in that family. Later in the evening, Violette, I guess it was when we were at the telephone station waiting for so long, she said there was a very serious problem now, because they cannot find someone to be a servant in the house of the master. They've had a series of people. They had a Malaysian young man who something happened to him mentally. He went off the deep end. David and Penny Walker sent a Nepalese who has, I think maybe he's been fired now. He started slowly to drink and became a problem. And I don't know, she's had other people. Now they have some part-time Arab woman who comes in to help. But whenever there's any kind of war or turbulence, Ali and Violette move in because they just can't bear the thought of Rúhíyyih Khánum being alone in that house. And now they're thinking maybe her secretary should be given a place to live there, just so that there's a man on the premises. They have to find somewhere for him to stay, if he would be willing. The problem seems to be that they can't get anybody from the West because they don't make good servants. They expect to be part of the family. And that's not appropriate, and they can't apparently find anyone. A single person has a great deal of trouble in Haifa because there isn't very much to do, and they're lonely, and one thing or another. And a young couple, they start having children, and what would you do with children in the house of the master? And the place is a museum, you see. So really what they need is an older couple, but then they need somebody who's good. I mean, it's not anybody who can take care of such a place. And they need, obviously, somebody who's a good servant, who understands that kind of thing. For many, many years, apparently, they had people who came from Iran who were traditionally servants of a particular family, and the family would send their servants to the Holy Land to take care of she was speaking of her own family, but apparently the same thing was true of Baha'u'llah's family and the Master's family and so on. And these were people who were raised expecting to be servants, and for them, of course, it was a very high station, and they did it very well, and they knew how to do it. But it's just very hard, she says, to find people now from any place in the world who are well suited to this job. And it's really hard to imagine, such a fantastic opportunity to be of service to the cause, to be able to take care of, to serve in the house of the Master. But I can see the many problems in today's world. There just aren't very many peoples anywhere in the world who would be well suited for this kind of work. Well, it's just past midnight now on what was the 18th, now the 19th of May. And it's been a very full day, but before retiring I wanted to put down my thoughts before I forget them. This morning I thought that I was going to be free until lunchtime. We had laid plans to leave Jacmel about 12:30, and I thought we'd probably just grab a bite to eat in the hotel. So I got up a little earlier than I was hoping. The sun was streaming in, and there were fishermen pulling in a net out in the water. It was really very pretty. They didn't have very many fish, but it was very scenic. And so I got up, I suppose, between 7:30, 8, something like that. It's more like 7, I guess. And went down and had breakfast by the pool. Very, very lovely spot. Nice breakfast. I was reading my New York Times, and I was having my second cup of tea, and Woody showed up with the Haitian ladies, including a third lady whose name I didn't get, but she was the one with the 3 daughters, and they all came down to use the beach. They were going to go to another beach, and they tried to persuade me to go with them, and then they all decided that since I wasn't going to go because of the sun and so on, that they would just swim nearby there, so they all traipsed off to go swimming. And I went back to my room and read the Sunday Times and was relaxing and looking forward to swim in the pool as soon as some cloud would come over and it would be safe for me. And then I saw Paul and Mauro walking by, and I went down to greet them, and I guess it was they who reminded me that I had to, or Violette came down, I guess. Anyway, I realized that I had to go and worry about calling Jamaica, which had slipped my mind. So after chatting with them a while, I realized the time was getting short, and Paul and Mauro had invited us to lunch at their place for lambi, which is conch, at 11:30. So I went up with Paul to the telephone office. Violette couldn't find the little slip of paper with the telephone numbers in Jamaica on it. Oh, I had received a call, I don't know if I mentioned this, early in the morning, 7 or so, from Iraj Majzoub in Miami, and he had arranged a flight on Wednesday through Miami to Jamaica, so that Khánum didn't have to meet a very early flight on Tuesday morning, which was the only direct one. So we had to tell the Jamaicans not to meet the Tuesday flight, and of course if they'd went to meet her and she didn't arrive, I'm sure they'd panic, all the arrangements they've made. So we went up. I went up to the telephone office, and there was no sign of the slip of paper. And I came back again, and Paul said, "Well, I better go with you. We'll see. They must have thrown it away, and we'll find it." So we went up there, and the lady looked, and she tried to call the supervisor, who would have had a record of the calls, and he wasn't around. And Paul persisted and persisted, and finally, and insisted, and finally, they decided that yes, we could go out and look at the trash, but there was great reluctance. And so we went through the offices out in the back, and out on the ground, out and back there, next to the water tank, there were a bunch of crumpled pieces of paper all on the ground, most of them wet from having been rained on and so on. And this seemed to be where they threw the trash. It was a little bit peculiar. Maybe they lit it on fire once in a while or something. And so we sort of rummaged around, and lo and behold, there was the slip of paper with the numbers on it. So we decided to place a call to the Baha'i Center, and I sat there with Paul, and we must have sat together about 20 minutes, and then she decided that she should go up to the house and start getting ready for lunch. And so I waited there, and as time passed, I got more and more frustrated, because I realized that I really should be calling the number that Mrs. Zuhuri had given me for her work, where she would be during the day, and that I couldn't for the life of me earlier remember where I'd written it, and finally I remembered sitting there that I'd written it on a pink slip of paper which I had back in my room, and I didn't have it with me, so if they finally put the call through and there was no one at the Baha'i Center, then I wouldn't have the other number to ask the operator to check it, and I'd have to go through the whole procedure again. And furthermore, I was thinking maybe the phone down at the hotel was an international dial phone, and it would have been much easier there, and another alternative would have been to call the Corellis here in town and have them place the call, and time was passing, and so on and so on. And so I waited, 45 minutes or so, and the clouds had come over, and it was perfect weather for swimming in the pool, and there I was in the wasting my time in the telephone office. And finally I decided, well, I better apply some of these things that Rúhíyyih Khánum has been talking about, power of positive thought, and I realized that despite the shortcomings of the situation, it really was very good to be in Jacmel and to be with Rúhíyyih Khánum, rather than being somewhere else, and all things considered, everything was pretty good. And so I tried not to stew too much, but I was frustrated because finally I had to leave and tell the lady to cancel the call, and I never liked leaving something unfinished. So I went down to the hotel and called the Corellis, but they were out. Somebody was sick in the family or something. And I should have thought and sent Moro or somebody up to the telephone office to get the call through while it had already been placed, but I didn't think of that. And Rúhíyyih Khánum had already come down and was waiting, so I went up and quickly showered and packed my clothes and so on. That took about 15 minutes, I guess, while they were waiting. But they were chatting with the lady who owned the hotel and with Paul and Moro. With Moro, I guess. So I paid my bill, and we all got in, and I took them up the road to Paul and Moro's house. And on the way, Khánum said, "You don't have to always drive so fast. Now, why don't you stop? And I want to take a picture of this building here," and so on. And so then she wanted to walk down the road, and I had to pull out of the way so as not to be in her picture. And she was in a peculiar mood. She was very tired, and every time she sat down in the car, she'd go, "Oh," something like this. She said, "If I don't die first, I'll do this," and so on. But she really was enjoying getting out. She'd have a little smile on her face while she's saying all of these gruesome things. And she's very funny, she can be very girlish sometimes. And she got out and took a couple of pictures in the street, things that she wanted to do. And then we drove around the corner and up to Paul and Moro's, and she immediately took off for the market. And I got a couple of pictures of her on the sly up the street, looking at some cloth. And she came back and she said, "Well, I didn't find anything, and the lady had such and such, and it was awful," and so on. And then a little while later, she decided she wanted to go up again, and she got Violette had some money, so she went with Moro and Violette, and she told me not to come because she said I looked too expensive, and it would raise the price. So I stayed behind. And after a while, they came back, and she hadn't found anything that she particularly liked. We had a very pleasant lunch. It was very good lambi, and some Haitian fried rice, and bread and butter. And we talked about a variety of things, usual wide-ranging conversation, and Moro telling his usual stories and so on. And then in the middle of it, Khánum said, "Well, and now I want to talk about a completely different subject." She said, "Violette is a very perceptive person, and she has decided that you, Paul, are overly nervous and worried about things too much, and this is bad for your health." She said Violette herself does this, much too much. Apparently Violette had had a headache for several days, and Khánum said that she thought it was because Violette worried too much about Bahía. In particular, I think that was for my benefit, and unsaid was that perhaps she was worrying about Ali too. Anyway, she went on at some length about how this was not good, and how one could overcome one's failings with a lot of prayer. And she gave the example of herself when she was, I think she said 18 or 19. She decided that her mother had two qualities that she didn't have enough of and that she wanted. And one of them was a feeling of love towards mankind, and one was generosity. She felt that her mother had these both very much, and that she wanted them. So she, for a year, I think she said, or more than a year, she prayed diligently every day to have these qualities, and then tried to practice them. She didn't say anything more about whether she thought she had developed them, but apparently she felt that it had done some good in this area. And she was saying to Paul that Paul should try to do this and try to not worry so much and leave things in the hands of God. And Paul looked a little bit puzzled. She didn't... Excuse me. Oh, I'm tired. She didn't seem to think that she was a worrying type. if she is, she certainly doesn't show it outwardly very much. She is not as obviously nervous as some people, but Morrow seemed to think that was an accurate perception. Anyway, I do think she was taken aback by such a sudden outburst of difficult advice from Rúhíyyih Khánum. And Khánum repeated it later as she was saying goodbye. I thought that was quite interesting. She started by saying that she's old enough to be a mother and can give motherly advice or something like that. She is really quite a lady. So the others sort of dribbled in, and we said goodbye, and we had some pictures and one thing or another, and it sort of took a little while, and then we bundled into the car. I'm sure there were other things, but I don't remember now. If I think of something, I'll put it on the tape. And we took George with us in the car because he knew the way, and the others all went in Woody's car. And we went up the mountain, and very soon it began to rain, and it rained extremely heavily, and the pieces of mountain were falling down into the road, and all kinds of rocks, and tremendous downpours of water gushing out and mud gushing out onto the road, and each mud waterfall was a different color, the different kinds of soil washing down. One of these raging torrents, Rúhíyyih Khánum insisted that I stop, and because she wanted to take a picture out of the rainy window, which she had to open. The rain was coming in on her and on the camera and everything. She wanted to take a picture of this torrent of water. And Woody behind us didn't know what was going on and beeped and was impatient, and this happened several times, a couple of times at least, that we stopped and he didn't know what was going on. It was really very, very heavy rain. We got over the mountain somehow through this rain. We were worried about rocks hitting us and things. And down on the other side it was much clearer, and actually most of the way we went it hadn't rained at all. We went down onto the plain and then on the road to Khai. And it took longer, partly because of the rain and partly because we left a little late and so on than we had expected, and so we didn't arrive in Khai until 4:30, and they expected us at the place we were going. I can't remember now the name of it. It's 6 kilometers beyond Khai. At 4, so we were already quite late, and we had to go through the signing procedure with the police checkpoint and so on. Stuart was waiting there for us I guess he'd left Linda and Farhad behind. Some of the people, he said, had been waiting since 2. So we bumped along the road. The paved road ends there, and you bump along the road and ford a river and whatnot, and came to this little village arranged along the road where the meeting had been arranged, and there was a large roofed building, no walls, which apparently was the school. They had a lot of blackboards and school benches in it, where the meeting was to be held. And so we immediately started the meeting after that long drive, no washing up or anything. And Khánum said a few words, not very long, and she said some basic things about the faith. She spoke about the rain and how sorry she was to be delayed, and how faith is like rain. It comes first in a few drops and then eventually comes in a torrent. She used another analogy too, relating to the physical environment familiar to the Haitians, and now I can't remember what it was. It was quite nice. If I think of it, I'll have to put it down. Anyway, she didn't speak for very long, and then she opened it up to questions, and suddenly the meeting started to deteriorate. It was very unfortunate. There was a gentleman in the front who apparently was mentally ill, and he got up and started to say something very in Creole, which I didn't understand, very energetically and jerking around and so on. And people started to laugh and talk loudly and carry on. And a little later he got up again and started making more noises and eventually left the meeting in a big fuss, and everybody laughed. And then another gentleman started asking questions, and turned out that he was a student, had a scholarship and was a student in Israel, and he was familiar with the World Center. And he seemed to be fairly sincere. But he asked some quite aggressive questions. And then another fellow started asking extremely aggressive questions, and he turned out to be a priest, what they call a pret. I don't think he's a Catholic. Maybe he's a Catholic priest, yeah. Anyway, his purpose was to cause difficulties, and he said if the name of Baha'u'llah was not in the Bible, then it wasn't right. He couldn't be a prophet of God. And George explained very quietly that Baha'u'llah means the glory of God, and that they say gloire de l'éternité for some reason, and that appears many times in the Bible, and they had a big argument, and the guy was very argumentative. And then an older man there started arguing too, and I think he must have been a priest too. And they just couldn't get them to shut up, and Khánum got up at one point and said, we don't believe in arguments, and you're welcome to come to our meeting and ask questions, but you've already had your chance, now you should let other people ask questions. She was very, very good, trying to bring a loving atmosphere back into the meeting, and for a little while it worked, and then people started shouting again and carrying on. And some people started to leave, and Khánum went over and talked with the gentleman who was a student in Israel, and way in the back for quite a long time. Wouldn't waste her time with all this fuss going on. And there was a cow mooing very loudly, apparently needed to be milked, right next door, and so all in all there wasn't the right opportunity for the Baha'is to enjoy the presence of the hen of the cause. It was mostly between the Creole-speaking Baha'is trying to answer the questions of these obnoxious people. But afterwards it disbanded, and she went over and talked to the younger, loud priest, and he laughed. She told him something that he thought was funny. And then some of the Baha'is gathered around her, and they were very sweet, and they mentioned how unfortunate it was that the meeting wasn't better spirit, and said goodbye to her and so on. And we finally got ourselves into the cars and bumped our way into town, and my gas cage was reading empty, so we drove around and asking directions to find the Shell station where I could use my coupons. And in the process we went by the restaurant where we thought we would eat, and the place was a real dump, and Khánum said she certainly wasn't going to eat in there and risk her health. So we sought directions to and found the hotel where the central bank had arranged for some reservations, because I figured that would be the best place in town. And that was pretty much a dump too, but the restaurant was a little more decent, and there was an English-speaking man with some French and Italian ancestry who seemed to be the owner, who said that they could fix some chicken quickly for us, and so we sat down and had some chicken, and the Haitians went off to get something less expensive on the street. And we were there for more than an hour, and Khánum was quite upset because the man had said it could be done quickly, and apparently they had to cook the rice and they had to unfreeze the chicken and everything. But we had a nice conversation. Woody was there, and we talked about chiropractic and health and one thing or another, and told some stories. Poor Violette still had her headache. Linda joined us for a while, and then left with Stuart when he showed up. And finally we had our chicken, which was very good, and got in the car about 8:30, something like that. It was quite late, and I thought we would get back after midnight. And we headed off. But the driving was much easier than I expected. There was very little traffic at night, and Violette and George sat very quietly in the back. George eventually went to sleep and snored, and Khánum and I had 3.5 hours of very, very pleasant conversation in the front seat, and talked about all kinds of things. And Khánum leaned on this, there's sort of a box in the middle of my car, and she put her elbow on it and leaned over towards me in an extremely informal way, and I was reminded of the time when she was leaving for somewhere from our house in Florence after visiting Bahia upstairs, and she had something to say to me which I don't remember now. I think maybe I made a note at the time. And she leaned over from the other side of the car, it was an American car with a flat front seat. She leaned way over so that literally her feet were up on the seat, and she was horizontal on the seat. And the door was open, I think, and she leaned over in this very informal fashion to say something to me. Or maybe it was to Dawn and I don't remember. Anyway, we were standing there saying goodbye respectfully, and here she was leaning over in this way. I had that same sense, She sometimes she changes moods very much. Sometimes she's very much a hand of the cause and expects to be treated with a certain measure of respect. And other times, like this, where she's talking one-to-one with somebody that she feels friendly with, there's absolutely not the faintest hint of position or even the respect due her because of her relative age. I mean, I had the feeling that we were old school chums or something like this, this kind of a sense from her. And as though we could just chat about anything. So I told a joke, and she told a joke, and I couldn't think of another joke that I thought she'd like, so I didn't tell any other jokes, but then I told her the story that I'd heard secondhand from Mr. Faizi, and I wanted to know about the hunting trip of Amatu'l Bahá, and I wanted to know if she'd ever heard it. And Violette listened in there, and they both said they'd never heard it, but it's very likely that that was a true story, that Mr. Fazey had collected many stories that were unknown to, outside of a few people in Persia, and it sounded to be authentic, which pleased me, although they certainly couldn't say either way if they had never heard it before. And we talked about the problems of marriage and the problems of tests and difficulties and all kinds of things. And of course Khánum had most of her usual opinions on things. But it was just very, very pleasant. Very pleasant indeed. She told me some stories of her travels, and I told her some stories of my travels. Apparently she didn't realize that I'd spent a year traveling around the world and seemed to be entertained by some of the stories. And she even complimented me on my driving. So finally we got to Port-au-Prince and left off George by the road near his house, and I got them to their hotel a little bit before midnight. And we've agreed to meet tomorrow morning at 11, and I'll take them up to Kenskov after trying to fix up their tickets. So that's what I remember of the day. If I think of some other things that she said, after such a long day with so many things said, I can't remember all the interesting things, of which there were many. This is now the 19th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have just let Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette off at their hotel after a most lovely day. I had agreed to go to the airport and try to take care of their change of itinerary and then meet them at the hotel at 11. And I had a very sound sleep and went out to the airport, and lo and behold, there was nobody in front of me in the line. And I spent an hour and a quarter with the woman there getting the ticket rewritten. It was a very long itinerary, and she first said that she couldn't possibly do it because they didn't fly to Kingston and she didn't know what the fare was. And then I insisted there must be somebody who knows about these things, so she got down the lady from the upper office, the one who knows more about things, and they figured out the the extra cost, which was just under $400. And then she had to write this whole itinerary out on this little tiny slips of paper that got stuck onto the ticket to show how the fare was calculated, and it just went on and on and on. But fortunately I didn't have to wait for anybody else. And these people started lining up behind me. 2 men were there for at least an hour out of the hour and a quarter, waiting for me to finish, and some other people lined up behind them. But it all came out all right, and I was so pleased to finally get that taken care of to everybody's satisfaction at a reasonable price. So with a certain amount of elation, I went up to the hotel. I tried to call, and the operator said that they had gone out, but of course they hadn't. They were there, and they weren't dressed yet. I think they may have been swimming or something, I don't know. And I'd forgotten that we were going up to Kenskov where it's cool, so I went up to the hotel and got a coat and came back and waited for about 20 minutes. And they came out about 11:30. And I mentioned to them that this place called Ambiance, which is a nice shop, was just a block away, and we went there first and looked at things. And Rúhíyyih Khánum asked the young woman there about parrots, whether they sold parrots in this country. And there was somebody nearby who had them, but she said you had to call, and because she only had a day here, it didn't seem to be very practical. But I asked her, are you thinking of buying a parrot? And she got this expression on her face that is just so funny. It's her own little mime of a little girl, who has some kind of an indulgence, and she sort of cocks her head a little bit on one side, and she gets this funny, sweet smile on her face. So yes, I am indulging myself, aren't I? And she said, yes, I would like, if you can get a young one. And then she began to lecture me. She said, if you're going to get a parrot, you have to get one that's just been weaned, because then you can train them to sit on your finger, and they make good pets. But if you get them older, then they're ornery, and I don't know. Anyway, she's so funny, really. And from there we went up to the art gallery, which was still open, and she bought this painting of 3 women, 3 voodoo priestesses, with various voodoo symbols in it, a couple of flags that show which group they're from, and a rattle and some pictures and various sundry things, which was full of symbology that Rúhíyyih Khánum liked very much. She spent $200 for that painting. I think I mentioned it before. They wrapped it up and so on. That took a while, and I had some oil put in the car across the street. And then we went up to the patisserie and got some nice little goodies. and then drove up to Kenskov, and it was raining up there, but it was very, very pleasant. And we met this woman whose name I didn't get, but I will get it. She's a Baha'i lady from Indonesia, quite an older woman, very, very astute and pleasant and mature and poised and all kinds of wonderful qualities. And she summarized my job more succinctly than I've ever heard anybody else. She said, "It's difficult to make the crooked straight," she said. Very well put. She began to ask me right away whether I thought the exchange rate was going to change and what the business outlook was and various things. Obviously a thinking woman. And she is a nurse, a trained nurse, but apparently was let go from a hospital when they learned that she was a Baha'i or something. I don't know exactly the story. And this mission has taken her in, so she can't be too terribly active as a Baha'i because it's her livelihood, you know. She left Indonesia back in the 40s, I think she said. It's been a long time. And has been in Haiti, I think she said 7 years or 17, I'm not sure. Anyway, it's quite a period of time. But a lovely woman, and she sat with us for a while, and we talked, and Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette both liked her very much. And this woman asked Rúhíyyih Khánum, first he said it was such a nice-sounding name, Rúhíyyih Rabbani. Amatu'l Bahá gave her card, and Violette did too, and invited her to look them up in the Holy Land. So she commented on the name and asked what it meant, and Khánum said, well, Rúhíyyih means spirit-like, and Rabbani comes from the same root as rabbi and so forth, the Semitic root, and it means divine or godly. And then she said, Shoghi Effendi means divine longing. The word Shoghi apparently means longing or love, and Rabbani means divine. I thought that was quite interesting. Anyway, we had a very pleasant lunch. They have a good ham and cheese sandwich there, and free herb tea, which was very delicious. They have lovely things to buy, and so we did some shopping and browsing in the store before and after. And Khánum bought a big red tablecloth embroidered with white stitching and matching napkins, which she asked me to carry it to Washington and give to Liesel, who will give it to a pilgrim to take to the Holy Land. And Violette bought a little skirt for Mary. They nosed around. Amatu'l Bahá also bought some little bone-carved things, some keychains and a hair comb or something like that. She loves little things like this. And she bought a little bowl, black bowl, small, about maybe 4 inches in diameter. And she was taking the price tags off, and she said, Greg, she said, I was sitting next to her, she said, every day of my life is the day that I'm living. She said, I'm older now, and she sort of implied that, you never know if you're going to live much longer. But anyway, every day is the day that you have, and you need to make out of it what you can. That's you do with, what you can with what God has given you in that day. And she said, I like to appreciate things. For instance, I like the feel of this bowl. She said it's something that her mother had taught her to appreciate the feel of things. She also said that her mother taught her to like the rain. She said that several times. She said, I just like the feel of it. And then when I'm traveling, I like to have some things. Like she has a half gourd, she said, that she carries as a bowl. And when the milk is good in the country, she has her cereal in this bowl in her hotel or whatever. And she likes to put things out from her luggage that she enjoys, and like this little one that she just bought. She said she'll put it and she'll put some paper clips in it or some nuts or something, and she'll just enjoy it. And she has some things, I don't remember what she said it was, but something that she likes to hang up on the wall in the hotel room if there's a place that it can be hung if they're going to be in a place several days. And then she enjoys it, and she enjoys these things much more in her travels than she would at home, where she's busy and involved with things and so on. Very nice, to just enjoy the things of life. I think I may also have forgotten to mention before, and I keep wanting to think of this, so I'll put it down now. She has been wearing for the last several days, ever since about the second or third day of her visit, I think, a pair of lovely earrings with a sort of a little gold flower about 1/4 inch in diameter, and then a long gold-colored hanging piece, and then on the end about more than an inch and a half maybe, of black feathers, which come from the head of some unusual bird somewhere, Africa, I guess, I don't know. But she said in one of her talks that these earrings, she was talking about them, these earrings are wonderful. She said the feathers never come apart, and they always spring back into shape, never get crushed or anything, and she's very attached to them. And then later, at one point, she made some quip about someone talked about detachment, and she says, whenever anybody mentions detachment, I think about my earrings. She's so funny, really. Another thing she said today, I think, was that she's been trying on this trip. I hope it wasn't yesterday, and I already said it, but maybe so. She's been trying on this trip to do two things: to be light, she said, to lighten the atmosphere of the pioneers, and to shock them. She says we get too attached and we get into our habits. That's not the word she used, but rituals was the idea. Our fixed ways of doing things, very narrow. And so she likes to shock the Baha'is with something very different, to get them to be more objective and to think more open, to be more open in their attitude towards the faith. And she also feels that we get all burdened down and discouraged and so on and so on. We must be more lighthearted and enjoy ourselves and convey this joy of life, the joie de vivre, to other people. And certainly she has done those two things admirably. She's very effective in both of them. Another thing she said in the car, which was most interesting, was that I had paid for the tickets, so they were going to repay me, which they haven't done yet, but I guess they will probably remember it tomorrow. And I said, well, you can write a check so you don't use up your cash. And she smiled and she said, I do not have a checking account. And I never have, except for in Canada, when they were making this pilgrimage film recently, she had a checking account to handle the funds for the pilgrimage. But she says she has a trust in Canada, and she just writes them and asks them to pay bills or to send $4,000 to Haifa or whatever, and then she lives with the cash. And she said, the Guardian never had a checking account on his own signature. He did what Amatu'l Bahá did. He had his money in the name of one of the Baha'is. And the Guardian used to send, I can't remember who it was. Seems to me she may have said Nell Goldman, but I don't know. I hope that's not wrong. Anyway, she sent this lady, whoever it was, he did, off to do his transactions. And she said, for instance, one day he was going to buy some property, and so he sent her off to get £40,000, which, was it 40,000? Yeah, £40,000 at $3 a pound. That was a lot of money to carry around. And he didn't bat an eye. She said he was very cool about money. And she came back with this briefcase full of money, or whatever it was. And she said then he would lick his two fingers, first his index and then his thumb, in rapid order. And she said he had a gesture which was just adorable, she said. She said the Baha'is saw him when he was the Guardian in his authority of the position. And they didn't see him as a private person the way she did. And she said that he was just lovable. She said that several times to me. He was very lovable. He was very sweet, and he had mannerisms that were just very attractive. And one time, I think it was yesterday, she said that he used to tease her. He would catch her off guard, and he would say, for instance, once she came in, he said that Winston Churchill had died. This was in the middle of the war, and she said, "Oh no, Guardian, that's terrible." And she started to moan and groan and carry on, and then he said, no, it was just joking. And so eventually she got to be a little more shrewd and figured out when he was going to be teasing her, but apparently he teased her a lot. Anyway, getting back, he would lick his index finger and his thumb, and then he would very quickly count the money, and he would pay bills by counting out money, apparently, and he required very accurate accounting from all the different departments and people in the Holy Land. And if somebody had added wrong, he would send it back and have them re-added. He wouldn't correct their mistake for them. All that was quite interesting. Another thing she said yesterday in the talk, which I think I may have forgotten to mention, I think it was in this, I don't remember now which talk it was, but anyway, it was a little bit more elaborate than what I've heard her say before. She said we must, it is a Baha'i law that we must teach the faith. It's a Baha'i law that we must teach the faith to others. If people want to be Baha'is, we cannot keep them out of the faith. And once there are 9 believers in a community, they must form an assembly. I think this may have been the evening when she was talking to the to the pioneers. So, she said, obviously, the result of these 3 laws is that there are going to be lots and lots of assemblies of people who know initially very little about the faith. But that's the law of Baha'u'llah, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's basic to the faith. And that is what we must do. And, of course, these people will deepen and will become more understanding and learned in the faith as time goes on, but that's the way it is, and it's madness, she said. I mean, from any worldly point of view, it's madness to do things this way, but that's what Baha'u'llah said we must do, and that's the law of the faith. So after this very pleasant visit to the mission up there, we came down and stopped at the Corelli's house, and they were out, but we left a statue that John had volunteered to take back to Canada and give back to Khánum in Canada, and a note for them because they were out. And then we went down to my office and called Ali in Haifa, and had some quick news back and forth. They didn't talk very long, 6-7 minutes. Then we went to a pharmacy nearby where they had bought some citronelle, or whatever they call it. It's an extract from the fruit that only this man makes, that they think is very good for keeping off the mosquitoes. I put some on me in Jacmel, and it burned me terribly. I had to go wash it off as quickly as I could, but they like it. And John Corelli showed up there at the corner. Apparently he was going by or something, and he saw us, and they were very pleased to see him. And then we had a long discussion about how to handle the airport tomorrow, and they decided that, against my advice, that they would just go out together and take care of it. They want to be sure that everything's all right, particularly if there's overweight or something. So they're going to have to sit and stew in that hot airport, which is a shame. And we stopped to see Woody, who was not in, unfortunately. They felt that he maybe felt a little bit out of things. And then I took them back to their hotel, and they said it takes about 3 hours for them to pack, which I can certainly believe, of all the stuff they have. And they said many thanks and fond goodbye, and I will see them tomorrow and take them to the airport. Khánum also gave me an inscribed picture of herself. She says she doesn't do that very often, but she wanted to give me something. And I think it was taken in Japan, if I remember correctly. But I'm not absolutely sure. She said that Violette had taken the picture. Also, on the way down from the mountain, she mentioned that her book was being reprinted, the Manual for Pioneers. She said she loves that book. She said that several times. Reprinted in India, and she asked me if I could distribute it. She asked me about my business a little bit and so on, and I told her, and then she said, well, you should distribute my book. And I explained, well, we have to increase the price to cover our costs and so on, but maybe I could mention it in the newsletter. And she said, oh yes, please do that. She said that she had been in India and had personally supervised the reprinting of the book. She saw a menu in the Taj Mahal hotel in Bombay that she liked the design of, and it was an in-house artist, and so she persuaded the artist after considerable endeavor to do the cover for the book. And she went personally to the printer and asked them to do a good job on the plates and on the artwork and so on and the printing. And so she said it should be out soon. And the text was all typed in Haifa and checked, so it's absolutely perfect. It was done on an IBM machine of some kind, and so she's hopeful that it will come out well. This is the afternoon of May the 20th, and I just have the last few notes to make about Amatu'l Bahá Rúhíyyih Khánum's departure from Haiti. I went to their hotel to pick them up a little before 12:30, and I was a few minutes late. The car was jammed into the parking lot at the central bank. It took a while to get it out. And Woody Lord, George Lord, who's known as Woody, had gotten there before me, and they had loaded their suitcases and things into his car. So Violette went with him, and Khánum came with me, and Farhad got in the back seat. So we headed off, and we hadn't gotten very far, and Khánum decided to give me some advice for the first time in this trip. She said that she had been thinking about me for the past couple of days, and she said essentially that she presumed that I would be an attractive target for American women wanting to get married, and that I should be very careful. She said that there was a Baha'i in London, a Persian who was very eligible, and some American got it in her head that she was going to marry him. And she flew over to London to see him, and she wrote him letters and bombarded him and all kinds of things. And eventually he determined that she wasn't the right one and somehow put her off. But Khánum said that was very close call. She said that American women are very aggressive and exploitative. I'm not sure if she used that word, but that was certainly the idea. And that they're not really very much interested in contributing to a permanent marriage. And that therefore is very dangerous. And she recommended to me, for instance, perhaps an Indian wife. She said the Indians are very close. She continued this conversation at the airport when we had a few minutes to stand by ourselves. She said, for instance, even in an airport or someplace where you would see an Indian couple coming in, they don't have, she said, lots of holding hands and lovey-dovey and kissing in public and things like that. But you can see the bond between them. They're very close, and that when Indians marry, they marry for life. And that's that, and then they dedicate themselves to that. And she said, you just don't find that spirit or that attitude in the West. And she recounted to me this story of Robert Gulick, and this was back in the car, who was, she thinks, about 30 or so, and he was a very serious Baha'i who wanted to serve the faith very much, but he didn't want to marry an American because he wanted to, she said, the way she put it, he wanted to be married permanently, and he didn't think that he had much of a chance with American women. So he was going to take a trip to Iran, and he wrote ahead of time to Khánum and asked her to give him the name of some Baha'is, some good Baha'is in Iran that he might look up. In other words, asked her to help do a little matchmaking. And she mentioned this to the Guardian, and the Guardian was very emphatic, very dramatic. I don't know if he got mad or what, but she, what she said was that he was very strong. And he said, absolutely not. This is a very dangerous business, and you must not get involved in other people's marital affairs. Absolutely not. Very dangerous. And so she didn't, but then apparently he wrote it. No, she said he telephoned. And she thinks that it was she thinks it was the first long-distance call that they ever received in the Holy Land. This was back in, when was it? The 50s? Early 50s, I guess. I'm not sure. But it seems to me I did some mental arithmetic to figure out how long ago it might have been. And he called and begged her again to give him the name of someone. And she said she weaseled out of the Guardian permission to give him, without any recommendations or anything, but just to give him the name of a family in Iraq, if I heard her correctly, where there was a daughter who was in the early 20s, 23, I think she said, which was old for, an Eastern family, who also was dedicated to the faith and so on, and that she had in her mind might be a good match. And turns out he went there and they got married, and they were very happy. She said they didn't raise their child very well, and he apparently went wrong for a while and then straightened out later or something. But she was very pleased that marriage seemed to work out. They were both very dedicated to the faith, and they matched each other well, apparently. She said that that's very important, and she referred again to Paul and Mauro, which she's done several times, and how much they love each other, and how when one is down, the other will lift them up, and vice versa. When one is feeling weak and down, the other will be strong and firm, and bring them back to their dedication to the faith. She said that's very important if you have the same objective to serve the faith sincerely. And that's basically the message she had. She reiterated it several times, though, and I told her that I have been extremely careful, but that I'm not careful by nature. And she smiled, sort of a knowing smile. I think she'd figured that out, And but she wanted to impress upon me to be very cautious. I said something about how it's very hard to visualize what a marriage is going to be like ahead of time, and therefore difficult to choose someone. And she didn't offer any advice about that. She just agreed that it's a very risky and dangerous business, marriage in general is. But she didn't really give any more constructive opinion about it. Then a little later, as we were standing around with some of the Baha'is before she went through the customs, she was making some remarks about the black people of the world. She said they are not simple, they are very complicated and even devious. She said Persian may be equal to understanding them, but certainly not an American. Americans are very naive and gullible. And she went on that theme for quite a while. And then she gave a traditional saying in Persian and translated it. She says, they are like when you put hay on a river, you cannot tell what the currents are underneath. The hay may be still, you see, but the river may be turbulent underneath it. And she said that the Negro peoples are like that. They may seem to be simple on the surface, but far, far from it underneath. Today she was wearing a beautiful pendant and earring set of a sort of an amber-colored, looked like round glass, but I don't know, maybe it's some kind of stone that was cut, that had been given her by the National Assembly of Dominican Republic, which she said that she had been able to select, and she was very pleased about that. And I felt sad that we had not given her anything, but we have our limitations in this country. She seemed to be in good spirits and in good shape, although she said that she was awake until at least 2. Didn't get very good rest last night, and she didn't know why, because she hadn't had any tea or coffee in the afternoon. And she left with me a big basket, a sort of a shopping bag style basket, full of odds and ends, a round thing she wants me to take to Liesl Webster to have sent to the Holy Land, and a book about Haiti that we'd given her that she wanted us to mail to her so that she wouldn't have to carry it, and some extra paper and a file folder and one thing or another she didn't want to throw away, some malaria pills and postcards and all kinds of stuff that she was just passing on. She gave Linda a couple of pairs of earrings, one for her and one for Jilly. She's really very, very generous and thoughtful. I think she's done well at developing those 2 qualities that she felt that she was lacking as a teenager. Oh, and she also thanked me for all my help during this day, and said that it was very good to have had an opportunity to get to know me better, which she'd wanted to for some time, she said. She was very nice, and she invited me again to have supper at her house on the red tablecloth. I hoped that I would visit her sometime in the Holy Land. I mentioned to her what I had learned from Linda last night, that this woman, Francisca, whom we'd met up at the Baptist Mission up near Kenskoff, was 65 and apparently in very good health, and might be a possibility for her housekeeper. And she said she would think about it and could get in touch with her through me if necessary. Something I'd forgotten to mention before, on the trip to Kai, or on the way back, I think it was then, she was also talking about this subject of the deviousness of certain peoples, and she said the guardian, she herself was very naive in her younger years, but she said the guardian was capable of, he had the Persian mentality, and he was capable of seeing through all kinds of deviousness. She said the Persians as a people are very, very devious and complicated, and the guardian had warned her of that. And there was one example where some news came from India. Somebody or other was causing some trouble in India, and the guardian sent a cable to an entirely different person, giving him a stern warning to shape up, essentially. And she said, "But guardian, he's not the one who's doing this, it's the other person over here." But the guardian said, "But this is the man who is behind it." And it turned out to be the case, of course, and the stern warning from the guardian was timely, and it set the man straight, apparently. She said that was an example of his tremendous ability to understand people's motives and so on, far beyond what people of the West would have. Well, I'm sure there are many other things that I've forgotten to put on the tape, and if I remember them, I will add them later. This is now 2 days later, on Friday, and I've thought of something which I may have mentioned before, but I want to be sure it's on the tape, so at the risk of repeating myself, I will put it here. It was something that Violette said. I think it was on the last day they were here, but I'm not sure, when we had a few moments on the side waiting for Rúhíyyih Khánum or something. She said, she likes to start with she's talking about Khánum. She said, no one has completely pure motivations, but she said, of all the people she has known in the faith, she thinks that Khánum is the most like the leaf blowing in the wind, or I think she used the leaf being borne by the river, I think was the analogy she used anyway, something like that. Just letting herself be moved by the will of God in different circumstances. That remark really struck me. I think we were interrupted. She didn't really go on. It was very short. But it struck me because she seems to be... She's such a strong character that she's the kind of person who you would expect, or at least I would expect, to be very strong-willed. And at times she can be a little bit strong-willed. But on the other hand, you can see, for instance, in her little go-round about the plans that we had made before she came, she had in mind to go up to Capacien, and the plans had been the opposite, and she was going to the south. There was quite a little back and forth about it, but when she came to feel that it was better for the cause that she go to the south than to the north, that was the end of that. She completely let go of it, and there was no further mention of it, except that later she told me that she wished that they explained that to her before, and she would have been very pleased to follow the plans. And that was to me a demonstration of how much she has let herself be I don't know if I should say a channel, but how much she's let herself be guided by the good of the cause. This is the evening of October the 20th, 1982, about 10 o'clock, and it is the second day of Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit to Haiti, and I want to try to put down some recollections and thoughts, even though I'm completely exhausted and not very cogent, I'm afraid, but I know that the remembrances will disappear quickly. Khánum and Violette arrived yesterday with David Haddon and John Booth, who's come down from Canada to take some film and try to finish a project he has, making a film about the fund. And they also brought John Corelli's mother, who's known as Boo, down for a visit with her son and daughter-in-law. And they arrived about 1 o'clock in the bright little yellow plane of David's. He's been flying them around apparently to Greenacre and Greenland and Iceland and all kinds of places in the time between the conference in Montreal and now. And we had 3 councillors who arrived. 2 were here yesterday, Ruth Pringle and Carmen Burafato. And Arbob arrived yesterday evening and was here today for the inauguration of the school. Khánum had decided to have 5 days of rest and relaxation. She said that she had vowed to have some rest, and she had even cabled the house that she would be taking a rest at my house here. And of course we've been frantically busy the last few weeks preparing for this inauguration and for her visit. And I spent, we had a long weekend here. I spent the whole long weekend trying to finish some work that had gotten delayed for my job here, and getting moved out of my room and getting it all prepared. It's amazing how dirty things are after you finish moving. So it was really quite a lot of work, and naturally there were always last-minute problems. There was a pipe on the plumbing for the pool that broke, a plastic pipe, and I was despairing of getting a replacement in Haiti. Didn't know what we would do because I thought she might be interested in using the pool. And it did turn out yesterday morning I found a replacement part, and plumbers came for $50, put it in. I could have done it myself if I'd had half an hour. So that problem was resolved. And we've had a lot of flurry of activity. The Baruchs came up and filled the house with flowers yesterday morning, and everything was prepared. And so we came right here and been having a relaxed and very pleasant time with him. Today was the big event of the reason that they had rushed to get here was the inauguration of the Anis Sanusi school in Lillavois, and it went remarkably well considering there were a few problems, but it was a very warm occasion, and the local people, particularly the local mayor and all of his staff and so forth, showed up, and 2 of the local deputies. They were all very enthusiastic, and it seemed to be very well received by the community, and the whole thing was filmed, so I don't really need to go into it. Rúhíyyih Khánum was fresh and very alive. Poor Madame Nice, who put a tremendous amount of effort into organizing the thing, She came at our invitation, I guess a couple weeks ago, and has been working tirelessly to try to get it all put together, and she had the place very well decorated and a lot of arrangements made, but it was all on her shoulders and really unfairly concentrated in one person. And she'd just gotten terribly tired out and was working under extremely adverse circumstances and where she was staying and so forth. Very difficult, and it was hot there, and she didn't get a chance to bathe before the meeting. Other people were occupying the shower, and a lot of lack of consideration, I'm afraid. And so she really had a lot to overcome. And she had decided that she was to be the chairman, and she did a very good job on the whole. But she made one terrible gaffe in referring to the president as Jean-Jacques Duvalier instead of Jean-Claude Duvalier, and she was corrected by the mayor of Croix-de-Bouquet, the local town, and still got it wrong. She was so tired. It was a little unfortunate because it was so obvious. Anybody in this country hears his name so often you couldn't possibly get it wrong, so it was very obvious that she'd come in fresh from someplace else. But, and Rúhíyyih Khánum had made a point earlier of saying that it should be a Haitian who would be doing the introductions. And I said I didn't know who it was going to be. I really didn't know who it was going to be, so it wouldn't be my responsibility. And she got the point, and she didn't say anything about it afterwards. But we had the Canadian ambassador come, which pleased me very much, and he seemed to like the occasion and was interested in what was going on there. And we hadn't really thought enough about dignitaries, and they weren't properly seated and so forth. But I suppose there were no terrible mistakes made. On the whole, we were very, very pleased with it. Last night we were sitting around after supper talking in my living room, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was... we were discussing mostly the film that John is making and his plans, and Khánum was giving her advice. And he said something about footage he'd gotten of Edna True talking about the House of Worship. And also, I think, what's his name, Bruce Whitmore or something like that, who works in the House of Worship and had some stories or anecdotes or something on film. And she said, listen, let me tell you the real story of the House of Worship. And this I wanted to put down before I forget it. She said she'd known Louis Bourgeois all her life, and that he had this idea for a huge building which he'd presented at the exposition in Paris or someplace or other, and it hadn't been well received or hadn't gone over or been of any use. And so he essentially warmed over the same idea and made this model for the House of Worship, which was proposed at this convention that was held. She mentioned the name of the hotel. I don't remember. I think it was in New York, at which all the various drawings were presented, and the Baha'is gathered to make a choice. And Mason Remy had all kinds of drawings all up and down this big hall, and in the end of the hall there was apparently an anteroom, or a little side room, in which Bourgeois had this model, and it was beautifully illuminated like it was moonlight, and it was extremely impressive. And she said that, as the way a child remembers little details, she remembered that there were little people about an inch high or something on the steps of this model. And she said, really, Bourgeois was a designer, not an architect, and he made the forms for the latest work of the House of Worship himself, but he really didn't have concepts of architecture. She said several times how the architecture is in her own inner veins from her family, and she was very much aware. I guess her father probably said things too about this, and she said her father had pointed out that the shape was entirely wrong and that people wouldn't be able to see the dome because it was too wide and not high enough, the original design. And it was also well beyond the means of the community. She got started on the whole thing because John had said something about how the Amatu'l Bahá had said we must live within our means, you see. So she said, well, this was obviously far beyond the means of the Baha'is, but it was so wonderful, so captivating, the concept of the thing, that all these laymen, not architects, but laymen, went for it completely and voted it in. It was not an architect's building, she said, but a layman's building. And then they had the problem of trying to pay for it. And she said that the Amatu'l Bahá had apparently written, or somehow it expressed the hope or maybe he didn't express it. I'm not sure exactly what she said, but it was his hope, she said. The Guardian had said that it was Amatu'l Bahā's hope that the building be built in his lifetime, and that he was very sad when he received the word of or the design that they had chosen and realized that it was not going to be possible. But because it was the unanimous decision or the overwhelming decision of the Baha'is of the West, he didn't say anything about it. So they went ahead with the thing, and it wasn't until much later, I guess, that the Guardian said they had to cut it down, and she said it was very good because they shrank the girth of the thing, and that made the dome higher in relation to the size, and it turned out really quite all right, considering, but it was nothing that anybody would have undertaken who was really an architect. It was quite an interesting set of comments. This evening, everybody was very tired after the long afternoon, but we had a pleasant supper, and then a little bit of coffee around the table, and Khánum was in a talkative mood and took her shoes off and was snuggling up into some kind of a shawl that she had, and her red dress that was made out of fabric that Moro had painted. It was originally intended for Bahia, and somehow she liked it and it found its way to her. And she was talking about various trips and one thing or another, and how mountain people in different parts of the world are so similar, and how she's fascinated by the Andes, even though she doesn't know why. They're not, they're round, they're not green. There's nothing particularly spectacular, but she's fascinated by them, she said. And she told about, on the Green Light expedition, how she had the same experience that I had had in Sakaka with the inn, where all kinds of people were thrown into one room, and the sanitary facilities was the pigsty out and back, and how unpleasant that was. And then she said, but that wasn't the worst trip she'd ever had. The worst trip was one with Hooper Dunbar. She went into that at some length. She said that to Hooper that she didn't want a sissy trip. This was in 68, I think she said. And she was 58. She was born in 1910, apparently. And he said it wouldn't be a sissy trip. So they took this trip up to the Chaco area, and between Argentina and Paraguay, I guess, somewhere up in there. And they took with them a Greek driver of a pickup truck, two young Persians who simply wouldn't be left behind. They were from a foreign background. They said they could be of use. And Ruth, I believe. No, it was Jan. Ruth Pringle may have been there too. Anyway, her cousin Jan was there. I guess it was the two ladies, yes. And Hooper. And she said that she and Jan had made this Persian-style mosquito net, which goes all the way around and has a door that you can close down with a string, so it's completely surrounded and nothing can get in. It's a great comfort to know that snakes and whatnot can't get at you. And she said that they asked directions to it was a very arid place, full of all kinds of thorns, plants with little tiny thorns and plants with thorns 6 inches long that would go right through your tires. They had 7 flat tires in the course of this trip, and the spares they had were the wrong size, so these young Persians had to patch the tires. They apparently had a patching kit, and they had to take them off and repatch them every time they had a flat. And she said that they had to follow the tracks of cars that had gone maybe several days before, and then later in the trip, just a cart that had gone in order to find their way through the desert. There was no road. And they got to this village where 35 people became Baha'is, 20 adults and the children. And the people had absolutely nothing, and she described the poverty and so on. Anyway, it's quite an interesting account of her travels. And we had some airplane stories from David Haddon. It's really a very delightful group of people. I don't know really what one says. When she first arrived, I was feeling a little nervous, as one does, having as a guest in one's home such a historic and, how do you put it, the closest thing we have, I suppose, in the faith to royalty. And I also had this long letter to finish for my colleagues in Washington, which I knew was late, and I was feeling under some pressure about that. And of course all these arrangements for the school, and everybody calling about one thing or another, and wanting a pitcher for water for the speakers at the school, and thousands of details, it gets to be too much. And as a matter of fact, this morning I had a sore throat and was worried that I might come down with something, and I have it again tonight, but I'll try to get a good night's sleep tonight. But it's very quickly, Khánum is such a loving person underneath the sometimes gruff manner. And she talks fairly often about how long she prayed for the ability to love mankind. And it's really a very warming feeling that one has with her and Violetta and all of their many services and experiences. You really feel the entourage of the concourse traveling with her. And of course she comes with all the prayers of the House of Justice and of the whole Baha'i world, really. It's really a great honor to have her. But one has to get over that sensation, or you're just frozen with the significance of it all, and you have to be yourself and be relaxed. And once you get over that initial feeling, it's everything goes fine. It's very strange for me, to be sitting at the head of the table with these august visitors. But one does whatever comes one's way in this life. Well, better to get some rest in anticipation of whatever may be in store tomorrow. This is the next day, the 21st, in the morning. And I haven't been feeling well today, so I decided to stay home. And Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette have gone off with Danielle Lalonde, a travel agent, a wife of the head of the Canadian Aid Office, to do some shopping at the Marché de Fer, and are expected back sometime not too long from now. And John Booth and David Haddon have gone off with John Corelli and his mother to do some seeing of the country up towards Inche, I think. So I have a precious moment here. I was just sitting down to put down a few more thoughts, and the phone rang for about the 30th time so far today. I'm getting absolutely no rest, and I'm afraid it's going to go on and get worse, It's sort of like being the switchboard of the operation here. I'm just worried about really getting sick. I've got a sore throat and other ailments, and I don't want to come down with something that would completely put me out of commission. We shall see. All night long I was bolting awake whenever the dog barked and whenever there was a noise outside, and I heard Rúhíyyih Khánum about 3 o'clock in the morning talking, and was afraid that she was ill because I wasn't feeling perfectly well, or that she was being upset by the dog. She'd made comments about the dog's barking and so on, and at 5:30 in the morning a neighbor started chopping on a piece of wood with his machete. He's putting an extension on his little house, and that rang, of course, across the quiet stillness and into all the rooms, and I was afraid that would wake her, but she said later that she hadn't heard it. Seemed to have slept well and is looking chipper today, so I'm pleased about that. I had forgotten to mention last night another comment that she made yesterday. She was talking about inherited characteristics as opposed to acquired ones, and she said that the Guardian was a firm believer that inheritance was more important than environment. And he talked often about the qualities that go in families and so forth. And then she said that, for instance, the Guardian, who came from, his lines of inheritance were from the central part of Iran, well away from the coastline, had absolutely no feeling for the sea. He liked mountains, and the sea just didn't mean anything to him. Where for Rúhíyyih Khánum, she loves the sea. She went on in that vein. I thought that was an interesting point. This morning at breakfast she was talking for a while about the period after the passing of the Guardian, before the House of Justice was established. She said the port, the safe port, I think she referred to it, into which they sailed to the boat of the cause. And in that period, she said, it was extremely hard. If there are any problems on assembly, she says, there's nothing in comparison to what they had among the hands. She referred to she said, for one thing, it was so hard to be required to make decisions when for so long she had been secretary of the Guardian and implemented his decisions, and he had told her so forcefully on so many occasions that she was only secretary, was only putting down his guidance, and that he was the Guardian, you see, and suddenly to be transformed into a member of a body that had to guide the cause was extremely painful for her. And she mentioned one day, she didn't say when it was, and they had some very difficult difficult problems apparently. She said that Bill Sears got off his chair onto the floor, or fell or something, I don't know, and had a fit. She said a real fit. She didn't explain exactly what kind of fit, but she said he pitched a fit. And she said that she just gave up and decided to go back to Canada. and left the room, and she went up to clean out her, I think she said her grandfather's desk. I wasn't exactly clear what she was referring to, but anyway, there were some things apparently that she wanted to clean up and to get ready to go. And apparently the hand sent Mr. Furutan after her to persuade her to stay, and she did a little imitation of his very courteous manner and his extreme politeness. There's the phone again, and within 15 minutes she was apparently back in the meeting. Well, that was the national office in Wilmette wanting to know my street address, and I said that there wasn't one up here in the mountain. Apparently the house wants to send something, probably some flowers or something, and I suggested the national center. Yesterday I was sending Rúhíyyih Khánum's cable to the house. It's really amazing to be in the center of such history, you know. Extraordinary, but very demanding, my goodness. I was thinking I should mention it's so, you know, to have someone like that just here all the time instead of just meeting her in a meeting or something. You feel so completely self-conscious. You know, your whole life is sort of there to be examined, and it seemed to me it must be just a very small fraction of what it was like to be in the presence of one of the central figures of the faith. It's sort of rubbed off, I suppose, in the Holy Family. But that tremendous test that some of the people who met Baha'u'llah, for instance, referred to, of having your inner self feel so exposed, you know, and some people passed the test and some people didn't, and I'm beginning to get a glimmer of what that sort of feeling is like. You know, you can't sort of postpone till the end of your life the day of judgment. It seems to sort of come at you, and you feel very self-conscious when you say something because it may not be quite right, and Rúhíyyih Khánum will certainly tell you right off if she doesn't think that it's the right thing to be thinking or the right thing to be saying, you know. She's very courteous, she's very pleasant. I'm not saying that she isn't, but you just have that feeling of self-consciousness. She also talked at length last night about the coral reefs that she goes to Eilat apparently, and loves to go snorkeling in the Red Sea, and was talking at quite some length about the overwhelming fascination and beauty of the creatures in the sea. And she did an imitation of this octopus that she was looking at, and it was looking at her, and it then suddenly swam away to another rock and perched itself up on its 8 legs, and she demonstrated and acted like an octopus. It was terribly funny, and said that it looked at her and she looked at it, and she described some big fishes that propel themselves by undulating their bodies that she saw when she turned around. Once 2 of them looking at her, and she was just thunderstruck at the wonder and the beauty of it. Well, it seems to be her idea of a rest, and she's told Leah Nyes, apparently, who just called twice, that there should be radio interviews arranged, but she didn't say when she was free, and she's already filled up her time. She's gone off shopping this morning. She's got the counsellors this afternoon, and this evening she's going to see some Persians who've come to visit, including Madame Jamal Mardi from La Salle, and this lady Golestone, I think her name is, from somewhere in Florida, who did the exquisite baked enamel mural, or tile, whatever you call it, mosaic mural at the school. She's Rúhíyyih Khánum says it's the best quality that you can find anywhere in the world, top notch. She was very famous in Iran for this work, although she disagreed with the quotations that were on there and all that sort of thing. And I think there's some other Persians in town. She's going to meet with them. And I don't know what she has planned for tomorrow. Heaven help us. We shall see. It's quite a pace. Well, it is now Saturday afternoon, a little bit after 4 o'clock. And Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette have gone up for a rest. And so I take this opportunity to try to catch up a little bit. I got behind, and I'm not going to be able to remember all the things that were discussed and so forth. These have been exceedingly full days, the last few days, but I'll at least try to put down a few things that stand out. Thursday we had the counselors for lunch, 3 of them. That was Farzam Arbab, Carmen Burafato, and Ruth Pringle, and that was quite an interesting occasion. Rúhíyyih Khánum didn't really have very much in the way of what you would call business to discuss. A few things. They talked about the the need to utilize travel teachers better and to plan them better, and not to send too many people bunched together, whatever, that couldn't be absorbed by a community. The fact that the Continental Pioneer Committee wasn't working properly, had recently been moved again, and needed to have some attention paid to it. And, I don't remember what else, but mostly they talked about mutual friends and things of that kind, and very relaxed, a little bit on the formal side, I must say, although, of course, Rúhíyyih Khánum has traveled with Ruth a great deal, and she doesn't know Farzam very well, and was eager to get to know him a little better. Was very impressed with his work and so forth. But she didn't hesitate to correct him just as abruptly as she corrects any other Baha'i. I think it was at that lunch that she had said something about the cook, and she looked at me and she said, well, Greg always lands on his feet. And then she paused, and then she said, after, at least in terms of household help. And I was really tickled because I hadn't heard that expression. And I do land on my feet when I physically fall, generally always. I didn't have a chance to tell her, but it was an interesting remark. She's had a whole lot of interesting expressions, some of which I wrote down last night, and I'll put on in a couple of minutes. The counselors stayed quite a while, but then Rúhíyyih Khánum got tired, and around 4 o'clock she went up, and unfortunately my car had not come back. I told the guy to be here at 3 or 3:30, and by 4:15 or 4:30 he finally showed up. There had been some delays, and he was meeting our fiscal expert, Georges Toussaint, at the plane. It was arriving that afternoon. And so we waited around a little while and had a nice further talk and some more coffee, and a chance to chat a little bit, which was very pleasant. I haven't had a chance to get to know Carmen Burafato at all before, and she's very concerned about financial crisis in Mexico, and every opportunity was asking me my opinion about investments in real estate and what was going to happen to the convertibility of the peso and things like that. It's kind of humorous. And Farzam was still concerned very much about the question of the positive thinking movement that seems to be attracting some of the Baha'is here, and he mentioned that to Rúhíyyih Khánum, and was very pleased that she agreed with his judgment that this was potentially a very serious and divisive kind of problem, and that she was happy to know about it and would take the opportunity to mention it later in her talks with the pioneers and so forth. I had stayed, I guess I mentioned already, I stayed home on Thursday because I was just completely exhausted and had a sore throat and was worried about getting completely ill, not able to be of any help. So I just stayed home that day. In the evening, we had dinner. Well, before that, I finally got a chance to take a little bit of a nap after the counselors went, and was awakened, not having gotten to sleep yet, by an urgent call from Carrie. And that's when we received the news that Dawn had read in the paper that day, it was Thursday, about the murder of Dan Jordan in the New York area. And that was very distressing. I told Violette, who'd already gotten up, and Rúhíyyih Khánum came down after a few minutes. I was standing there in my bathrobe and slippers, and we speculated about that and so forth. Then we had dinner, just the three of us, and it was very sad because it was next morning that David Haddon and John Booth left, but they had gone out to dinner. We didn't know until the last minute what their plans were, but they were invited out by Boo, John Corelli's mother, and so they didn't come for dinner that night. They arrived rather late. And so we had dinner alone, and then following that, this group of Persians that I mentioned, including Mrs. Golestane, who brought a small single piece, it's baked enamel that she does on copper apparently. She brought a gift for Rúhíyyih Khánum, a dove breaking out of the bonds of persecution or something like that. And I left them alone because they were talking in Persian. I didn't want my being there to cause them to talk in English. And so I read a few papers and had a few precious moments of relaxation after all this activity. And when I came out later, Rúhíyyih Khánum said, "What are you, afraid of the Persian language or something?" And insisted that I join them, said a prayer for Dan Jordan. And it was a very, very pleasant occasion. Majzoub is a lovely, lovely man. He came with his wife, who's the daughter of one of the hands of the cause. I can't remember if it's Khazé or who. Anyway, she's a lovely, lovely young woman. Hadn't had a chance to meet her, and they have 2 adopted kids that they brought. A teenage girl who's quite tall now, and apparently dotes on her father, and a little boy. A very nice family. So, and there were some other people. I didn't know exactly who they were. About 6 or 7 of them altogether, and the servants had already gone to sleep, or gone to their rooms anyway. I had to get them up to serve tea and coffee. Haven't been quite able to keep everybody up to Rúhíyyih Khánum's pace, up in the morning and going until quite late at night. It's kind of hard to do the proper host types of duties. They had this ancient driver and a huge American-style car, and it took us forever to get them up the mountain. Had to get gas and one thing or another, and kept Rúhíyyih Khánum waiting. Friday morning, I was feeling a little bit better and felt I really ought to take care of some of the formalities of my job. So I had breakfast ahead of everybody else, and saw them as I was leaving, said goodbye to John and David, and went down to the Ibolele and got Georges Toussaint, and went with him for a 9 o'clock appointment with the Minister of Finance, who was late because of a Te Deum. And we spent some time there, and about half an hour with the minister and an hour with the Directeur Général, the newly appointed Mr. José, and then over to the Central Bank for an 11 o'clock appointment with the governor. And I had another 11 o'clock appointment, which I hadn't had time to cancel. This young man on the minister's staff, Prosper, who was waiting for me. So I saw him for a few minutes, and I went and talked to the governor for more than an hour, and came back and finished with this fellow Prosper. And that all took until about 1, I suppose, and I was really exhausted. I was having a hard time keeping awake with André and Toussaint talking on and on about sugar and other irrelevant things. And then what should happen, I still had this guy Prosper in my office, and the door opened and the messenger poked his head in and said, "There's a Mrs. Rabbani who wants to see you." So I was saying that I had this guy, this is Second Side, recording in the afternoon of Saturday, October 23rd. I had this fellow in my office, and was told that Rúhíyyih Khánum was waiting, and there she was in the hall of the central bank with Violette, and they said they didn't want to disturb me, and when I was going back up to the house, and I was planning to leave as soon as possible anyway, because I was really reaching my limits. So I said probably in about 20 minutes, and I sat them down in the conference room around the big table, and went back and tried to finish with this fellow quickly. And that just threw a monkey wrench in all of my plans, because I had the cable that she had prepared to send to Dr. Cameron. I hadn't had a chance to do that. I was out of the office for a day. I had a big pile of mail and all this things to do, chaos in there. And I'd been in the office, hadn't had any time yet in the office. But I was happy to have an excuse to go home. So I finished up those things and drove back up the mountain with Rúhíyyih Khánum. Terrible traffic. It took a long time. And it started to rain as we came through Pétionville, and just at the sharp curve on the Rue Montagnoire, I honked, as I always do, and the great big American diplomatic car was coming down the other way, and the guy put on his brakes and slid, and he just missed me. I just got out of his way. I went real fast, and he must have missed my rear end by a fraction of an inch or something. I was sure he was going to hit me. His wheels were turned, but he was just going straight. And it was a kind of a close call. It wouldn't have hurt anybody. It would have just been a fender bender. And so we got home nicely and had a little lunch. And then I had these young fellows from the central bank who had been messing up the figures that they'd been trying to prepare the last number of months. Were very concerned because they had the same problems in August that they'd had the last months. And they insisted on coming up to my house, which was unprecedented, and explaining the problems to me. So they arrived about 3:30 and stayed for more than an hour explaining these things, and Rúhíyyih Khánum had gone up to sleep with Violette. And I didn't explain. What had happened is that in the morning, the Jeep, John's Jeep, was much too full with all of the baggage and everything to take them down the mountain. So, which was what they were hoping to be able to do. So they apparently set out with Yussul on foot, going down La Montagne Noire. And they went, they say, about halfway on foot. And Rúhíyyih Khánum said that she really needed the exercise. It was wonderful, that stretch up from my house before you get to the road and go down again. It's quite a climb. And they were about halfway down in a beautiful one of these commuter-type minibuses came by that are becoming more popular here, taxi-type thing, and the fellow offered to take them down to Pétionville for 50 cents. So they gratefully accepted, and then when they got to Pétionville, they asked him if he could take them all the way to Port-au-Prince, and he said, sure, for $1.50, which I think was for the two of them. And so they were really in luck. That's very unusual. They were taken all the way down, and as they came into town, they passed a cafe where they'd had coffee some time before, and Rúhíyyih Khánum remembered it, and asked him to stop, and got out, and they had a nice coffee, and they enjoyed themselves, and then they found their way with no trouble. They had a little map. They found their way to the central bank, and were concerned. They'd called me several times, apparently, from different places. Oh, they stopped in the Nader Art Gallery and looked at some paintings and so on. And they tried to call me, and I'd been out all morning, so they were worried that I was going to go back home before getting their message. So they came directly to the central bank and found me, and were very pleased with themselves at having negotiated so well in a strange city. So they had a long nap. Rúhíyyih Khánum slept for more than 2 hours, which she really needed, and I had a nice hour's sleep myself, which was very much appreciated. Yesterday afternoon, and we had a very pleasant dinner, the three of us. And then in the after dinner, Linda Gershuni and John Corelli came up to discuss the possibilities for the plans for later in her stay in Haiti. And the evening before, when we had dinner together, I'm feeling much more relaxed with her now, and was starting to express myself on various subjects, which she appreciates. And I explained to her the intricacies of the personality relationships, and how the National Assembly might feel usurped if she had made decisions about her trip with a committee or with other Baha'is, and that somehow we should negotiate so that she got information from Baha'is or consulted with the board members, and then left the final decisions to the National Assembly. And she understood all of that very clearly and agreed. And so we trimmed down the planned meeting had been larger. We trimmed it down to John, who had offered to take her around, and she'd accepted his offer of his jeep, and who had prepared this little map and information for her, and Linda, who's a board member. We had a long meeting until about 11:15, going over all these intricacies of who can translate and who's free, what days and what's possible in different places, and what cars are available, and how these one can fit into the other, and she doesn't want too many white faces and pioneers trailing after her. How to keep that to a minimum and still make everything work and have balance and keep everybody happy, not forget anybody or leave anybody out, but to do what she feels is priority. And it was really very involved. And she had a pad of paper, and she wrote down on the left the dates and the days of the week. She said, this is the way the Guardian planned his trips. And he always knew exactly what was going on, because he put very clearly on a piece of paper the travels and the appointments and so on. When he went to Switzerland, he had a doctor's appointment at such and such a time, such and such a day. So we laid it all out like that and went through, and took a very long time, but it was extremely productive. And I've been very, very impressed at the way that she is going about this visit. She feels that her visit in Haiti is very important, and she wants to give it as much time as it requires. And she doesn't want to waste her time, but she wants to do it thoroughly. And that means very much, not only geographically, but also in terms of the people. That she's extremely aware and concerned and sensitive about the needs of each of the different people who are active in the cause here, and wants to have the proper opportunity to encourage them in their work and correct any little problems that there are, and so forth. Wants very much to know about all the different situations, and then work out ways of contributing. So she's having this was supposed to be her days of rest, and she wasn't trying to get into all of this, but starting next week, she's going to have a very full itinerary, and is going to hopefully, if she doesn't have time cut short, do fantastic things for this community. It's very clear the way she's going about planning it is fantastic. And she wants to have little dinners with people who maybe need a little encouragement or need a little correcting of something or other, and visit others and so forth. It's very, very nice. And she has in mind she liked the idea of opening the island off the south coast, Ile La Vache, and so we're planning hopefully a trip there with a large group of people to impress everybody. And she wants to spend as much time as possible with the two capable Haitians who can help with the translation. And she wants to encourage René Jean-Baptiste, the auxiliary board member, and Georges Marcellus, secretary of the National Assembly. And she's very interested. She said the reason she came back to Haiti is to go to Hinche, where Hector Lapé lives, old member of the National Assembly, who last time she was here said that nobody ever came to his area to teach. And it's more or less true. Arnold goes up there, but he hasn't really gotten a team going, and they seem to go around in the same old circles. And nothing is really developed, and Linda's only been there once, quite a long time ago. It's harder to get to than the places on the main roads. And she has in mind to go to this whole area of the country between Port-au-Prince and Cap-Haïtien, centered around Hinche, and spend at least 4 days and do some teaching in that area, open up areas and so on. So that's very interesting, you know. But she also wants to have enough time to spend with the Baha'is, the pioneers in Cap-Haïtien and in the Artibonite, where Georges comes from, in Caille in the south, and the strip to Ilavache and Jacmel and the few villages on the way to Caille that John and his team have been working on. And also here in the city, in between times, resting at what she calls home, or her home base, which is my place, and visiting with some of the pioneers and having a meeting with the pioneers and a meeting in Port-au-Prince so they don't feel left out, and so on and so on. So it's really a very, very fine plan, very thorough. And I'm most impressed. I hope that she keeps it up without getting ill or anything. After she went to bed about 11:15, really exhausted, but she didn't want to, none of us wanted to leave it half-baked without reaching some kinds of feeling of having accomplished the whole thing, getting all the pieces fit together. I persuaded Linda and John to stay a little longer so I could type up this cable to Dr. Cameron, and one of them could take it down today so I wouldn't have another hour-and-a-half trip downtown to try to fit in. And they very kindly did that, and John was going to take care of delivering it to the Teleco office. And I slept very soundly. Rúhíyyih Khánum said, don't worry about getting up early in the morning, so it wasn't quite as long a sleep as I would have liked, but together with the nap, beginning to feel like a human being again, which is very nice, and more of an equilibrium. So we didn't rush things this morning. Had a pleasant breakfast. The stupid people who repaired my pool came honking up twice with their big loud truck in the middle of this wonderful breakfast, and wanted payment, which they charged $40 for labor, and turns out they worked about half an hour according to Giussot, so I'm certainly not going to pay it. I'm sure that's why they're being so pushy about asking for the payment. It's ridiculous. Here it turns out, people don't have any kind of rules about what they charge. They just charge whatever they think they can get, and if you bargain with them, even though it's written on a piece of paper, you can very likely get it reduced. So, we had a very leisurely, pleasant breakfast, and among other things, Rúhíyyih Khánum wanted to know about my business, and we talked a little bit about economics. I don't remember if it was last night or this morning. And she had very forceful or interesting accounts, which I should mention. She said with the priceless pearl, she had intended to give it to George Ronald to publish, and it had been reviewed by a committee of three members of the House of Justice: David Hoffman, Ali Nakhjavani, and Ian Semple. Mostly because it's unusual. She said that's not the case. Usually the books of the hands are reviewed by other hands, as I take it, by Paul Haney. Paul Haney read it too, because it needed to be reviewed, according to the usual pattern. But there was a chapter on the relations between the Guardian and the State of Israel, and the letters exchanged and so on, and it was very sensitive material, and she was particularly concerned about that. And it turns out the House took that out, and it can be published later when the situation improves, but it was too delicate for the Baha'is in the Arab countries and so forth. And all these people had given suggestions about English and one thing or another, and she said this committee of the House, there was one point that they made that she did not accept, and they wanted her to, some minor point she said, like whether the dust of Sheikh Tabarsi has a spiritual significance or something like that. And she said that was her understanding, and she had a right to her understanding about the teachings, and they accepted her point and didn't press it, but everything else she accepted of their suggestions. And then she said they were working with Marian was very difficult. She said Marian had her own ideas and simply, on one point, simply wouldn't publish something the way Rúhíyyih Khánum had written it. And finally, Khánum got fed up with that and took it away from her and gave it to the British Trust, but with an elaborate contract that the thing was to be non-profit, and I think the hardback sales subsidized the soft cover or something like that. Anyway, she tried to work out something that she thought was reasonable arrangement, and she gave The Desire of the World, her new book, to George Ronald, partly because she felt sad or contrite about taking away the priceless pearl from them. She said that she was worried that it was going to ruin her personal relationship with Marian, but it didn't have any adverse effect, and she was pleased about that. And she said for the cover of Desire of the World, that she had designed it, even though it has Audrey Marcus, I think, as the designer. Audrey had done the execution, but Rúhíyyih Khánum had designed it, and she'd had a big argument with David Hoffman about putting Baha'u'llah at the top. David said that the title has to go in the first third and the author underneath, and she said, no, that's what I want. She'd gone through her father's books, I think, and seen a book that had a cover arranged that way, and she liked that. And she's very pleased with herself. She thinks that it's a play on words to say Baha'u'llah, the desire of the world, makes it sound like the author is part of the title, if you see what I mean. And she likes that. And she feels it's a very important book, Desire of the World, and she was very interested in the George Ronald's operations and how they market. She wanted to know if we sell their books, and I explained to her how that works, and that I was very impressed with their business procedures and so on. She didn't talk much about it, but she expressed great frustration with the American Trust and said that she thought that when they built their building, that was really sinful to take the profits of Baha'i publications and put them into a fancy building. I'm forgetting lots of things which I'm sure will occur to me later. I've skipped over, I made a few brief notes because I knew I was going to forget things, and I've skipped over a couple of things here. On Thursday, I think during the luncheon with the counselors, she talked about her trip to, she talked about closed canopy jungle, which very much interests her. It's one of the things she wants to see before she dies, and all the counselors were vying with each other to say that there was closed canopy jungle in this part of Panama or in that part of Colombia and so on, if she would come there to see it. And it's a type of jungle apparently where at the level where you walk it's completely open, and then there are 3 tiers of foliage, including the upper tier which is completely closed. It's not at all usual. And then she was ruminating that perhaps she thinks that she may have seen closed canopy jungle, although she wasn't thinking about it at the time, when she and the Guardian were traveling by land during the war across Africa to get back to the Holy Land. In the Congo somewhere, in Zaire, apparently they stopped and went on a little side excursion to see some jungle. They were both interested in that, she said, and they were walking along, and she thinks that maybe in that place that was closed canopy jungle. And she said that she saw a millipede, and that she doesn't like centipedes at all, but she saw this magnificent millipede, and she demonstrated it was maybe 10 inches long. And she poked the thing, and it rolled up into a tight ball, and so she picked it up. And she said, you should have seen the Guardian of the Baha'i Faith in horror, telling her to put this thing down. And she said, no, Guardian, it's quite safe. It's a millipede. It's not going to hurt me. And he said, oh, but you must put it down. And she was demonstrating how he put it. And the other people apparently who were with them were also horrified that she would pick up such a thing, but she really did like it. I can't think of anything else offhand. And after breakfast today, we got in the car, and I took Leon with her box down to do some grocery shopping, gave her enough money to take a taxi up the hill, and took Yusol down. And then we went up the mountain to Kinskov, and we got to we stopped at the sculpture gallery on the way, and then we got to the Baptist Mission about 11, and it was still early for lunch, so we went on up and drove through Kinskov and bought a few vegetables, and just generally looked at the little town and turned around and came back. And stopped and took a picture of that blue church. That's sort of interesting, the way it's painted. She said she'd never seen a church painted that way. And then we stopped at the mission, did a little shopping, and had a very, very pleasant lunch there. And Hans-Jürgen and Matty Tim were there in this, what's her name, Robinson or something, is a young American woman who's travel teaching here with her young son from the States. And they happened to be there and were very pleased to see her. And she said some very encouraging words to the Tims about their work and the inauguration and so on, and said that she wanted to have a chance to see them more before she leaves. And this little woman, I can't remember her name, this Indonesian lady who has been a Baha'i but has since withdrawn from the faith that Linda had taught, who sells potted plants and flowers up there, joined us for lunch with her sandwich that she'd brought. And we had this very nice ham and cheese sandwich that they have, and then some ice cream cones, which were soft ice cream that they make themselves with a very hard chocolate covering, and the chocolate covering had melted the ice cream underneath it. So when you tried, and this cone was very soft, so the thing was melting rapidly, and it was very hard to bite into the chocolate without making all the ice cream come out from underneath, and the chocolate covering on mine eventually fell off with half the ice cream in it, and my hands were just covered with goo, and it was marvelously messy, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was having an equally enjoyable time, and so was Violette. Although Violette got some chocolate on herself, I think. But we all had a great deal of fun with all of that, and they have a very good citronelle tea. And Khánum just likes very much being relaxed and not having the fuss about being too formal and so on. She says several times, this morning we had crepe for breakfast, and she put all kinds of butter on it, and she said, well, if you're going to sin, you may as well sin properly, and not do anything halfway. And she said, if I'm going to have crepe, I'm jolly well going to put plenty of butter on it. It's so funny. I think she likes the heavy sort of rich food that Leon cooks here, but she also knows that she's put on too much weight, and it's interesting to see her negotiating that one. So we had a thoroughly sinful meal. She said it's her one ice cream cone of the year, annual ice cream cone. And they drink lots of coffee, these people, which interests me. And then we drove leisurely down the mountain, stopped and looked at this funny little gallery. She took a picture there. It looks like a tomb or something out of Middle East. And then we stopped at the Monin Gallery, very fancy place. The house belonged to Magloire, the president before Jean-Claude, the father Duvalier, François Duvalier. And met the Puerto Rican, the Dominican man who lives there. Looked at all the paintings. She said she didn't like any of those paintings, but was very interested in who was famous and what was sold to the wealthy clients that they cater to. And she liked very much the fancy tropical flowers they had arranged there, and some of the antiques and so on. And in general, we just had a very pleasant, relaxed afternoon. We stopped down in Pétionville, and they wanted to buy some fruits, and we got some mandarin oranges, which were rather sour, and some real grapefruits, not Chadec, and some flowers. They bought some flowers, and when we got home, they fussed around for about half an hour arranging all these flowers and rearranging, and putting roses in different vases and one thing or another, and having a good time with that. Then we sat down and had some tea, and Rúhíyyih Khánum had bought some sugar cane on the way up the hill, and she had also some cookies from the mission, and after a little while, Leon came out with the sugar cane. It had all been chopped up into edible pieces, and my goodness, Rúhíyyih Khánum went through almost this whole thing. She and Violette, there was a length of cane, maybe 5 feet long, that had been cut up into a plate full of pieces, and they ate almost all of it. And she said it's very good for you, you know. She's big on brown bread, it turns out, and raw sugar, for some reason, I don't know why, and just loves sugar cane, and thought that I was certainly not doing justice to myself to only eat 3 or 4 pieces, and I find it too sweet after a while, you know, it's too much. And she sat back, slouched back in this big leather chair that I have there, and asked me to read the chapter in Gail Morrison's book about Louis and Louise Gregory's abortive effort to pioneer in Haiti. So I read them the chapter. It was quite short, and she interrupted here and there and remarked on one thing or another. The word ghetto, she said, was a modern word and didn't belong in a description of something that was happening in 1936, and how fine the services of Louis Gregory were, she said, and how she'd known him in all these different places and so on. She was very interested to see the picture of him in Montreal, but she couldn't see very clearly who the different faces were, and was speculating on who each person in the picture was. So, and after that, we talked a little bit about Bahia and Paul and Violette's nightmares. She had one last night about Paul taking Mary away from Bahia. and one thing or another, and then they retired a while ago to get a nice rest. So that brings us up to date for the moment. And to repeat, this is the afternoon of October the 23rd, Saturday, in La Montagne Noire, Port-au-Prince, Pétionville, Haiti. Still at the same time, I forgot to mention that yesterday morning, after we got back from downtown, there was a message that Ali had called, and that Nushin and Ronnie had a little boy, and they'd hoped for a little girl. I guess they have a boy already. I'm not very clear about what all is going on in that family, but anyway, Violette is now a grandmother again and was very pleased, and they decided to call Ali and try to get more details, and didn't get through for a while, but apparently later on they did get through, and he confirmed the news about Dan Jordan and said that it seemed, from what they could tell, that it was just an ordinary act of violence, nothing directed against the faith. So there's always a lot happening around Rúhíyyih Khánum, I guess. Well, this is now Wednesday evening, about bedtime, the 27th of October 1982. And I'm going to have to try to catch up a little bit. And I think the most successful thing would be to try to work backwards. I've made some very brief notes on little slips of paper to try to remind myself of a few salient things, but I just couldn't keep up with the making of tapes for a couple of days there. I got extremely tired, and there was just no time for it. So it's a little difficult, I suppose, later to listen to this in mangled order, but that will have to do. I took Violette and Rúhíyyih Khánum to Jacmel yesterday afternoon, and today I left them there and came back. And today has just been an ordinary work day, and I was just feeling completely dragged out. It's been a very, very full week, but I'm beginning to, later today, to feel human again, and hope to be recovered in a couple of days. Yesterday, I went down to the office and sent the car back with my driver, Orgen, who picked up the ladies and their luggage and came down and met me at the bank around 3:15, something like that. And then I drove them to Jacmel over the mountains. And it was a sunny day in Port-au-Prince and looked very unthreatening, except when we turned and headed towards the south, there were very dark clouds on the mountains. And as we wound up into the mountains, it began to rain lightly, and then we went into the clouds, and there was thick fog and very wet, and just the sort of feeling that one would expect in a jungle type of area. Even hard to see for a little while there. And then we sort of emerged a little bit from the clouds. It was still raining lightly. The clouds were much higher, though. And the sun was shining through, and there was no rain at all in Jacmel. We could see Jacmel down below in the distance, bathed in sunlight. And the sunlight coming through the clouds produced a magnificent rainbow. We could see the entire thing from left to right in more or less the same place where I saw a rainbow the last time I went over with my mother and took a picture of it. And even on the left side there was a double rainbow. The second one was very faint, but we all remarked on how beautiful it was, and it really felt like going through the difficult trials and tribulations of mankind and coming out on the other side into the light and beauty of the Baha'i future. It was a very pleasant drive, and I always feel, though, a little bit uncomfortable, I must say, when Rúhíyyih Khánum gets onto certain subjects, because I just have no idea. I'm at a loss as to what to say. And when I'm driving, it's difficult, particularly because I have to concentrate on the road, and I'm very conscious of how precious the passengers are, and how I don't want to do anything stupid and endanger their lives. And Rúhíyyih Khánum was talking a little bit as we were leaving the city early on in the trip, which is about a 2-hour trip, about The Guardian. And I've never known what to say when she talks about The Guardian. I feel really dumb just sitting there and not saying anything. not contributing to any kind of conversation, but I'm really always at a loss. And she spoke, as she has many times before, about how the guardian was reserved when he was with the Baha'is, but when he was with his family, he was adorable, she said, in many ways. And I asked her whether the guardian had been reserved before he became the guardian, whether that was a question of character or something that related to the guardianship. And she said no, she thought it was the guardianship, that presumably beforehand he was more like he was with his family. She said a great many other things, but I can't remember now. The sort of the many conversations begin to merge together, and I'm sure as I think of things later I can put them on the tape. When we got to Jacmel, we went and stopped at the Baruchs, and they then went with us, or went in their car. Together we went to the hotel and settled Violette and Rúhíyyih Khánum into their room, and they were fussing about pillows and how to get their mosquito net hung up on the wall and things like that. We were there a little while, and then they came down. We were waiting downstairs and asked us to have some drinks, so we sat around the table there. It's a very pleasant little Jacmelian hotel, and had a few soft drinks, and then we repaired to Mauro and Paul's house. And I remember as we gathered around the table, there was one chair too few. There were 4 chairs for 5 people. So Rúhíyyih Khánum went over to the next table, and with a very dramatic and vigorous gesture, she whisked one of these heavy iron chairs with a what do you call it? Not straw, but some kind of fiber weaving in it. She whisked this thing around so that it landed right in the right place around the table, and was very pleased with herself. And then she sat down in another chair, and it wasn't quite the right shape, so she replaced it with another one that was better slanted. She's quite a character, and she was very beautifully dressed in a bright red blouse, which matched her lipstick and made her stand out. She mentioned later, I think it was as I was driving them home, we had some supper, a little bit of homemade giromont soup, I think that's pumpkin, and some homemade pita bread and homemade jams of 2 different kinds, coconut and something else. It was a very nice supper sitting around there. After that, I took them home, and Rúhíyyih Khánum said something about how so often with the Baha'is she feels completely humbled, considering their services to the faith. Before she had, I think it was just before that remark, I'm not sure, she had said how few pioneers would have chosen the location that the Baruchs chose to live in Jacmel, right in the middle of town. It was very poignant. She didn't really say anything more, but I had pictures of the kind of... This is the evening of the 27th of October 1982. Some recollections about the visit of Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette Nakchavani to Haiti. This is the second tape. I was just describing a little bit of what was happening yesterday, the 26th, and then I'm going to work backwards to the afternoon of the 23rd, which is when I last recorded on these tapes. I was saying that I had this picture after Rúhíyyih Khánum had mentioned about the Baruchs living in the middle of Jacmel, of what most other pioneers would have done if they'd gone to Jacmel at all. They would have chosen an appropriate house somewhere on the outskirts of town or down by the sea, and wouldn't have mixed so well with the people. Mauro had told a story about, or the two of them, I can't remember, about selling or buying a fish. How the merchant would come by, and he would bargain the price way down from something exorbitant to less than a third, and everybody would remark. They'd all gather around and encourage the seller of the fish, and then they would oh and awe and congratulate Mauro on getting such a good price. And for several days after that, all the neighbors way up the street, when they came down by the house and saw them in passing or something, they'd say, "How was the fish? Was it good?" The story of the selling of the fish and the price that had been received would be communicated all up and down and around the neighborhood. And you have a very very much a feeling of a small town when you drive into Jacmel. It reminded me a little bit, just driving around the market and some of the shops there, of the shops around the central square in Otavalo in Ecuador. Same kind of a small town atmosphere. It's very pleasant, I must say. The church bell was ringing, and it seemed very much like a South American town. It was very pleasant feelings going there with Rúhíyyih Khánum, and I was thinking as we settled her into her room, how if I'd gone by myself I would have felt lonely, and if I'd gone to visit the Baruchs, there would have been some problems that they would have wanted to share with me, and that would have been work. But when you go with Rúhíyyih Khánum, everybody wants to be positive with her, and even though Moro had been sick the day before, or that morning, I guess, the day before and that morning, and undoubtedly had problems, he certainly wouldn't talk about them with Rúhíyyih Khánum. It's really a delight to travel with her. I mean, I'm sure they would come out, but the point is that everything is upbeat around her. Partly it's a reflection of her own optimism and love, and partly people's respect for her. And so that makes it very pleasant to be traveling with her. Then as I was, I don't remember exactly when, she said something about how I need mothering, and that I get too tired and need to have someone tell me to get some rest and so forth. And I felt a little badly because I really did get very, very tired during this week that she was here, and it wasn't her fault, certainly. It was conjunction of a very heavy load of getting a monthly letter finished and other things out of the way with my job before she came, so that I would be a little bit freed, and the inauguration and all the tremendous amount of work that went into that. And I've really been stretched rather thin. Happy to have a couple of days here to catch up a little bit. Anyway, she also mentioned on I keep thinking of things, on the trip over the mountain, we talked a little bit about mates or something. I don't remember exactly how the subject came up. My mind still isn't functioning very well. But she was talking about American women, and she said, this is one of her themes, but she was quite specific and talked at length about it, how American women have been exploiting American men, and if there's any place in the world that there should be a women's lib movement, it would be in Saudi Arabia, and certainly not in the U.S. And she said that she had been invited after the Evanston conference, when she'd come back from Africa, she said, the large conference in Evanston, which I guess was the one that I attended, the youth conference. She had gone to Milwaukee or someplace to give a radio interview, and the young man had asked her what she thought about women's lib, and she said she'd never heard of it. She'd been in Africa traveling, she didn't know what it was, and maybe it wasn't radio, because she talked about a headline. It must have been a journalist, and he said, he explained a little bit about what it was, and then he said, what do you think of it? And she said, I think that there should be a men's lib movement in this country, that women take advantage of the men. And he asked if he could quote her, and she said yes. So she said there was a big headline in the paper, something to the effect that she had been espousing men's lib. Anyway, she referred to an experience that Amatu'l Bahá had, that apparently he had mentioned often to the family when he returned to Accra, and the Guardian used to mention it, that there was a time, I guess, I don't know, they were in a park or something or other, and Mrs. Parsons had gotten some dust on her shoe, and she lifted up her foot with her shoe on it, so that Mr. Parsons could kneel down and wipe the dust off with his handkerchief, or something to that effect. I don't know if I have it exactly right, but that's the idea. And this was, according to Rúhíyyih Khánum, was absolutely too much for Amatu'l Bahá. Couldn't get over that, and he often remarked about it, apparently. And she used that as an example of her point. Well, working backwards, I dropped Violette off at the Corellis yesterday morning so that she could try to find some tennis shoes, because the Baruchs had talked about fording some rivers on foot in order to get to a village. They didn't find any tennis shoes for sale, but Deb loaned a couple of pairs to the august, or the honored guests to use for their trip. And they needed some bread and some potable water to take with them, and I don't know what else. They got some of these refrigeratable or freezable gel packets for the ice chest. Now, the night before, that was the 26th, okay. The evening of the 25th, they invited the Corellis after supper, and Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette went shopping in the morning, and I took them home. Afterwards, we had some lunch together at the Olafsen, and then we went home. They did a little bit more shopping. I'll go into that a little more. And the evening before that, that would have been the 24th, they invited for supper the Baruchs. And the evening of the 23rd, my goodness, I don't remember anymore. I guess that must have just been a quiet supper. Let me see, the 23rd was Saturday. I may be misconstructing this. It should be obvious if this tape is listened to all the way through again, and as I say, I'm still a little foggy. But Linda left to go up to Cap-Haïtien for the weekend and took Renee with her, and I think that must have been Saturday evening then that we met with Joe, who came with the Corellis again, and we went over the itinerary of the trip and made a few final modifications and so forth, and discussed the details. And then that evening ended fairly early because Rúhíyyih Khánum was still very tired from the very long planning meeting the evening before. If I'm not getting the dates mixed up, I'm not sure here. Anyway, that happened in there somewhere. Then on Sunday, it's amazing, I can't seem to fit it all together. It must have been Saturday that we went up to the mission, because they're closed on Sundays. And then it must have been Sunday that we took a hike up the mountain in the afternoon, but I don't remember anymore what happened in the morning. Unless there was just some rest, but it seems that there was no long period of rest in there anywhere, despite Rúhíyyih Khánum's best efforts. We had a wonderful walk up the mountain. There was a period of a nap in the afternoon, and then they wanted to go for a little walk, so I put on my hiking boots, and they put on various and sundry warm things, and we drove up to the end of the Haute Montagne Noire, and walked up, and I'd forgotten how rocky it was, and the ground, although it hadn't rained that day, was still a little bit muddy, and it was quite slippery, and I was just on the edge of on tenterhooks, as it were, in case Rúhíyyih Khánum would fall and break something, and there'd be terrible problems resulting, so I stayed just one step behind her the whole way, and in case she should fall, I might be able to grab something, but she took her steps very carefully and didn't twist anything or hurt anything, and we had quite a long walk and got back just at dusk. It was just getting dark enough to have trouble seeing clearly by the time we got back to our car, and Khánum said that she started having a severe pain in her foot just as we were coming up the stairs to the house. It was very good timing from that point of view. She has some kind of a nerve that hurts. So does Violette, apparently, in the foot if she walks too much. But she liked it very much. That's what she said anyway. Getting out and getting some exercise, and the up and down, a very steep climb on the mountain, she said, was good for the muscles that she doesn't usually use. She does some exercises in the morning, but they apparently don't involve the knees and ankles. And so she appreciated that walk, but I was concerned at suggesting the steep part instead of a flatter part that she'd seen earlier on our way up, and had suggested that we might stop there, but we'd already gone by the turning, and I was apprehensive lest that not turn out very well. I'm pretty sure that was that day, because we had to rush to get back in time for the Baruchs to come, and I was wanting to take a little quick shower after the walk, and the Baruchs came just slightly early, and Khánum and Violette were upstairs, and the pump had stopped working, the switch on the pump that was needing replacing, but I couldn't find the part, so I had to go out and tap it to get the thing to start up again, and jump in the shower and welcome the Baruchs and all that all at once. And that was a very interesting evening. The Baruchs managed to draw out of them a great many stories, and although Khánum said that they're very tiring, being that kind of people, both talkative and very intense, and emotional, it was quite an instructive comparison between the evening with the Baruchs and the following evening with the Corellis, who are much more relaxed and relaxing people, and the subject matter wasn't nearly as varied or profound or as challenging with the Corellis as it was with the Baruchs. We had a very pleasant dinner, and Rúhíyyih Khánum told a lot of stories, and I've made a few notes here to try to remember some of them. Priceless series of things. And let me just see if I can reconstruct that. This is going back a little bit. It was one of the meals, it must have been Sunday morning or Sunday noon, the meals here before the Baruchs came. I mentioned, I don't remember what the context was, but this fellow in East Africa who had left the faith to become a minister of the government, and then the guardian had died, and so on. I just knew the bare outlines of it. Well, it turned out that Violette knew this person very well and went into it at quite a length. And there's an article by him in Baha'i World. I don't remember exactly what his name was. It's something like Dunduzi. And she called him Dooz, or something like that. But anyway, I can look that up in Baha'i World. He apparently was a good friend of theirs, but he was Malawian. I don't know where they got to know him. And he'd been apparently a dedicated Baha'i. And he had this offer to, I don't know the exact sequence of events, but anyway, he became involved in politics. He was thrown into prison at some point with Banda, the president of Malawi, and so had very good connections there. And apparently had told Banda in prison, had often quoted Baha'i quotations and mentioned various things relating to the faith to him. And he had intended to become, he had been appointed a minister then of the government, or was about to be appointed a minister, I guess, of the new Banda government. And she says that she remembered seeing, I don't remember if it was she or Ali now, I'm sorry, it's kind of fuzzy, but during the funeral in London, she remembers seeing this black man off in the distance by himself under a tree or something, or Ali did, I guess, and going over and saw him and saw that it was this fellow. And he had tears coming down his eyes and was very, very, very sad. And he had corresponded apparently with Ali, and said something about how sorry he was about losing the guardian, and that he had intended to come back to the faith, to leave politics definitively. And then within 3 weeks or something, I'm getting it mixed up, but anyway, he had been appointed a minister in Malawi, and he was murdered. And she said that she had met another Malawian, just recently, in the same town where Mrs. Afnan Showmace, I guess is her name, Afnan, is pioneering in Canada, and had mentioned this to this fellow, and the fellow was quite dubious that their famous national hero had been a Baha'i, and so she went and got Baha'i World and showed him the article that this fellow had written, and the fellow she was talking with was very much impressed. It's quite a story. I really regret now that I'm losing the details of it. Rúhíyyih Khánum also mentioned that they were 3 years and 10 months traveling in Africa, and in that time Violette went back to Haifa once, and Ali came to visit them in Africa once. And she mentioned while we were with the Baruchs, she said, while we're all letting our hair down, let me tell you something I don't usually talk about. She said when they got back after that trip, she went to the shrine of Baha'u'llah,
And all of a sudden she had this vision, apparently, when she was at the threshold, this very clear image of herself as a little ant approaching the shrine of Baha'u'llah with a little grain of sand in its mouth. That's the way she felt after all of those services in Africa. We were also talking about children, and because the Baruchs had been thinking of adopting a child, and one of them, Paul wanted a child, and Maura wasn't sure, and then Maura was thinking he wants one, and Paul wasn't sure, and Rúhíyyih Khánum said that should not take it lightly. It's a major commitment, and it's going to affect their whole lives if they do something like that. And we talked a little bit about the raising of children, and she said, I think children need to have limits. She said it's like animals, a natural instinct of animals. You see, for many animals, the mother will be very loving to the children, but when they do something wrong or out of step, whack, a paw comes round with claws bared, and the little baby knows very well that that's something that it shouldn't do. And she said that Faizi had done a disservice to Baha'is in mistranslating, she said, the word in the original, whatever language it was, in which Faizi said that the word was raising a hand against the child, that Baha'is should not do that. But Rúhíyyih Khánum says that the word in Persian, whatever it was, is really beating or thrashing. It's a much stronger word that is what is prohibited. And she thinks there's nothing wrong with a little bit of firm discipline, apparently. She was also very interested in, I mentioned at the dinner table, that the quotation that she had shared with me in Haifa about from Amatu'l Bahá about most of mankind being either deadly poison or worthless weeds. I had said that I'd seen it in the selected writings of Amatu'l Bahá, and she was most interested and reminded me after dinner to go and get it and show it to her, and was very pleased. It was another time, I have a little note here, she was talking about the Guardian, and I asked her where they had gone, and I guess it must have been on this walk we took. Perhaps we were talking about walks and so forth. She said they went to Interlaken, and then they took a funicular, or a train, I guess, until as far as it went, up into the mountains, and then there was a place where they could take a funicular even higher, and Guardian took her up and showed her where he had climbed up the Jungfrau, which she said was not a dangerous but a vigorous climb. And she said that the first time he took her for a walk, she was sick for several days with a fever. She said that they had been in pensions or something that a couple of times that were 1 mark a night, but more often ones that were in the range of 250, apparently humble sorts of places. And she said that when she was sick, after this walk, the Guardian had come in and asked her if she couldn't walk, and she said no, she wasn't accustomed to it. She was an American and never walked, and he had a look of disgust on his face, as much as to say, what did I marry, and walked out. He wasn't very sympathetic. But there was another time when we were talking about cockroaches, because she came down the stairs, put her hand on a cockroach that was on the banister, and let out the most horrendous shriek, and Violette and I were sitting downstairs waiting for her, and both jumped up in alarm. And I think it was after that we were talking about insects and whatnot, and she said that she never called upon the Guardian as a husband, because he was the guardian of the faith. To her, he was the guardian of the Baha'i faith. Although she inserted that, of course, they were a happily married couple. She didn't mean in that sense. But in the ordinary way of, asking a husband to do things, she didn't call on him except for one thing, and that was in relation to cockroaches. She said she never liked them, and he would be very gallant when there was one, and would go over promptly and step on it, kill it for her. She smiled cutely about that. She was very pleased. She also told us the story when the Baruchs were here about, because they were, that's right, we were asking, we were telling her stories that we had heard and asking her if they were accurate. And the Baruchs asked her about the story that circulates a great deal about her having something with wine sauce. And the way they had heard it, the Guardian had said not to mention it, to forget about it and go ahead and eat it, you see. And she said, no, that was exactly the opposite. And then she said that the story was that they went into a restaurant in Switzerland, I think, and there were two choices for the plat du jour, and she ordered a lapin à la something or other, some name, and it was very good in a thick brown sauce, and she ate it with relish. And at the end, apparently, she asked the waiter what it was made with, because it tasted so good, and he said it was made with a red wine. It was a red wine sauce. And the guardian got very upset, or firm, or whatever, and said that she must never do that again. And she explained, but guardian, I've been in Bahá all my life, I've never tasted wine, I didn't know that there was wine in there, I wouldn't even know what it tasted like if it was there. And he insisted, apparently several times, promise me that you will never do that again, she said. That was that story. Now, I'm sure there were others, but I don't remember now exactly what it was. I guess they'll come back to me. The next day, the 26th... No, wait a minute. No, the next day was the 25th. That was Monday. I went to work, and I just don't remember what all transpired in there. My goodness, let me pause for a minute and think about it. Okay, I think this works out here. That was the morning that yes, I took them down, and I left them at the travel agency, where the wife of Réal Lalonde, Danielle Lalonde, works. She had already left, but she'd taken their ticket to try to see what she could do with it. And they went in there, and I left them and went down to my office and sent the car back with Oragène. And later I discovered that they'd gotten nowhere with the travel agent. And then they went with him to the Iron Market and did some more shopping there. And they showed up at my office around 12:30 or so. And Rúhíyyih Khánum was just beaming. She was just absolutely pleased, ear to ear, just tickled pink with herself. And partly because of the things she had found, I think. She had found a lovely sculpture which she had gotten for, I think, $13 or something, down from $30. An unusual sculpture for Haitian work that I've seen, made out of a light-colored wood with a dark coloring in the cracks and crevices, and light on the surface. And it's a Madonna and Child and the three kings around, and the sheep and so forth, and Joseph there. And she's very pleased with it. It has a very nice feeling about it. It's obviously a copy of a medieval work, but the Mary looks distinctly African. Not so much the nose, but the lips and so forth. And she's saying that the sculptor obviously was very good with his tools, and when he got to Mary, his resolve broke down. He couldn't make her as obviously Caucasian as he'd made everybody else in the piece. And she liked that, and she liked the self-satisfied expression on the baby. And they'd gotten some other bowls and interesting things. They stopped and got some at the Pharmacie Séjourné. They got 3 bottles of citronelle oil, which is good against mosquitoes. And so I took them to the Olofsson, and they liked it very much. Rúhíyyih Khánum kept talking about how nice it was to get up out of the city and to that castle, she called it. And we had the pork, the barbecue lunch, and they were astonished that it was a 3-course meal, and kept talking about how much weight they'd been putting on. I feel terribly guilty. I should make an aside about that. It's been very difficult figuring out what to do with these guests, because Rúhíyyih Khánum is most unusual. She's very concerned, and when she was leaving here said that she'd put on 4 kilos so far on this trip, and I think the figure was 2 when she arrived. They carry a scale with them, so they must have put on 2 kilos each, apparently, during their week with me, partly because of the bountiful cooking of Leon. But it's very hard to do anything, because she obviously likes to eat, and she seems to think that a light meal is steak and potatoes and a vegetable and a salad. That's what she asked for for lunch yesterday. I was away, and she wanted me to give instructions to Diosul, who was here cooking. And she complains about having soups, which most people think are light, and she doesn't like fruits very much. She said that she had been raised in Montreal, where the fruits were only occasional and in season. She never grew to like them very much. And she'd had, the night before last, some watermelon was served at dessert the evening the Corellis came. She only ate half of it, and she said that it gave her a terrible tummy ache later. So, most people think of salad and fruit as being a light meal, but she'd had an indigestion the night before. I was trying to reduce the amount of food, and so the 2 evenings before we had what I thought was a light meal, which was just some toast, their brown bread toasted, and cheese and mamba and honey and a little bit of salad and things like that to put together. And the first of those 2 dinners, we had the green, let's see, that would have been Sunday night. I'm getting hopelessly confused about what happened when, but anyway, we had these 3 green vegetables, funny things that are soft inside, that Leon makes with a sort of a mixture of cheese as a dressing. We had those because they'd already been made, and the other things were put aside. Anyway, I was trying to produce a light dinner, you see, and that apparently wasn't the sort of thing that Rúhíyyih Khánum likes. But she also doesn't like eating too much, and I don't really know what to do to make it work out all right. And she seems to be very reticent to be too specific about what she wants. She feels that it's appropriate for me to give instructions to the servants, and so she should give instructions to me. And then she says she's so indirect and very discreet and noble, about the way she says things very often. She was saying something yesterday about how, to the Baruchs, I think, about how hard it is when you're traveling, because you have to be polite, and people go out of their way to make something, and you don't want to hurt their feelings, and so you feel obliged to eat it. And I had a little bit of a feeling that she was saying that partly to me, too, but it's hard to tell. There was another time during these last few days when she said something in passing about how I needed to be... Oh yes, it was because I was chauffeuring them around to all these shoppings and everything. How it was good for me to get a little bit out of my bachelor ways. Something in passing like that. Anyway, that was all a parenthesis. We were at the Olafsen for lunch, and then afterwards she wanted to look for these tennis shoes. I went back to my office, and we asked the secretary where tennis shoes might be found, and she gave a description of a couple of places within a couple of blocks, so they set off by foot. And they were back within half an hour, 45 minutes, saying that the places were extraordinary, that they were supposed to have tennis shoes. There was absolutely nothing that was interesting. And that was that. And so I got my things, and we headed up towards the house. And then she said if it was on the way, she wanted to stop at Ambiance, that very fancy little store that was near the Hotel the Splendide where she had stayed before. And so I drove over there, and we had a very pleasant time at Ambiance, looking at all the elegant but much overpriced things. And then on the way out, we started talking to a young man who was the son of one of the ladies who's running the store, and she took quite a fancy to him. He had some very good ideas, but very outspoken and forward young man. But she liked him very much, and as we were leaving, we gave him some little literatures and things, and exchanged cards, and she made a point several times since then of saying that it's important that somebody make a contact with him, that she liked him, and would like to see him cultivate a little bit, that maybe he would be interested in the faith. And she said it's important that we go out and meet people and make contacts like that. Then we came up to the house and had a little rest and a pleasant dinner, and the Corellis came after dinner. Well, they came at dessert time. They had a little bit of this melon. And we just had a sort of relaxed evening, talking, not too late. Rúhíyyih Khánum talked a little bit about the design of the the seat of the House of Justice, and how there were some mistakes made that wouldn't have been made if the architect had to consult with a woman, and how it was important that she thinks that it should be a law that architects have to consult with a woman before they finish their designs. And she mentioned the light-colored wall-to-wall carpeting in the cafeteria, and the fact that there's one door and there should be two, an in and an out, which she's expressed herself on that subject to Jose Namonat, but he didn't listen to her. He said it would be all right. And she described how big the building was and one thing or another. I don't remember what else we talked about. We had talked earlier, I think, about the system at the World Center. I was very interested in this on one of the times when we were just sitting around in the living room, which was quite frequent. And they described to me, the two of them, that all the staff apparently at the World Center, it sounded like it was the same treatment for everybody, but I'm not exactly sure. They all get housing, which is provided by the House of Justice, appropriate to their needs, and they have a buyer who does all the buying for the whole World Center. I guess it's one person, I don't know, and they have some kind of a storehouse, and one is free to go and take whatever one needs. And as recently they've implemented a system where you sign a chit, and the chits get turned into the Department of Finance, and they keep track of how much value each person is using. But there's no limit to it. And then they get an allowance, which comes to apparently around $20 a month, is the figure that they quoted, which is enough for going to a couple of movies a week or something like that. It's entire pocket money. And people can buy something nice in the way of new clothes every 2 years and that kind of thing. And they get a home leave every 2 years, which includes something like $15 a day for lodging and the air ticket. And that's it, period. If you want to do anything else, if you want a car or nicer furnishings or anything of that kind, it has to be your own funds. This is a strictly volunteer administration. And Khánum mentioned that already they've had a 30% increase in the staff this past year. I'm not exactly sure what definition of year, but anyway, they've had this large increase in anticipation of moving into the seat of the House of Justice. They needed to increase the staff. And it was to the point where they used to know everybody, they no longer recognize everybody, even though the House of Justice introduces everyone as they arrive. They can't keep track any longer because there have been so many. There was one case they mentioned where somebody walked up to Ali and asked him what department he worked in. So things apparently are very changing very rapidly there. It's becoming quite a different kind of community. And we talked about pensions and so on. She said, no, there's absolutely nothing like that. The fund couldn't afford it. And that some years ago, when the Hands were running the faith, I think that, if I remember correctly, that's when it was, someone, I guess, in the U.S. had proposed a pension for pioneers, and the Hands had intervened very rapidly and cut that off, so that wasn't appropriate and not possible for the funds. So the idea is that people leave early enough to get some other kind of income, or they have some social security or something or other. And that otherwise, it should be for young people who stay a limited period of time, or for older people who have some kind of way of supporting themselves as they get too old to work. And most people leave voluntarily when they start feeling that they are limited usefulness, or that they need to get in a couple more years to get their social security in their home country or whatever it is. It's really astonishing that they can run the whole World Center that way. They've recently hired a new personnel manager, somebody with experience in this field, to help them, because it's really a problem when you get so many new people, getting them all organized and broken in and understanding the circumstances. They mentioned the 36, I think, people they have now for security alone, which has mostly been very recently, including this Fijian policeman who's apparently very big. And they talked a little bit on the way to Jangmel yesterday about this Mauritian fellow who's been running the post for so long. He now has a little tiny car of some kind that he goes twice down to the post office to get the mail and deliver the cables and so forth. They talked about the problems with security, and that they had a couple of people who were doing janitorial work and cleaning up, And to their astonishment, they discovered from things that these people had said to other friends that they were reading the telexes off the machine that came through overnight. So they had to lock up the telex machine and take more care with the security arrangements. Apparently, Birun, whatever his name is, the Mauritian has brought a whole lot of family. They rattled off all kinds of brothers and sisters, I don't know what all, who are working in the cleaning and janitorial field. And they never had janitors before. They never had security, and they never had people devoted particularly to janitorial services. But the new building is so big, they need a serious staff for these things. Khánum is very much into health, and we talked about that a little bit a couple of days ago. They like brown things, brown bread and brown unpolished rice and brown sugar. Rúhíyyih Khánum is very much set on brown sugar and molasses and things like that. She thinks it's very good for you. We bought a long sugar cane and had it all chopped up, and she ate almost the whole thing. Chomp, 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 chomp. Just seems to thrive on that and thinks it's very good for you. I don't know where she gets that idea. And she's going to Georgia after this trip for a 3-week stay, apparently, with a Baha'i physician there who has a clinic and gives cures. She said that the place that they used to go in Germany is now prohibitively expensive, and they're hoping this man will work out. He does tests for trace elements and things like that while you're there, and charges only $150 a week, apparently, or something like that, which seems very reasonable. And I think maybe it was when the Corellis were here, we were talking about that, and they said, how can they do that and feed you too? And she said, oh, they don't feed you at these places, they starve you. So it's really just the lodging. Anyway, she's very much interested in that, and homeopathy, which of course the Guardian was impressed with. She carries with her a big kit of all kinds of homeopathic remedies, just in case she needs it. And I went into their room to get something with their permission one afternoon, and I saw this enormous array of bottles of all kinds of pills and things on the counter in the bathroom. And she always has a big handful of pills, maybe a dozen or so at the table during meals, and she had these little Chinese pills, some round brown pills and something else. She was taking something like 5 or 6 of those every meal for a certain period of time, not a permanent thing, somebody's remedy that she'd gotten. And she mentioned on the 24th, I have a little note here, that the Guardian had said several times that suffering destroys the memory. And she said that the Guardian mentioned that he had felt that he was losing his memory, although she felt that, from what she could see, he was still the most astute person that she knew, and certainly the most brilliant, or smartest or something, she said. But apparently he had noticed a deterioration. Well, I'm sure I'm forgetting lots of things, but I have to go tomorrow morning to see the ambassador of Israel. I'm going to give him a present of this new book about the Holy Land and the faith there, A Crown of Beauty, and I have a full day of appointments and things, and I'm really tired out, so I better get some rest, and whatever I remember later I can try to add to this tape. So this is the evening again of the 27th of October 1982, discussing the events around the visit of Rúhíyyih Khánum through yesterday, the 26th. This is now the next morning, the morning of the 28th, and some of the fog has cleared, and I'm beginning to remember what happened. It was Saturday morning that we drove up to Kenskov, which I'd already, I think, described on the tape, and had a very pleasant lunch there, and then it was Sunday morning that we had I took them down to the National Assembly meeting, which was, I think, at 10 at the Baha'i Center, and there were lots of people milling around for the ordinary meetings, the adult meeting downstairs and the children's class up on the porch. And I felt really full of all kinds of things at that point, so I took off and didn't know exactly where to go. I didn't even have the keys to my office. and I had a pile of newspapers and things I wanted to catch up on. So I drove over to the park near the museum and parked in the shade. And first I stopped and went through the museum, which I was very impressed with. The Haitian collection there, small, but it was very, very fine, and some nice humor. I was in the mood to enjoy things like that. And then I drove around the other side and parked under a tree and just sat for about an hour and read the newspapers and had a quiet moment. Went back to the center around 11:30. Rúhíyyih Khánum had asked me to come at 12 in case, as about the time that she would be finished, but I wanted to be there a little early in case they finished early. But the meeting went until, I guess, at least 12:30, and I stood around. I sat there for a while and just read the American Baha'is. And then Josh, whatever his name is, the musician with Magnum Band, came out, and we talked for a while, and I talked with some of the other Baha'is for a while, and then members of the National Assembly all started appearing here and there. And eventually I got a message from Moro that they wanted me to come up and take the official picture with Rúhíyyih Khánum. And unfortunately, it was just at that moment they wanted me, and I was caught off guard, and they wanted to take the picture in the meeting room, which was not as much light as I was expecting. I brought my camera, but I had the Kodachrome in there for an outdoor picture, and I didn't quite have enough time to change the film to a faster film. So I took my pictures at the 30th, and I don't know if they're going to come out. It's a shame. And then several other cameras were there, and we were clicking pictures away, a whole set without Violette, and then another set with her. And that took a little while, and Khánum tried to smile sweetly through the whole thing. And then we left. A few goodbyes and all that sort of thing, and there was nothing to do at that point, so we drove back up to the house. And Leon had already made some chicken, but Khánum didn't want anything that heavy, so they kept that for the evening meal with the Baruchs. And we just had she'd already made the green vegetable that I was referring to. I don't remember what it's called. Here it's called meliton, which was hot with cheese on it. But otherwise we had salad and all those things that I was describing for lunch. And then there must have been a rest after lunch, and we went on this hike around 3:30 or 4. And I think I had another very sound sleep. I was getting very tired, and so I took these little naps in the afternoon, pretty soundly. One of the themes that Khánum has been coming back to the last few days, and that she talked about quite some length when the Corellis were here, was the fact that the world is overpopulated. She keeps saying that there are just too many people, and that's one of the main problems. Whenever we talk about problems, she said, well, I think it's just that there are too many people. And she says she doesn't understand how people can have lots of children. It makes more sense to her that people in this time, when they know that the world has a problem with too many people, would limit the number of children that they have. But at one point, as an aside, she said that wasn't the reason why she and the Guardian didn't have children. And she referred in rather strong terms, I think it was when the Corellis were here, to the passages in the Bible that indicate that the population will be cut by 2/3 or 4/5 or something of that nature. I also forgot to mention that sometime when she was talking about the trips that she took with the Guardian to Switzerland, she said that her habit for walking was to walk very fast and then stop and take a rest, in spurts, she called it. And the Guardian said, no, the way to do it is to have a mountaineer step, a little slower but steady. And she said that if she had married the Guardian when he was younger, that he would have killed her, because by the time that they were married, he was not, I guess, as vigorous as he had been in his youth, and slowed down somewhat, and she could keep up with him, but she was sure that she couldn't have when he had been younger. This is continuing on the morning of the 28th of October, 1982, some recollections of Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit to Haiti. One of the recent mornings, I guess maybe it was a couple of days ago at breakfast, I raised somehow the subject of Doug Rue's being one of the owners of UPI, and Rúhíyyih Khánum wasn't aware of that. She knew that he'd been involved in TV development, and she said that this had been very hard on on his wife, Bev, and the family, and that Meg was very worried about it. And I think she said that Meg had some kind of a breakdown. But I didn't catch that, and I didn't want to probe it. Anyway, it seems that Meg was worrying a lot about the children. She had said earlier on that when we were talking about Paul and Bahía's divorce, that it had been harder, she thought, on Violette than it had been on Bahía. So Violette worries a great deal about her children. It's a natural thing, I suppose, for mothers to do. Anyway, we were talking about Doug, and I described to her what he'd gotten into with UPI and the problems it was facing and the publicity and so on. And she absorbed all that, and a little while later she said, I just don't understand how young Baha'is can go into projects of this kind. She referred to the many times that the Guardian had warned the pilgrims of tremendous problems facing them. She said that, who was it? One of the well-known Western Baha'is had come on pilgrimage, and he had said some very strong things to her, but then asked her not to share them with the friends, the pilgrims' notes, because he said it would only alarm them and it wouldn't do any good. But Rúhíyyih Khánum quoted one time when he said, even if they don't leave the centers of materialism in the West for pioneering, let them leave to save their own skins, quote unquote. And she said he was very, very vehement on the subject, and she was wondering what he would say now if he were still alive. Implying that it would be even stronger what his warnings would be now. And she said, with that kind of a view, how can people enter a field that is clearly involved with high technology and high finance and all of that, and that doesn't have necessarily an immediate usefulness for the faith? It's too big, she said, to be used for the faith. She said she could understand my small business because it puts things in people's hands and has an immediate, as she put it, has an immediate result. And so at any time, I'm extrapolating from what she said, but at any time that there's a sudden problem, at least you will accomplish something, whereas the Baha'is who are like those in Iran who were in business risk losing everything and not getting it out. And she talked, I think, don't remember if it was at that point or somewhere else, she talked about Nona Halan losing everything and how they had someone in Switzerland had said that they should take the money out of Iran and deposit it in Switzerland. This was earlier. And they didn't. They kept it in Iran, and she mentioned some other people who had kept their money in Iran because of the high interest rates. 20% or something was being offered. And another lady whose son had gotten her money out, and she said that she couldn't understand because the deposit rates were higher in Iran. After the collapse in Iran, the lady still didn't grasp that she could have lost everything. It's very, very interesting. The Khánum came off rather strong on this, not very long, but she was talking in a very strong way about how the Baha'is must keep in mind the grave dangers. And she said it wasn't anything peculiar to the Guardian, as the Guardian of the Baha'i faith, that he should understand this, but that many commentators and intelligent people understood the danger involved in the highly materialistic and industrialized countries. And she said something like what the Corellis are doing here she didn't really understand. Well, she did a little bit because it would help the country, but they had mentioned that one of their raw materials comes from Canada, and she said it's that kind of trade that will suffer first when there's any kind of disruption in the world. Certainly something well worth thinking about. She did mention that for Doug, she said that she could understand if he was trying to make a lot of money quickly. That she could see the point in that. And again, extrapolating that, it's if you can make money quickly enough to give some to the faith, that is worth perhaps the risk, the high risk involved. But in general, she's dubious of that kind of thinking, which, of course, is true of many, many of the Baha'is in the richer countries. Well, that's what I can think of for now, and this is again the morning of the 28th of October, recollections of Khánum's remarks and so forth through the 26th. This is now the evening of October 28th, and I've thought of a couple more things that Rúhíyyih Khánum said in the last few days. One was that we were discussing the boards of counselors, and she said, well, the South American board is excellent. They're very pleased with them. The Central American, she said, is not not up to the same quality. And I don't remember exactly how she put it, and she said, we take what we can get. And then she said the Guardian had to take what he could get when he appointed hands of the cause. He said that they weren't necessarily all that wonderful, but that's what he could get and what he could find, and that he'd said something to that effect. Another thing she said is we were talking about the state of the Baha'i community in Haiti and some of the past problems and the theft and of Baha'i funds and Julie Posey having countersigned checks and various and sundry things. And she said, well, I think she said, I don't remember now, she said the Guardian used to say, or whether it was her own observation, that Shoghi Effendi, that Amatu'l Bahá was extremely suspicious. And, I think she said that the Guardian was suspicious, but not nearly as suspicious as Amatu'l Bahá. That's what it was. Clearly there she said she was saying that there was nothing wrong with being suspicious, that in fact it's very important if you're going to protect the faith. This is now in the evening of November the 2nd, and I'm going to have to try to begin to cover the last few days, and I probably won't have a chance to finish before I get too tired and need to go to bed. I'm also tumbling through a whole mixture of things, because we've had a very, very intense last few days, and I got back, and it's quite a shock to get back into the big city after being out in the countryside, and very pleasant circumstances and very rewarding teaching activities the last few days. Indeed, very historic occasions. And all of a sudden there are petty little problems with the pioneers and phone ringing and one thing or another. And a few minutes ago I got a call from Don Davis to say that he had decided rather abruptly with his wife to go pioneering to Tonga within 2 months, and it leaves me completely up in the air with regard to my business and a whole other set of problems to worry about. And I'm trying very hard to finish up things and have a fruitful and productive last few months here in Haiti. Try to finish my dissertation and this article that I have to write for the Association for Baha'i Studies and other loose ends like that. And the last thing I need is another major problem. So I'm trying to trust in God and see how that works out. Anyway, if I can try to forget about that and go over my very sketchy notes here of the last few days, it's been a very rich experience. On Friday, I had agreed to go to Jacmel in order to pick up Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette Naqshbandi on Saturday morning and take them on the next leg of their journey. And I had not been able to reach René Jean-Baptiste for the last couple of days, an auxiliary board member who had been pioneer in Central African Republic, and it's hard to reach. He has a phone at the photo shop where he works, but every time I called, most of the day on Thursday and Friday, he wasn't there, and I began to worry that for some reason he wasn't able to come or something, although I'd heard from Linda that he knew that he was going to be going with me Friday, and had an idea of what the schedule was. It wasn't until about 6, I think, on Friday evening that I finally got through to him, and I knew that Khánum was expecting us there for a meeting Friday evening. It turned out to be very unfortunate we didn't get there earlier because they had a number of local dignitaries, the mayor and head of customs and some other people in Jacmel, who had come to this meeting, and that Rúhíyyih Khánum was very sorry that we hadn't gotten there earlier, so that I would have had a chance to meet them. And also, she said that she had been worried about us. It's hard to phone. You have to go through an operator and wait some period of time, so I didn't call ahead, not knowing, yet not having heard from René, not knowing what I was doing. So it turned out that he'd been up all night correcting tests or something. He's a school teacher as well as working in this photo studio, and he was delayed in being able to get away. But that's the way that worked out. So we arrived there, it must have been about 10, I guess, after driving over the mountains in moonlight, and some of the mountains were in fog, and it was really rather extraordinary evening. Driving through, we put on the, after talking for a while, put on the tape that Jack Lentz made for children in Canada, and had our little cocoon or bubble of stereo sound going over the almost empty mountains. Didn't pass any moving vehicles, I don't think, in the whole trip over the mountains. A couple of trucks being repaired by the side of the road by candlelight. And we arrived, and there was still a Belgian couple who work on boats and their daughter, and a couple of Haitians left of this meeting, but everybody else had gone home. They'd been meeting in the Baruch's home. And, of course, Khánum and Violette. And we had some words and so forth. René stayed and ate some soup because he hadn't had any dinner, and finally Khánum got tired of waiting for him, and the Baruchs took them back to their hotel, and we went over a little bit later and slept soundly until the next morning. We had decided that we needed to leave by 9:30, and so we didn't have a great rush getting up in the morning. Beautiful, beautiful place, and very warm associations for me. The Jacmelienne, because of staying there with Rúhíyyih Khánum the first time, and with my mother the second time. That was very pleasant. René is a lovely, lovely person to be with, and I invited him to stay with me in the room. We had a very nice start to this branch of the journey. Then on the way over the mountains, I know I'm going to forget a lot here because this has been many, many hours with Khánum, and I haven't been able to remember all the things that she said, and later on I'll probably think of things to add, as I had before. Going over the mountains from Jacmel, after we said goodbye to the Baruchs and got some gas and our provisions all together and so forth, Khánum was talking about her family and her family history, and I asked her a little bit about it and was prompting her. She said that her father had taken many years to become a Baha'i, that they had gone on pilgrimage in 1909, she said, and apparently, now there was a 1902 in there too, I don't remember what that was. Oh, I think that may have been when they met or when they got married. He was of Scotch background, but had been several generations living in Canada and went to Paris to study architecture and art, I guess, and was in the same, I guess he must have been at the Sorbonne, I'm not sure, and I think that May's brother was there, and that's how Sutherland Maxwell met May Bowles, and fell for her, and her mother warned him that she was of bad health and that he would have to put up with, perhaps with an invalid, and he said he didn't mind. And she told him that, May did, that the faith would come first for her, and he would have to understand that he would be second always for her, and he agreed to that. He was really very much taken with her. So they, after some time, I guess, they got married and went back to Canada. In 1909, they went on pilgrimage, and Khánum said that her father had said to Amatu'l Bahá that he believed that God was everywhere. I don't know if that was in response to a question or what from Amatu'l Bahá, but he said that God was everywhere, and Amatu'l Bahá said that everywhere meant nowhere, and that it was better to worship a stone because a stone was made by God. And apparently that was some kind of a turning point for her father, although he didn't become a Baha'i right away. And then later, she didn't say exactly when, her father had said to her mother that he felt they were drifting apart, that he was spending more time at his club and she was spending all his time with Baha'i activities, and he was concerned, and this was something of a shock for her, and she was concerned that she might lose him, but she said, she put her foot down, essentially. She said that the faith was first, and that she hoped that he would come with her. And sometime after that, apparently, that Khánum said that she thought that was very important, because if she had buckled into him, then she might not have been able to continue her services. And the faith really was first for her, and so he decided to follow her and became a Baha'i at some point after that. It's very interesting. She's mentioned her father frequently on this trip in many contexts. I don't know if it's because we got started on the subject or what exactly. And I mentioned to her again that her mother had encouraged my mother and had mentioned that Sutherland was 4 years younger than she, and that had helped my mother to decide to marry my father and so on, and she seemed very pleased about that. She also mentioned at that time that she was very surprised that that the guardian characterized her father in writing as saintly, and her mother as a hero. And she said she never would have thought of her father as saintly. That when he was asked, even after they moved to the Holy Land, when he was asked about religion, he said he wasn't a religious man. And here the guardian had called him saintly. And I think she maybe, or someone had said to him that maybe he better not say that he wasn't religious, because after all, if the guardian had said he was saintly, that wasn't really the right thing to say. But he certainly never considered himself as religious. She said that her father was a collector, whereas her mother was very detached and hardly had a hairbrush. And she talked quite a bit about what a good wife her mother was, how she would get out of bed. She mentioned this before, sometime quite a long time before, that her mother would get out of bed even when she was not well to fix dinner for her father and then get into bed. But she felt that was very important. And then she said on this time over the mountains from Jacmel that sometimes when her father was not well, or was resting, I suppose, or something, her mother would come and sit on his bed, and he would explain to her at great length something that he was interested in, some book he was reading, or something about art or architecture, and she would listen with great attention, even though she wasn't really interested in those subjects at all. And if she'd been asked to characterize her mother, she would have said that her mother was saintly, not her father. She said that her father was an artist through and through, that he had very wide interests and would have been a Michelangelo type if he had been born earlier, very capable, and a man of good judgment. She said that the guardian appreciated him because he had sound judgment. And she put in parentheses, not necessarily in financial matters, but in other kinds of things. I asked her about the International Council and what its role was, what kinds of problems the guardian gave it, and she said that it was essentially powerless. It was a first step, and it was used by the guardian in his relations with the State of Israel and the authorities, and I suppose also I inferred from what she said as a stepping stone psychologically for the Baha'i community too, towards the House of Justice, but they didn't have any independent powers. They didn't answer any correspondence of significance, never did anything independent of the guardian's instructions. We had quite a long talk, next leg of the journey, about justice and the court system, and Khánum made the interesting point that she didn't like the idea of the criminals having to somehow work off the damage they had done to whoever it was that they might have perpetrated their crime against, because she feels that she wouldn't like to receive anything from somebody who'd perpetrated a crime against her. Interesting point. Before we got onto that subject, we had two stops on this journey. One was in a village called Charlier, which is maybe half an hour beyond Miraguan, where the Reynolds aluminum plant was, and we bounced along this little road to get to this place. Renee knew where it was, and there was this little village with a graveyard and then a series of houses on each side of the road. And one of these houses we had this Baha'i meeting, and they were all people all been waiting for us, and were very, very warm and receptive. And it was there that Khánum used her analogy of the lamp, Faizy's story of the Wonder Lamp, which she said that she thought was Bill Sears' story. And we talked about it a little bit, three of us, and they weren't sure whether Faizy had gotten it from Sears or the other way around. They thought that probably it was Sears' idea originally. She had this little package of beautiful, different colored handkerchiefs, about 8 of them, and she all folded up, and she got them out and draped them all over the lamp, kerosene lamp that the lady had in the house, and explained the story of how everybody comes and tries to embroider or adorn the lamp and eventually put the light out, and how the new manifestation has to come and release the light again. And the people in that village seemed to like that very much. We were there maybe an hour and a half, and because we'd been running late, we'd seen Georges Marcelus, who had been supposed to have left early to organize the meetings, and he came up behind us on the road going to this place, so we thought maybe it's best to leave some time for him to organize the meetings. And it turned out we left too much time, but we stopped and looked at some sculptures by the road, and then we had We stopped again after going through we stopped at Miraguan, went down to the water's edge and looked at all the shellfish and the fish coming in and the dugout canoes. And Khánum took a picture of the church, and we stopped and had some 7-Ups. And then afterwards we stopped by the road and got out all our mamba and bread and cucumbers and things and had a very nice picnic by the side of the road. And so we got there rather much later than the 12:30 that had been scheduled. And the people had been patiently waiting, apparently, for us. Then we had to go on to the next place before it got dark. We got there, I suppose, about 4, and it was supposed to have been about 2:30, I think. And the people had been patiently waiting there. This was a place where we had to go through the river, and I had to leave my car, and George took us in the jeep through the river in the village of Oruk, who's just on the other side. And we went up and sat under a tree between a couple of houses and had a very nice meeting again in that place, with people listening very intently to what Khánum had to say, and Renee translating. And I took pictures in that place. We didn't remember to take them, unfortunately, in Charlier. Very, very warm teaching experiences. All of these people are most hospitable and interested in the faith, and very, very receptive and courteous, and very, very warm, nice feelings. It's very hard to explain on the tape, but it warms one's heart, to have this kind of teaching experience. Then we drove on and got into Lekai, considerably after dark, to this extremely dingy and depressing hotel called the Concord, where we had a miserable dry chicken and rice dinner, and were not very impressed at all with the prospects of this place. Khánum's room was one of the best rooms in the place, with a window and a large double bed for her and a smaller bed on the side for Violette. And I had a little tiny room with one of these 12-inch long fluorescent bulbs that was barely illuminating it, and dingy was Rúhíyyih Khánum's word. A little dirty in the corners, mosquitoes and one thing or another. It wasn't as bad as we had prepared ourselves for. The mosquitoes weren't awful, and they had fans, at least in the rooms, and these little vap mat things. And the combination of the fan and the vap mat and some repellent did pretty well, and I didn't actually get any bites while sleeping, which was a blessing. We saw Joe Koblenz, who'd gone by truck ahead of time to prepare meetings, and this was all on Saturday. All of this took place. Maybe I didn't mention the 29th of, the 30th of October, and Michael Bannister, who's a forester working with an AID-financed project, living in the middle of Kai. The next day was Sunday. Over breakfast, I think. I'm trying to figure out my notes here. Must have been in the morning. We were talking, I don't remember what subject, and Khánum mentioned that among the first pilgrims after the war was Owen Batrick, who had been some kind of a tank officer, had his own tank under Montgomery, I think, British forces, and somebody named Martin, who had been a similar officer in a tank, apparently, if I'm not mistaken, under Rommel, came about 3 weeks after. And she said it was really astonishing to see these people who'd fought each other in the war all within the faith. And Martin had said that it was unsupportable to him that the Germans had lost the war. And then when he became a Baha'i, he completely changed and felt relieved that was the way the war had turned out. Patrick went pioneering, of course, to the South Pacific, and Martin went pioneering somewhere in Africa. And, she'd commented on how meaningful that was. We had a meeting at Michael Bannister's, and we'd been up a little earlier. It was scheduled for 11, and we took a little drive around to see the town and stopped at the market. Khánum was most interested in the market, and we were looking for bananas. We didn't find any ripe ones, but we looked at everything else with great care. And quite an interesting place. And then we went to Michael's about 11:30. We passed them on the road, and they suggested that we didn't need to be there quite at 11. The place had been done up absolutely beautifully. This young man who lives nearby apparently is an artist, and he had made a lovely heart-shaped design with palm fronds and flowers on the wall, and there were signs welcoming Rúhíyyih Khánum and letters on the wall. I took pictures of all of that. About 25 people there, and they listened very attentively, all dressed very nicely. One family with 2 kids, a little girl of 9, I think, who said a prayer in a very solid voice, and Khánum commented on how good it is that children learn to say prayers forcefully enough that people can hear them, that many kids mumble into their prayer book and can't be heard. Then after that meeting, we had lunch at Michael's, and that was a marvelous occasion. It was such a contrast from the dingy hotel. His house is clean and neat and everything in the right place, and painted white and sunshiny and open, and nice neat yard. And he was apologetic the day before. I wasn't sure whether we would... Well, he didn't really invite us because he said there'd be chaos in the house as a result of the meeting and everything. But it turned out to be most welcome, and Violette helped. We had some canned soup and American soup. He shops at the commissary, and some American apple orange juice, and some things that... I can't remember if we had things that we'd brought. Anyway, we had some cheese, and he had a wonderful cream cheese with garlic in it or something like that. Anyway, it was very, very pleasant, and we all had a very fine sense of enjoying being together. And beforehand, Khánum was talking a little bit with Michael about trees, and was obviously well informed on the subject, and they were discussing various and sundry different kinds of trees and things that interested her and interested him. And she said that the guardian had very much liked gardens, and was dragging her continuously to see one garden or another, and regularly went to the famous, I don't remember the name, famous botanical garden, as I gathered, in London when they were there. Then later in the afternoon, we went to Torbeck. We went directly from Michael's there, and Michael picked up several truckloads of people in different places, and by the time he was finished, we had over 50 people, almost all of them young men, only a couple of women in the crowd. And Khánum gave a talk here. This was in the home of a fellow named Judy, who's one of Joe's assistants. What's his first name? Idris, or something like that. And she used here an analogy of... she used a mirror, which she had in her purse, and the sun was setting. She went out just outside the door and caught a ray of sun and beamed it into the dark room, and explained how we can be like mirrors, shining light even into dark places, or something to that effect. A very nice little analogy, and I was only half listening because I was at that time being transported with all kinds of lofty emotions, and had the feeling that I get only in very occasionally of sudden perspective, as sort of the feeling that one gets when one gets to the top of a mountain and one suddenly sees all the mountains and valleys going off into the distance, and you get a grasp of the overall direction of things and the lay of the land, as it were, and how you should proceed down through the valleys to wherever it is you want to go. And I was thinking about writing my book and taking a year off from the fund, and how important that really is that I do that, and feeling more confirmed in that decision, and thinking about all things of that nature, trying to plot a course ahead. I had gone in the morning with Michael to try to find Pierre Léger, who was a member of a prominent family, and an agronomist, and working apparently in the clarin, or alcohol, factory that his father has in the middle of Kai, making alcohol from sugarcane. Educated in Holland, and he had met the Corellis, who was going to distribute some of their fertilizer in that part of the country, and had agreed to arrange a boat for us. And we didn't know whether the arrangements were definite yet. We'd just gotten a message through the Corellis, so I felt it was important to try to reach him. And we we went looking for him in the morning in Michael's truck with one of the local Baha'is. Stopped at the factory and he met his father, and he said that Leger had gone off to Miragwan to see some clients or something and would be back later in the afternoon. So after this meeting, it was getting dark. It was dark, I think, by the time we left Torbeck. We thought it best to try to contact him and go to his house before it got too late. We were supposed to leave the next day on this boat. So we drove up to, after leaving off Rúhíyyih Khánum at the hotel, we drove up to his house, which is on a hill, just on the road going out of town. And he wasn't there, but I left a little note on the back of my card for him. And we got back in time to have a dinner around 8:30 at the hotel. And I was, because we'd already paid with the hotel for the meals, Violette and Khánum and I ate there, and Michael went off with Renee to eat at his house. During that dinner, we talked a little bit about encouragement and about the problem of Western women exploiting their husbands, and particularly the business about encouragement. And I talked a little bit about, very briefly, about my work situation and how difficult it is to not be encouraged. And Khánum listened very intently to that, which was unusual for her, without saying much. And then she said that she thought about it, paused, and then she said her mother had certainly encouraged her father, but she didn't remember her father encouraging her mother. And Violette said, well, there are those unusual people, and her mother was probably one, who are so dedicated to the faith that they don't really need encouragement from other people. They're solid, sort of like a rock inside, in their dedication. But we all agreed that encouragement is certainly necessary for 99% of humanity, and Khánum deplored egoism, said that that's really at the base of all of these problems is egoism. Then they retired early after dinner, and I'd gone to my room and was called out because this fellow Pierre Léger had come with his wife and his little 3-year-old son, and I was very pleased to meet them. He was very friendly and younger than I expected. Both of them were very, very nice and extremely cordial and friendly, and said that the boat had been arranged, and we said that we wanted to leave around 9 or so. Then after they left, I didn't want to keep them too late. They seemed to be coming or going from something. I went to Michael's to tell them that the boat had been arranged all right. There was no problem with it. And I had a very pleasant talk with Michael for about an hour over there. And he gave me a copy of the Baha'i World with a photograph of the first assembly in Haiti and an article about this lady's visit, Bates. What's her name? Not Amelia, but unusual. And I don't have it here. Anyway, Khánum recognized the name and talked about her at some length a little later when we were talking about this article. And she had come here with her husband, had a very tragic... She married... Oh yes, I remember. This lady, whose article's in Baha'i World, had been on pilgrimage or something and had become engaged, I think, to Rúhíyyih Afnan. And who was it? Millie Collins or somebody was very much opposed, and they were worried about it. And Rúhíyyih left the Holy Land to come to the U.S. without the Guardian's permission, and it was 2 days apparently before he landed in New York or wherever it was. He landed. This lady eloped with a Harlem Black, a jazz player or something like that, thereby saving herself from Rúhíyyih Afnan. And they came pioneering here to Haiti. And Khánum had a high opinion of this lady, although I think she was, if I remember correctly, I should check this, was one of the people who signed this Articles of Association of the Baha'i Cause, this extraordinary document from 1951. Anyway, we retired early. Well, it wasn't that early, I guess, after I finished talking with Michael, and had a very, very sound sleep that night. On Monday, which was then the 1st of November, Khánum mentioned just in passing, as she was complaining about something hurting or something, we were outside, she said that in her family, the bottom of the person was called to sit upon, and that she thought that was a useful term. I had breakfast again with Khánum and Violette, and I had forgotten to tell them the night before what time everybody was planning to leave, which was people were going to come at 8:30, and I knocked on the door, and they hurried up and came out about 8:15, but we were still in the middle of breakfast when people started to arrive. First Michael, Bannister, and Renee at 8:30, and very shortly after followed by Pierre Léger, and they all gathered around, and we had a pleasant time talking, finishing breakfast. Waited forever for the bread to get toasted or the butter to arrive or something or other. People were very lackadaisical in this place. And then they had to go off and get their things together and one thing or another. But this man, Pierre Léger, was very patient with us. And then we went to the port and got in this little tiny boat about 9:30, which I have pictures of, and with a little minuscule motor on the back, and put headed off towards Île à Vache, which is one of the 3 goals for opening these areas, 3 islands that are supposed to be opened in this phase of the 7-year plan. We arrived there about an hour and a half later, about 11, having passed along magnificent coastline of this island with very, very picturesque scenes. It was market day, and some people had already left the market and were walking along the edge of the island, going home, and sort of some cliffs and beaches and palm trees. And the women wear very bright colors, and there was one woman with an extremely bright green, very, very light green, this high visibility kind of green skirt, and a white blouse, I think, and a bright red plastic something or other on her head, and off in the distance, moving along, a couple of other people, very, very picturesque. The wind came up, and towards the end we were getting lots of splashes. Those of us who were in the front were soaked by the time we got there in salt water. And Khánum was sitting in the middle in the back with an umbrella to keep her protected from the sun. And Violette fell, and they broke the handle of the umbrella, and she got a rather bad scrape on her knee. I didn't realize at the time that it was as serious as it was. It could have been much worse. I guess she could have really hurt herself, all the pitching to and fro, but it was quite an adventure. We had been running around during the week to arrange a boat, and had a Belgian with a yacht who was going to charge $30 a person, which would have been something on the order of $300 or more for the trip. And that seemed exorbitant, and I decided that Khánum wouldn't agree to that, and that it was far too much for a day's excursion and all that. And probably not appropriate to arrive in such a fancy boat either. So we were happy to have this small boat, although he wanted $100, and it was really more than was reasonable for a day's work. And we got to this market town, or little town where the market was in full swing, and meandered through the market from one end to the other, and then Khánum wanted to go back and look for some kind of little enameled blue dish that she was interested in finding. Very crowded, and we took pictures there, and the people all wanted to get into the picture, and so as soon as you saw something you liked in the way of the things that are being sold, all these kids would get immediately in front of your camera, and although they were very nice, if you asked them to move, they'd make an effort, but usually the crowd was too big and they couldn't move away very much. They were very, very nice people, extremely warm and open and friendly, and always pulling at you and saying blah and asking for a little money and whatnot, but very good-natured. And then we'd brought these 2 assistants and another young man who said he had relatives there, and Renee. One assistant was Gaston, the other one was whatever his name is, Jeudi. So we were a little group, and they had sort of scattered off to find out what was going on. They found a place to have a meeting, and the local magistrate was there. Only lived up on the hill, but he was there for some reason, and we decided to teach him first, and spent about half an hour talking with him and showing him the teaching book, and he decided to become a Baha'i and said he liked it very much. Then we got a table, and pretty soon some cups appeared, and chairs, and various things, and from the house of this lovely lady with 7 children who was living there. And we got out all our things. We brought all kinds of provisions to be sure that we had enough, and spread them all out on the table, and nuts and bananas, and the fellow went up and got us coconuts, so we had coconut to drink, and peanut butter and jelly and one thing or another. And we had a very nice meal there with all these people gathered around watching every bite that we were taking. we invited the magistrate to join us, and sat there rather oddly in the middle of this crowd of people. And some people came by and were very interested to know what was going on, and we decided we should set a time for the meeting. And so we said 1 o'clock, and we actually started the meeting about 2, I think. And went on for about an hour. Renee was talking, just Renee. Khánum didn't say much of anything. And then a rather noisy young man, a tall fellow, showed up and started talking a great deal, and we kept asking him to be quiet because it was our time to talk, having come such a long way, and he couldn't resist talking some more. So eventually they decided to, Khánum got up and went with the magistrate to talk with him off by the sea. And then they decided, I guess, to break it up, and there was just a mad rush when we took out literature. People were most anxious to get anything. They love things given away. People are very poor here. And in Ilavash, the island had been destroyed, apparently, or damaged greatly in the hurricane in 79. And a staple of the economy was vetiver grass, which they make oil from for perfumes, and the market has gone out of that. It was overtaxed, and factory that belonged to Pierre Léger actually had been closed. So they really have hard times over there. Anyway, they were just a mob scene, and we were signing up people as fast as they could write with 2 pens available. And after a while, Khánum and Violette went off to find some kind of toilet facilities, and they said they were lucky to find anything with 4 walls and a door. And then they went to the boat, which we weren't aware of, and were waiting for us, and she'd sent Gaston back, but he took 20 minutes for some reason to go this short distance. He must have gotten distracted by someone on the way. And meanwhile, we were waiting for her, and I was enjoying very much having this cutest little girl on my lap, who was the youngest of this family of 7. And several people told me that I could have her if I wanted. Mother didn't say that, but some other people did. And I think they were quite serious. Beautiful people, really very, very warm feelings, and lovely, lovely place. I took a number of pictures there. All the palm trees and the very clean, picturesque little houses, and very warm and interested people. Lots of scenes that I won't soon forget. A little tiny girl carrying a great big rolled up mat bigger than she was, and another girl that couldn't have been more than about 5 riding on a horse with all the purchases from the market, and her little brother or something was even smaller, following along behind, carrying something. There wasn't any evidence of any adult with them. And lots of lovely scenes of people, which I wish I could have taken more pictures of. Wonderful, wonderful faces, but I didn't want to disrupt the meeting too much, so I mostly took pictures just of the meeting and things that would be useful for historical purposes and for Bahá'í news and so forth. And I'd only taken 1 camera. I really regretted that, because I could have used black and white film too, but I didn't want to interrupt things too much by taking a lot of pictures. Then we began to think that it was time to get going, and Khánum was tired, and she got very cross with Gaston for taking so long and letting us know she had to come herself to find out what was going on. And we packed up our things in a hurry and went off and got in the boat, and she and Violette were rather grumpy. I think Violette's knee must have been hurting. I wasn't aware of that from her fall, and Khánum was a little bit grumpy about this. She kept talking about she should throw him overboard, and that kind of thing, but it didn't last too long. And we'd gotten within fairly good sight, close distance of the Kai after a long ride, shorter than before, though. We had the wind behind us this time and no splashing. And lo and behold, the motor just dies all of a sudden. It stops, and there we were floating around in the waves. And I'd been thinking of the analogy of Mr. Faizy, of us being all voyagers in the Ark, and we discussed that, and we're enjoying that, and being together in this tiny boat. And all of a sudden it began to get a little bit serious. The sun was going down, and here we were stranded, and he kept trying to start the engine, but obviously it wasn't going to go, and there was gas, and there wasn't anything obvious to do to repair it. He had only an old rusty pair of pliers and absolutely nothing in the way of tools or anything. He didn't even have oar locks in this thing, but we eventually kind of insisted that we do something, and so they got the rope and tied the oars to the side of the boat, and Michael and this young man who was with the captain began to row. The captain did absolutely nothing. He just sat there. And we got a little closer, and we waved at sailboats going by in different directions, and None of them stopped. And then a small sailboat came out of nowhere, and apparently had gotten the message that we were stranded, and came to help us. And they came roaring up and about-faced, which was very tricky in a sailboat, and we managed to get our anchor over to them, and they towed us back into the port, and I got some Khánum assistance. This is the evening of November 2nd, 1982, and I'm continuing. This is the third tape of some notes and so forth on the visit of Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette Nakhchivandy here in Haiti. I was on the last tape describing our return yesterday from opening the Isle of Île à Vache, and that Rúhíyyih Khánum had asked me to get a picture of the sailboat towing us into the harbor, so I had climbed up to the front of the boat and found that I was feeling a bit weak-kneed from all of the tossing around, and I got a number of pictures, I hope, that came out of this sailboat, the young man leaning way out on one side like an outrigger, towing us into the port. And I'd forgotten to mention that we had at least 25, I think, enrollments on the island, and very successful opening. Although, of course, Rúhíyyih Khánum mentioned the obvious that the deepening, or not deepening, but follow-up, going back and continuing the work there is very, very important. And we were very pleased to see that this young man, Pierre Léger, had become worried that we hadn't come in yet. He'd asked us to come for drinks at 6, and here it was 5 already, and we hadn't arrived. 5:30, I think, by the time we got into actually docked at the port, and he'd felt that he should come down and find out what was happening. He said that he thought it was, thinking about it, it was a small boat, and he was a little worried. So there he was waiting for us, and we were very happy to see him. And we decided to pay the fellow only $80 instead of the 100 he had asked, and he was very unhappy about that, but it was tough luck. And we agreed to go up to Léger's house at 6:30 after washing up a bit. So all of us were feeling a bit distinctly sick by this time, all this bouncing around, and I stopped for gas. We saw Samuel Sendik happened to be passing by at that moment, and we went to the hotel, and I had the most pleasant cold shower I've ever had in my life after all that salt water and dust and everything. And we got ourselves cleaned up and drove up with Pierre and Michael Bannister joined us, and we drove up to Léger's home on the mountain with an almost full moon that night, and some of the voodoo drums going in the distance, because these 2 days, yesterday and today, today was the Day of the Dead, and yesterday was a holiday too, in preparation for the Day of the Dead. We had a very nice conversation. Khánum was very careful to not say anything directly about the faith, but just very indirect teaching, mentioning their many experiences with Baha'is in one thing or another. It turns out that John Corelli had given them a book about the faith, Renewal of Civilization, in French, although we weren't aware of that. But the idea was just to make a friendly contact, and we had a very pleasant time with them, and got back to the hotel about 8:30, I guess, because dinner was served until 9. I see in my notes here, well, I'll mention that in a minute, but I'm not sure that the 1902 that I mentioned in relation to Khánum's history I think I was confusing that maybe with the next topic. While we were at the Légers, Violette told a story at Khánum's request about the king of Uganda. Apparently the first missionaries, Anglicans, British, had come in 1902, and the king had they had said they believed in one God, and the king had said he believed in one God, so that was fine, and he agreed with their religion and gave them permission to come, and they came a couple of years later, but it was a combination of missionaries and colonizers, and they didn't give him any choice, and he was required to sign a contract or agreement or something of that kind, and agreed to become an Anglican. So he gathered all of his chiefs together, and he said, no, I guess it was the first time he gathered them all together and said he'd become a Christian, and they should become Christians, so they became Christians. But then the Anglicans came, and then after that the Catholics came, and they began to fight with each other, and there were apparently some very bloody conflicts in 1910, if she has her dates right, because the Pope came in 1960, and she thought that was the 50th anniversary of that battle in which many people died, apparently. And they were fighting each other terribly, and towards the end of his life, I have to get the name of this king from her, because the histories are all written by the missionaries, and they don't tell it right, but towards the end of his life, he gathered all of his chiefs together again, and he said, listen, gee, I have to get this story right. He said that he was very sorry that these people had come, that before the Christians had come, they had battled other tribes, but they certainly hadn't had brother against brother and hadn't killed each other, and now these religions had torn the country apart, and he himself wanted to be buried according to the old beliefs before they had become Christians, which happened, and the Christians in their book say that he came to the gates of paradise and turned away and went back. But in fact, that it was a very good demonstration of how the Christians had not done what one would have hoped that they would have done, and it instead brought a great deal of conflict and disagreement. And his tomb is now, or his grave is now, still a site of reverence for visits and so on on the part of many Ugandans, apparently. Well, I've reached my limit for this evening. It's late and I have to get some rest. So I'll end here and continue later. I've gotten up to the middle of yesterday, the 1st of November, and this is late in the evening of the 2nd of November. Well, it's now Saturday morning, November 6th. Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette left yesterday for their trip to Hinge and Cap-Haïtien, Saint-Marc and Atibonite, and I went out and saw a movie last night and slept for 10 hours and feel very much refreshed. So I'll try to get back to continuing and finishing these notes. I clarified with Violette a couple days ago the story about the king of Uganda. His name was Mutesa I, and he was known as the Kabaka of Buganda, with a B, that meaning the king. The agreement was signed in 1902 between himself and the Anglican missionaries and representatives of the new colonial power, and apparently they must have come then about 2 years before for the first time. And the great big battles she thought were in 1910 or 1911. She wasn't quite sure. Going back to now November the 1st, in this fantastic trip that we took to Ilabash, on the boat, Rúhíyyih Khánum said that we were taking pictures and things. We got on the subject of photography, and she said that the Guardian was an enthusiast of photography from his youth. And reading between the lines, it sounded as though he didn't think it was dignified for him to go around the holy places taking pictures or something, because Khánum said that he would explain to her exactly where she should be to take a picture that he wanted to have taken. She gave the example of an eagle with its wings outspread, and he said that if she positioned herself just so, she could get the Shrine of the Bab under one wing and the Archives building under the other. She explained how very late in his life they had decided to buy a Leica to have a proper camera for her to take pictures. She said that she'd been the official photographer. She said moving picture photographer, but I'm not sure exactly. Maybe she misspoke, or it was Super 8 or something. I don't know. Anyway, she was active in taking pictures for The Guardian, and she wanted a proper camera for that. So they decided to get a Leica, but unfortunately it was very expensive and beyond the resources that she had, so they decided to make a joint venture of it. And they bought this camera, and she couldn't quite remember, but she thought it might have been $700, which would have been a lot of money, of course, at that time. But Leicas were very expensive. Anyway, it was a joint venture between she and the Guardian, and then he died very suddenly. He never used the camera, and she traveled with it, she said, for several years after his passing, but she was so worried about losing it because of the associations with the Guardian that it was really a great burden on her, and so she bought an Olympus, and left the Leica back in the Holy Land, and it's still there. And then she bought a second Olympus when she had been asked by the House of Justice to represent them in Panama, and at the conference, I think it was the meeting of the counselors when the Continental Board was formed. And she didn't realize that she was going to be traveling after that, and through Mexico. I think she traveled after that, and she wanted a camera to take pictures in Mexico, so she bought another Olympus, and that one, what was it? It was much lighter, she said, and she liked that, but she sold it and went back to her first one. It was $400, and Lacey Crawford sold it for her for $380 or something like that, and she was pleased with the way it turned out. She told that story several times. She was having trouble with this camera, though. She had a long lens, 150 millimeters, something like that, and she was fussing and having trouble taking the standard lens off and putting that lens on, and asked me to load her film for her a couple of times. But she likes very much taking pictures, and she said that many times Lacey and other Baha'is had explained to her about depth of focus and how to set her camera for the maximum probability of getting a good shot when you have to snap quickly, and she asked me to explain that to her again, and I don't know, she's very artistic about the whole thing. She loves to go through a market or something like that and take pictures of things that are typical. Although she said that at another time that she doesn't take pictures of Baha'is because there'd be no end to it. She apparently just likes mostly scenery, and once she's got enough of one kind of thing, she doesn't bother to take more pictures of it. She said she had lots of pictures of tropical vegetation and things like that. At dinner that evening, after we got back, Violette was talking about Uganda, and I think this was when, just a second, Ali was elected to the House of Justice, and he came back and everybody was very sad, but I might have mixed that up. Anyway, there was a time when they were putting on a skit. The local Baha'is had put this all together. Well, one Baha'i in particular, I think, I don't remember who it was. And Ali was there in the audience, and it was the history of religion in Uganda. And the first act was about the tribal faiths. She didn't describe what that was. The second act was about the missionaries, and she said that it opened with the missionary shaking hands with everybody, and then he sat down at a table and had he was counting his money on the table, and whenever anybody came, he'd hide the money under the table, and then he was eating, and again, whenever anybody came, he'd hide the food under the table. And of course, she told this in a way that was very funny. And then the third act was the coming of the Baha'i faith, and here Ali was sitting at the table eating. Whenever anybody came, instead of putting the food in his own mouth, he'd put it in the mouth of whoever had come, was sharing his food, and he never got any. And she said it was very touching, and it was funny and sad at the same time for Ali leaving. At another time in my house, Violette was, I think this was when we were sitting alone. Khánum was upstairs, and we were talking, and she told about her father a little bit, and how what he had done for the cause in Africa, and she had mentioned that he was extremely dedicated to the hoguk, which this I'd heard from Bahia. And she mentioned at one episode when he had a business transaction, somebody came and paid him something in the evening at his house, and he had all this money, and he went to the home of the treasurer. I'm not sure, this probably was back in Tehran or in Iran. But he went to the home of the treasurer late in the evening, got the fellow out of bed, and gave him this contribution of the hoguk on the money that he had made, because he said that he didn't want to die during the night or have something happen to him and not have paid the hoguk on that money. Going back to dinner in Kai, Khánum said that just in passing, she leaned over to me. I was sitting next to her between the two of them, and she said, just imagine the love that God must have for mankind. She said, we have love that's like, for each other, that is like a little tiny lentil, she said, or like a grain of sand. And so we can just imagine what the love of God must be. Then, also in the same meal, she made this very funny noise with her mouth puckered and her throat going up and down, a sort of a sound in the back of her throat. And she said that was a bowl's sound. It was special to the bowls family, and it scratched the back of the tonsils. And she'd taken in some pepper or something and felt like scratching the back of her tonsils, so she made this sound. And then she gets this funny, cute, laughing, playful expression on her face. She likes being playful and having people indulge her. At a later time, she said something to me about how useful my work here in Haiti is and my position for the faith. And she referred to the evening when we had drinks with Pierre Léger and his wife, and said that my few remarks about economics and business and my impression of living in a developing country and so on were worth many teaching books for a person of that kind, essentially irreplaceable. And it's very confirming of my own impressions that this kind of service is useful for the faith. On the 2nd of November, I'm going through my little notes here, at breakfast in the Hotel Concorde in Kai, Khánum was talking a great deal about primogeniture, and she said the will and testament, of course, gave the right of the guardianship to the oldest son unless he were unworthy, and she said that it was also a feature of the will, the system of intestate inheritance of the Bab and adopted by Baha'u'llah, that the oldest son gets more than the others, which I hadn't remembered. Then she talked about the importance of wills, and she gave an example of Freddie Schopflacher, who apparently, I gather, was a Montreal Baha'i she had known very well for many, many years. He had broken up with his wife, I think near the end of his life. Apparently he'd thrown a lot of things at her, or she'd thrown a lot of things at him or something. Anyway, they separated. And he ended up leaving most or perhaps all of his belongings to his housekeeper. She said there was nothing wrong going on there. He was an old man at that time, but his housekeeper had taken care of him, and he left most of his things to her. And the wife, whose name I don't remember, was a good Baha'i, and she was planning to challenge the will in the courts. And the guardian told her, the Schopflacher's wife, that he, the guardian, would remove this woman's voting rights, expel her from the faith, if she challenged the will, that she didn't have the right to do that under Baha'i law, regardless of non-Baha'i law. And she didn't, but a very, very firm, strong statement apparently by the guardian on this subject. Then Khánum talked about lizards. We had a little one of these lizard gecko type things come up on the chair, and Violette hates them, but Khánum loves them. And she was sort of playing with it, and was afraid that somebody was going to step on it, so she carried the chair. It went up on another chair, and she carried that chair outside, and the thing jumped off and ran away. And many times in the last few days she was talking about how strange it was that the guardian married her, because she was known as Mary of the snakes and lizards and things like that, Mary Maxwell. And the guardian hated all such reptiles and creatures. She mentioned at this breakfast, in that regard, that the guardian, as I said, had hated snakes, and when they were engaged, he had come out of his room and said that he had just killed a lizard in the room. She didn't see it, apparently, but that's what he told her. And she said that if she had been Mary Maxwell, she would have broken off the engagement immediately. But, of course, she didn't, and she said that she thought that perhaps the guardian was testing her obedience. We got going a little bit leisurely Tuesday morning, and after everything was together and we were out of the hotel and paid and so forth, which I suppose was around 9:30, we went over to Michael Bannister's house and got Renee there and said goodbye to Michael. It was very warm and fond farewell, as we all felt extremely unified and had a very good
experience there. And Michael was very, very sweet. He's really a lovely man. Very, very spiritual. I hate to use that term, but that's all I can think of. And then we headed off with Renee in the car, and Violette and two of them in the back seat, and Khánum in the front. And I have a note here that sometime during that day, Khánum had mentioned that Amatu'l Bahá said that ambition was an abomination in the sight of God. I don't remember the context. Yes, we were talking about the rulers of Haiti, I think, or something like that, some political context. As an aside here, I had the distinct impression that Khánum was intentionally telling me things. She said so several times, that she didn't usually talk about such and such a subject because people would misremember and misquote her and a lot of damage would be done. But she implied that she had an impression that I was more accurate and would be able to remember what she said, and I'm trying here with this tape to be worthy of that confidence. She also said at one point that I was much more of a scholar of the writings than she was, that she grew up absorbing a great deal from her mother, and of course from 20 years with The Guardian. She said that The Guardian had said at some point that, I think Guardian had said that they were much closer than most husband and wife, because she was, after all, both, she was the Guardian secretary and his housekeeper and his wife, and therefore spent many, many hours with him, and through all of that long life had absorbed many, many things, but she couldn't remember where things were in the writings and was not really scholarly about it. Anyway, leaving Kai, Khánum started to tell a story in French, because she said Violette had heard it and she wanted Renee to hear it. Fantastic story about their voyage through Africa, the Guardian and she. And I may get a few details wrong, but I wanted to put down as much of this as I remember, in case it's not readily available someplace else. Her father was going to come too, but he was not able to travel by land in the more rugged way that the Guardian and she were going to travel, so he was supposed to fly and meet them in Cairo, I think, or someplace. And she said that they were leaving Rhodesia. I don't remember the name of the town now. She said that they wanted to see the Congo. The Guardian had wanted to, and she wanted to, and they couldn't get a visa because the Congo was in Belgian control, and they were in the British area. And they were refused to visas and told it was impossible, and being wartime and all that sort of thing. They were in Rhodesia, and they were on their way to the train station, I think to get a train towards the Sudan, and they passed by a little sign that said Consulate of the Congo. And so they stopped, and this was a Britisher in his 60s, and they went and talked with him, and he fumbled for stamps and one thing or another, and gave them the visa, which turned out to be quite adequate for their trip to the Congo. They took, with this visa, they took a plane from Rhodesia to Stanleyville. They said it was a little plane, and it followed the rivers, and when it came to the jungle where the heat was rising, it would go up, and when it came to the river, it would come down again, up and down, up and down. And they arrived apparently in Stanleyville. And I think it was there that they engaged a car belonging to a Belgian who owned a hotel to drive them to the Sudanese frontier. I'm not sure where the hotel of this Belgian man was, but anyway, it was apparently a reasonable car. And this Belgian and the driver, I suppose, were sitting in front, and Rúhíyyih Khánum and the Guardian were sitting in the back. They had just headed off, and the car hit some gravel or something. It was slippery and went sailing off the road and landed in a tremendous amount of foliage, which broke their fall, and it was just like landing in a pillow, she said. None of them were hurt at all, and she said the Guardian, not being a driver, was not as aware, she thought, as she was of the danger of this fellow's driving. But they went to a village or something nearby and got all kinds of people, and they came and they lifted the car up, put it back on the road, and off they went with no problem.
They had to spend one night sitting up in the car, the guardian sitting straight and dignified, and Khánum apparently next to him, and it wasn't exactly her idea of the way to spend the night. And then they went off the next day, because there was no place to sleep. I think they maybe had stopped somewhere and been refused lodging. I don't know, I guess that was someplace else she was talking about. There was one day, she said, when they had stopped, and she decided to walk ahead, and they were going to come along and pick her up. She said that she wanted some exercise. And so she walked and walked and walked, and they hadn't come, and she walked and walked and walked, and eventually somebody came along on a bicycle and said that the guardian had been delayed and was very worried about her, and if she, would come back or something, I don't know. Anyway, she borrowed this fellow's bicycle and bicycled back as quickly as she could, and it turned out the guardian was afraid she would be eaten by lions. And she said, "Oh, guardian, the lions don't eat people. That's ridiculous." And apparently, though, a lion had eaten somebody on that road not very long before, and they had told the guardian. He was very, very concerned. And she mentioned also another time that she'd wanted to go out from the little bungalow or wherever they were staying and take a walk, and he disapproved very much. And in general, one gets the impression that here's Mary Maxwell, who loves snakes and adventures and all kinds of things, and the guardian is restraining her. But she mentioned many times to me, I think perhaps, no, not here, but in other times, that she thought it was perhaps good that she was able to divert the guardian from his many preoccupations and concerns, and that she didn't try to curb this kind of inclination of hers, because it was perhaps good for the guardian, she thought, to have to think about other things than he usually did. And there were some things, obviously, she did curb, but other things she didn't try to, as she put it, for that reason. And she said also several times that the guardian must have seen something in Mary Maxwell if he had wanted to marry her. So they arrived in the Sudan, and they were immediately arrested because they didn't have the proper documents or something or other. And they told the authorities that they should check with the British governor of the Sudan, who she thought was named Sykes, but she couldn't remember, because the guardian had known him in the Holy Land. And they did check, and he, in fact, told them that the guardian was all right, and everything was okay, and that was taken care of. And then when they got to, now I'm not quite sure about this, but I think it was when they got to Khartoum, from the border frontier town, they were invited to this man's home for lunch. And she said it was awful because they didn't have the proper clothing for such an occasion. The guardian had insisted that she get a khaki suit and pants and that sort of thing appropriate for the tropics. And she had a dress, or dresses, I suppose, but they were for colder climates. And so it was terribly hot and uncomfortable. And the guardian had some kind of a suit, I suppose. But again, it was presumably not appropriate for the climate. And this Governor General had invited an important general in the military field and some other dignitaries, and she said it was really quite a difficult occasion. She also said that they had, late at night, run into her father, who just had appeared, and he was the sort of person, she said, who was never fazed by anything and didn't think it was at all extraordinary for them to meet in the middle of the night in Khartoum. And then he went on in his plane, apparently to Cairo. She also mentioned there was a tablet of Amatu'l Bahá, different subject now, describing explicitly how children are ordinarily conceived, and that Christ was not conceived in this way. And the guardian had referred to this tablet, which is not translated. And she said it's very clear that Baha'is believe in Immaculate Conception, and that was a surprise to her when she learned it. I'm not sure that I mentioned this before. At another time earlier on this trip, she had said that when the subject of a recording of Shoghi Effendi came up, she said that she had never dared to make a recording of him because, although she'd wanted to many times secretly make one, but it would have been disobedient. And there was one time at the pilgrim table when a pioneer from Africa, who she named but I don't remember now who it was, had put a tape recorder on the table and asked the guardian if she could record a short message for the African believers. And she said the guardian hesitated and she held her breath.
And then he said, no, that was not possible. We were driving along in a leisurely fashion on our way back to Port-au-Prince, and Violette suddenly said that she had remembered that we were supposed to stop in 2 villages on the way back, and I'd completely forgotten about that. But we stopped, and I got out my schedule and got the names of the 2 places, which was Saint-Michel-du-Sud and Châlons, something like that. And René said that he had an idea where these places were. They were just before, I think, getting to Miraguan. And so we headed off again, wondering, though, whether anything had been arranged, because nobody had said anything to us. And lo and behold, René told me to slow down and then to stop, and there we were in Saint-Michel-du-Sud. And he went off here and there, and he had sort of a feeling of where the right place was, and he saw a home with a picture of Amatu'l Bahá or something inside, and out came this very large man with a very sad expression on his face, and his big feet into shoes that apparently weren't quite large enough, and had the toes cut off, and he was standing on the heels. You know, the back of the shoe was folded down, so it was more like a sandal. And he talked with Rúhíyyih Khánum for a few minutes at the car, and she asked him why he looked so sad, whether there was a tragedy of some kind in his family, and he said no. And he said it was a shame that they hadn't been notified, because nobody had been there for several months to visit, but it took time to notify everybody and get a meeting together. So we just said hello and then goodbye to him, and headed off onto Châlons. In Châlons, there was it wasn't really a town center. Saint-Michel-du-Sud was a little more built up. They were just houses stretched along the road for quite some distance, and so we drove along and stopped in the sun, and René went off, and he walked quite a long ways, and then he was to be seen walking back along the road, and so we backed up to where he was, and he said he'd found some Baha'is, and so we turned around and then drove off the road under a tree and some shade, and went and talked to these people. It was a little tiny house with about 3 couples gathered around, and on one side was a man who turned out to be a Baha'i, who was giving a lesson in sewing. He had a sewing machine on his front porch, and a few people gathered around, and Khánum got up and went over to say hello to him, and was very cordial. Then there was another house on the other side, again with some Baha'is in it, apparently, and a very pretty little garden with flowers and some conch shells bordering the flowers, just 2 clumps, but very well tended. Then we sat there at the porch for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, talking with these people, showed them the teaching book, which they had seen, and some pictures, and Violette, one of these people went to his home and came back with a postcard of Baha'is in Uganda, which is the same picture as in the teaching book. And Violette said that she knew all those people, and was pointing out who was who, and it was very nice. And then we were asking about almonds, because I wanted to know what these funny little trees that are flat like an umbrella along the road were, and they said those were almondiers. And so we were curious, and they went and they got a nut for us and broke it open, and Khánum and Violette had each half of this very small nut inside, and said it tasted just like an almond. And later, John Corelli told us that they make the teeth brown. Children love them, though. The children eat the whole fruit, not just the nut. So we went to the car and got some almonds out of the mixture of nuts that Khánum and Violette had brought with them, and we had enough to give one to everybody, which is about a dozen, I guess. And they all enjoyed very much eating our almonds and comparing them to their almonds, and there were many smiles all around and very cordial feeling. And then eventually we got back in our car and went on our way. Came back, left off René in Carrefour, and Khánum was busy taking pictures of the backs of the top-tops. She just loves this native type of art that one sees on transportation around the world. And she'd see a truck, and we'd sort of chase it and try to get behind it, and it would stop, and we would stop, and she'd be fussing with her camera and having lots of fun taking pictures of these trucks. Then we got home, and before that we stopped. We came through Port-au-Prince, of course, and it was a holiday. And coming up the mountain, she said she was feeling full of beans still, and she wanted to stop at the Corellis and tell them about all the adventures. So we stopped there, and Deb was there, and Provi and Provi's kids, and we sat down. And Deb was all a little flustered and running about, and Khánum said something about how big the cups were, and Deb said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And she's very sort of nervous about Khánum, as one understandably is.
And we told some of our adventures and one thing or another. And then John came in, and he didn't come with us on the weekend, although it had been planned, because the government, Idayi, had put out an offer, a request for offers for a large supply of fertilizer, and he wanted to get his plant together in time to meet that, worth $250,000 in sales, apparently, and would be a very good excuse to get the factory going quickly and get a good reputation, too. So he'd been working very hard and putting up machinery, and he came back, he had a cold, and he had a headache. He'd been way up high, someplace where nobody else wanted to go, getting the machinery put in place. And he had these funny round glasses on that I didn't know he wore. But he sat down on the other side of the room and drank some water and perked up a little bit with all of our news. And we had a very pleasant talk there. And then after, I don't know, more than an hour, I suppose, we got ourselves back in the car and went up to the house. And the ladies enjoyed immensely washing their hair and taking a hot shower. And I took a dip in the pool because I didn't want to take the hot water while they were using the shower. And when it sounded like they had finished, I had a shower myself, and we all felt very much refreshed. Then we had dinner, and I don't remember if it was then or after. Khánum was talking about, I mentioned something about Dizzy Gillespie, and that he had described the house as being heavy, and they liked that. And she was talking about him and said that he'd pulled her aside someplace or other, London or somewhere where he had been as a performing artist. And he asked her if she wanted to marry again. And she said she had had a king and would not be able to find another one. And that he had accepted that answer, and he liked that answer, she said. Sometime around the time when we were visiting these two villages that were right on the road, Khánum had mentioned a country where she had been, where some people had been teaching at villages along a road like that, quite a few of them apparently, easy to get to. And there was a Persian lady who was married to someone who had a good job and a reasonable income in this country. And the lady was bored, she said, and had gone and gotten a job as a clerk in a big department store in order to pass the time and make a little extra money. And she said that she felt that was a crime. She used very strong language. Here this lady was, who could perfectly well have gone out and helped with the teaching work in these villages, and instead she had occupied herself in a relatively useless activity in the city. And as I say, she used very strong language about that, how important it is for the pioneers to devote themselves to this work of teaching in the villages. Further note to this idea that she had not tried to curb some qualities of herself because she thought it was a good distraction for the guardian. She, I think, had mentioned the thought that she was unpredictable and had very wide interests, and it was those qualities which she thought were perhaps useful in distracting the guardian. At breakfast the next morning, this would be Wednesday, November the 3rd, she talked on at some length about the difficulty of choosing counselors. I don't remember now how the subject came up. Oh, yes. That evening after we'd gotten back, this would have been November 2nd, after Rúhíyyih Khánum had gone up early to bed, I got a call from Don Davis, and he told me that he and Mary had decided to go pioneering to Tonga, and they planned to leave in early January if possible. And of course this was a tremendous blow to me, and I slept very badly. I was pacing all around and trying to figure out the implications and what I could possibly do about it, and it was very difficult for me because I've been feeling very sad about leaving Haiti, and particularly with the many lessons learned from Rúhíyyih Khánum about how important it is to be in a country like this, and how much more useful for the faith than being in big industrialized cities, no matter how fine a career one might have or how much money one might be making. And so, and of course, losing all of the beauty and the very fine experiences of being in a country like this is very sad. And so I want to really take advantage of the last months that I have here in Haiti to get back some of the investment that I've made here in contacts and meeting people and learning the language and so on, and try to be of use to the faith. So I was very sad and very upset about having yet another problem in the U.S. to worry about, to take me away from here, in addition to all the other ones that I have. So anyway, I mentioned this to her in the morning. She asked me how I was in the morning, and I said I wasn't very well. And right away, before she's just coming down the stairs, she gets this astonished look on her face when you say anything that's slightly out of the ordinary, and pays full attention. And so I told her, and she said, "Well, that's shocking," she said, or something like that. Didn't you have a contract? And I said the contract called for 2 months, and that's the notice that he'd given. But anyway, I think it was that subject. I'd asked her whether there was a newly appointed Tongan counselor, and she said yes, there was. She couldn't remember the name. And then she mentioned how hard it was to, this was at breakfast, for them to choose counselors. She said she ordinarily wouldn't talk with anyone about this, and it's obviously something that one wouldn't discuss a great deal. She said they had long consultations at the International Teaching Center on the problem of finding counselors, and she said the Pacific had been the hardest, I think. As many as possible counselors who are native to that place, but the difficulty of finding people of the right quality. And she said it's not at all easy to find people who are of that level, and that they have to be very careful. And she thought it was very wise that the House of Justice had set a term to the counselors, because it's so hard to make someone, to unmake them a counselor. When it's a term that facilitates that process, I suppose if someone doesn't work out. She said in passing on this topic that she herself thought it was a tragedy, that was the word that she used, that the faith had not produced a better person to be the wife for the guardian. And Violette strongly disapproved and frowned, and Khánum said, "I know you don't agree with me, but I have a right to my opinion, and that's my opinion." She thought that the guardian had made the best of what was available. She said she was no Cleopatra, quote unquote. And she said that the guardian was not necessarily happy with the quality of the hands that were available to him, that instead of being praising God for how wonderful the hands were, she said if anything he was just getting along with what he had at hand. Then she said that she had been not upset, but had disagreed with the decision of the House to make the boards of counselors continental. And she said it's a good idea not to be opinionated about things that one doesn't necessarily know about. But obviously she was opinionated. She was making a comment about herself, I think. But she said that had gone against her understanding from the guardian of what the future of the institution would be. And she explained that the guardian had many times apparently said in the Holy Land that the hands in future would have their own staffs and their own region of the world, and would be the closest thing that one could compare it to would be like cardinals. And that she said that this making the counselors continental was working in the opposite direction. But then she said that she thought that perhaps this was wise as an interim measure, because when there's a war and a breakdown of communications, the counselors will be the only institution that works on a broader scale and can bring together countries that have very limited capabilities, each one of them. And that therefore this continental function of the counselors may prove very important at this time, but that in future, after these problems pass, it may very well go in the other direction, back to smaller units and more independent. She also mentioned, I don't remember now the context, she was talking about marriage and that sort of thing, and that she thought that in future people would marry younger, and that particularly for young people there were very strong sexual impulses. She said that obviously what she's often said, that you have sex impulse, and that the proper or that you have a flood of affection and love feelings, falling in love, which is common for young people. Yeah, the tape is coming near the end, so I think I'll turn it over here and continue on the other side. She said that young people have this natural propensity to fall in love and to want to express their love through sex, and the appropriate context for that, of course, is marriage. She said that sex was like a wildfire that runs through the veins of young people, something like that. I'm not sure that I mentioned this earlier on the tape, just to set the record straight. The wife of Dr. Majzoub in Miami is the daughter of the hand of the cause Verga. And that's why I suppose they've been going up to Canada from time to time, because Verga, I believe, is now living in Canada. On Wednesday, I had to go into the office and try to get caught up a little bit in my work, which I was very concerned about. And they had made arrangements with Provi the day before, and she came to get them, I think, rather late, about noon or something, and took them up to the mission for a pleasant lunch, and they both enjoyed her very much, and had a very high regard for her courage and her energy and her enthusiasm and bubbliness and all those things. And we had arranged at the spur of the moment to have a meeting with the pioneers that evening at the Corellis. We'd originally thought it would be on Thursday because Wednesday was supposed to be the feast night, but then it turned out the feast had been delayed a day because Adelaide wasn't feeling well over the weekend and didn't get the notices out in time. So we had lots of phone calls all around that evening. And then Jilly called me, and she was upset because I'd forgotten to stop by the center on the way back with Khánum to get the cakes that she'd baked and the tea. And then furthermore, she had the feast on Wednesday night in Port-au-Prince and wasn't sure she could get away and would miss the meeting with Khánum. And I got really depressed because after this very exalting experience of the last few days and the trip to Kai and everything working out so well, to suddenly be back in the city and have the pioneers be a cause of hardship and difficulty, it's really kind of rough. And everybody wanted to know the news, and they were all calling, and couldn't get a minute to try to get oneself together and get oneself clean and rested and so forth. That worked out all right, though. Julie found got George to agree to open the center and close it up and serve the refreshments and so on, and she was able to come to the meeting, although she was very tired because she gets up the crack of dawn in the morning, before the crack of dawn. And I got the cakes from her. I guess I sent my driver on Wednesday, and he got them from her, so I had those, and that worked out all right. So they invited, because the Baruchs, we called the Baruchs came all the way from Jacmel for this meeting, and because they were coming, she invited them to dinner. This was Wednesday evening, so they arrived, and we sat around the living room for some time before dinner was ready, talking about portraits of Amatu'l Bahá. And I didn't get all of it. I'm really sorry I didn't, because it was a very interesting conversation. Morrow remembered all these different things hanging on the walls in different places in the Holy Land, and I just don't have a good mind for that, and I hadn't been on pilgrimage for a long, long time, so I don't remember them. But they were discussing each portrait, and she had said in very strong terms, which she had mentioned before, that Amatu'l Bahá had 3 different pictures, full face, silhouette, and 3/4, which were taken, I think all of them in Paris, and which he himself signed and gave away to people. And these are the 3 pictures that she had put in the Priceless Pearl, I guess. Anyway, I'm not sure, but she had used them in one of her books. And these were the ones that Amatu'l Bahá liked, and the ones that he thought were most like him. And she said all these people, like the Baruchs and everybody else who didn't remember Amatu'l Bahá, she herself didn't remember him because she was too young, couldn't tell what was a good likeness and what wasn't, and that we should use his own judgment and not. She feels very strongly about these Baha'is who make portraits of Amatu'l Bahá. She thinks it's a very bad idea. She talked about one lady who had sent her a picture of Amatu'l Bahá, and with a little note that said it was her first effort at painting anything. And she said it wasn't bad for a first effort, but just the very idea of trying to paint Amatu'l Bahá for your first effort she found shocking. So they talked about these various portraits, and there are some. She said that the Guardian, I think, she said, and certainly she didn't like the portrait that Julia Thompson had made, even though she was an outstanding portraitist at the time, and Amatu'l Bahá had sat for hours for that portrait, and Juliet was commanded thousands of dollars for her portraits in New York and was very well known. But there are 2 or 3 hanging in different places that pass the stringent tests and seem to be more or less all right. But she told about about one portrait that she didn't like, and the Guardian didn't particularly like, but the International Council all liked it. Everybody else liked it, so the Guardian agreed that it could be hung in the Western Pilgrim House, and it was put way down, out of the way somewhere. And she said that the wives came through and painted the Pilgrim House. Maybe it was after the Guardian's passing, to make it suitable for the House of Justice, and they did a complete refurbish of this place. And lo and behold, this painting goes whoosh, and it reappears at the top of stairs or at the head of the room or something like that in a place of honor, and that she objects very much, but that's where it is. And it's funny, you know. And she said that she has a running battle with Paul every time, Paul Haney, every time she goes into his office. He's got some picture that she thinks is abominable. And it was sent over by the House of Justice, and she says the House should keep to its own affairs, and the International Teaching Center keep to it. And Paul has promised her that when they move to the new building, that they will, that he won't move that particular portrait. She's very funny on this subject, and I just wish I could remember more of the details. They also talked about portraits of Bahá Rúhíyyih Khánum as well. And she said the Guardian was peculiar in that he didn't mind repetition. If there was one picture that he liked or one subject that he liked, he had lots of copies of it here and there, and he had many pictures of the resting place of the Greatest Holy Leaf and on his desk and around his room. And he didn't tire of it. And she said other people tend to tire of things and want to have a change, but that wasn't true of the Guardian. If he liked it, he liked it permanently. Another time she described his room. Several times she mentioned that he didn't have a bureau. He had a bed, a table, and a desk, and they were all in one room, and many times she tried to get the Guardian to sleep in another room, an upstairs room that was free, and he refused. He just, she thought it would be good for him to have a change of scene, at least that much, between a bedroom and a workroom, but no, he liked that arrangement. That evening, she had bought some cornmeal on the way. She'd been looking for cornmeal, and she didn't like what was available in the market. She said it was either too fine or too coarse. And she found some. We stopped by the side of the road where there was this fellow selling sculpture, and she remarked there were two of them near each other, just out of Miraguan, going over the mountains. Oh no, between Miraguan and the junction to Jacmel. And both of them, she said, were unfinished. They didn't finish their work. They had good concepts, but didn't finish it. And particularly one thing fascinated her. There was a long boat that both of these guys were doing with faces in them looking up out of the boat. And she said she had seen that somewhere in Africa, and she couldn't for the life of her remember where, and neither could Violette, but they had seen that motif somewhere in Africa, and that interested her very much. But she talked at length with us and with these people about how they needed to learn to finish their work, and how some training would do some good, and she wished she had some time to train them in it, and so forth. Anyway, she'd bought this cornmeal, and we had nothing to put it in except a sort of a carved wooden scoop bowl thing that she had bought with a handle on it. So she put this cornmeal in this bowl and put it on the floor between her feet, and we traveled that way, getting in and out of the car and so on. She was very careful about it. And when we got home, she was very interested in having it cooked, and I didn't know anything about that, so I told her she should give instructions to the cook. She feels the head of the house should give instructions to the cook. But I went with her into the kitchen, and we gave it to Leon, who said she could prepare it. And Leon wanted to make that on Thursday night, and she had already in mind a tarte aux légumes for Wednesday night. But I told her really Khánum was looking forward to it, and she'd better make it for Wednesday night. So she made it into a big pot with some cheese and ground beef, and it was very good, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was most impressed and wanted to know how it was made and so on. And we were having that for dinner, along with some, some green beans or something or other. And lo and behold, there's a stone in the cornmeal, and I crunched down on this thing, and I didn't know at the time, but I broke a piece out of my lower tooth on the side where I do all my chewing. But it felt like something was stuck in the tooth, and there were these sharp edges sticking out. But I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I didn't say anything, and was very worried about my mouth all the time that this wonderful conversation was going on. Later, I looked at it, and there were these two very sharp edges, and a couple of days later, yesterday I bought some nail files and filed the edges down because they were wearing a raw place into my tongue. It was very painful. So anyway, that evening we went off to the meeting with the pioneers, got there about 8, and that's tape recorded, so I don't need to say anything about that. I may be repeating myself, but I don't want to miss this. She had mentioned more than once that the guardian had the Eastern habit of speaking while he was writing. And he liked to have somebody in the room listening to him while he was writing. And in his English writings, Rúhíyyih Khánum was the person who would sit there, and she liked to be busy with her hands, so she would do some embroidery or something like that, and he would sometimes ask her if she was listening, and she would say, "Yes, guardian. Yes, Shoghi Effendi, I'm listening." Apparently she called him Shoghi Effendi and not just Shoghi, if she's repeating it correctly. And that she didn't understand his Persian very well because it was very sophisticated Persian, and so often somebody else who knew Persian would sit there while he was writing his Persian writings. She gave me a sheaf of telexes to send, all combined together and sent to the Holy Land. And the next morning at breakfast, somehow the subject of her handwriting came up. This would now be the 4th, Thursday the 4th. And she said that her handwriting, she didn't know why it was so bad, because she'd had proper training in it, but she acknowledged that her A's were exactly like her O's, or her O's like her A's, and that she had trouble with the loop on a K, and for some reason the R's didn't have the little thing sticking up properly, although it does now, I've noticed in her handwriting. And she said the guardian would go through the letters that she had written for him and would add the loops on the K's and the little thing sticking up out of the R, and would do it very fast going down the page. And she said that he would, unless there were lots of corrections to something she had written, he would black out with his black pen, such that nobody could possibly read what was underneath, a word that he didn't like, and would put an X over a place and that needed an insert, and then write in the margin what the insert would be. Or if it was one word, he'd put a little caret and have the word written above. But he wouldn't write it himself, he would dictate it to her so that it would all be in the same handwriting. And then he would sign, or he would write a little postscript. And she said that there was one letter that went to a National Assembly where the secretary had been rude to the guardian, and he was furious, and he dictated the letter, but he refused to sign it. It was the one letter she remembers that went out without his signature on it. But of course the assembly knew that it was in her handwriting and that she was the guardian secretary. But he wouldn't even have his signature associated with it. She said if there were lots of corrections, the page would have to be rewritten. But there were many things, she said, that she'd already answered a similar question, and so she knew what the answer should be, or he would say a few things. And she worked very hard, she said, on trying to write the letters properly so that the guardian wouldn't have an extra burden on his many burdens in redoing those letters. She also mentioned, I think it may have been that morning, something about having taken a course. I think she said it was the first course in which she had taken an examination anyway, at McGill in political economy or something of the kind. And she said that the one thing that she had learned that she appreciated was that she learned the principle of supply and demand. And she said it's been very useful for her because she's realized that the only reason that she's treated with such value is because she's only one of her, and therefore the supply is very limited, and it's not because of an intrinsic value, and that's been very helpful for her in curbing her ego. Thursday they came down to town with me. I left Violette at the British consul and took Rúhíyyih Khánum to my office where she worked on a telex in the other room for a few minutes, and then Violette called to say that the consul here was an honorary consul and was not authorized to give her a visa. And so Khánum went off with my car to pick her up, and they went to my travel agent to get their tickets back to the States, and apparently did all kinds of shopping here and there, buying presents for many, many people. And Origen was amused. They went to the pharmacy and one thing or another, back to the ambiance, apparently. And then they met Jilly for lunch about noon, and went with her to Beau Rivage, which Khánum said was the best place she'd eaten in town, and recommended it very much, so I have to go there sometime. I've never been there. It's the hotel that's down by the sea, not too far from Tiffany and Rond-Point and so on. And I told them to either come back at 3, or if they were finished before that, Origen could take them up to the house. So they went directly up to the house, apparently after the lunch, And Rogen came down, and I meandered up a little later in the afternoon. That evening was the feast night in Pétionville, and we were still trying to make arrangements for the next leg of her trip. And there were all kinds of confusions. Jilly told George, or George said that Jilly had told him that Khánum wasn't planning to leave on Friday, that she wasn't well, and there were all kinds of confusions at the last minute, and Khánum was getting rather fed up with it. And that day, the 4th, was also the 25th anniversary of the Guardian's passing. Some flowers arrived for Khánum from the House of Justice at the National Center, and I picked them up for her, and took them up in the afternoon. And there were, of course, all these telexes from the House of Justice and from Salim Nunu and Paul Haney that she wanted answered. So where was I? We had all these organizing to do. So we had dinner, and then lots of phone calls during dinner and so on, Linda trying to find out what was going on, who was going to drive her, and how we're going to arrange it. It's very complicated. So she decided that it was better if John came up, John Corelli, and we talked about it in person. And so he came up before the feast, and he brought his gourds to exchange for her dollars. So she needed about $1,000 worth of gourds for this trip. And not having a car during the day, I wasn't able to send it over to his office to get it. And so we worked out all the complexities of different cars going up to Hanche and cars coming down and people going to the Artibonite and to Capacien and so on. The way it finally worked out, because Arnold, part of the problem was that Arnold has a cold and she didn't want to travel with anybody with a cold. And he insisted on coming up Friday in his own car and just trying to stay out of her way, but she didn't like that idea at all. She asked John and I to go down and tell him, essentially, that he should go on Saturday, wait a day and get a little better and go on Saturday. So it was worked out that she was to, Khánum and Violette were to go with Linda, and Georges finally showed up it wasn't clear whether he was going to be in the office on Friday, and he'd said that he couldn't go over the weekend, but then Friday morning, at the last minute, it was discovered that he was there and he was able to go, and so arrangements were made for them to pass by the center and pick him up on their way. Then Arnold is to drive up in his car today, this being Saturday, the 6th, with René and Nini and Nini's brother Boston. Nini being the maid or cook or whatever of the Corellis, and very, very fine Baha'i. And then Nini and Boston are to be left behind in Hanche when Rúhíyyih Khánum leaves to help with the continuing work there, to carry on a little bit. And Linda is to come back with George and René in Arnold's Jeep on Sunday, because they all have to, René and Linda have to be back at work on Monday, and George has to leave again for the Artibonite and to arrange radio programs in Saint-Marc and Gonaïves. And then he's going to go out by truck and meet Rúhíyyih Khánum in Capacien. So it all worked out, but it was rather... and then Arnold hopefully is well enough to help them get from Hanche to Capacien. And he comes back in a truck, apparently, somewhere along the line there. So that was quite complicated to work that all out, and Khánum gets a little bit impatient when plans have to be recalculated all the time. So John and I went down to the feast briefly to try to find Arnold, who wasn't there. And we talked with Linda and got her part of the thing straightened out, and she was very worried about having to drive Rúhíyyih Khánum and not knowing the road and the responsibility of it all. She was feeling uncomfortable, and very worried and apprehensive and so on. But I'm sure it'll work out fine when they all get together. And George, of course, will be able to help a lot if he connected with them properly. And then we went over to Arnold at the Norths, and came down on him pretty hard and got him to agree to go on Saturday. So I hope that all works out. And then I got back rather late because all these people like to talk at great length, and glued together Rúhíyyih Khánum's broken umbrella, which was broken when Violette fell down and skinned her knee in the boat on the way to Ilabash. And she also had the other earring of the pair that needed repairing, so I glued that together too. Put a bolt in the umbrella, and I hope that holds it together. It was a bad, irregular break.
And then I got a nice sound sleep myself that night, and was very pleased after 2 days of work to be fairly caught up in the office and not as far behind as I thought I was. And I began to sort through the problem with my business, and think that it will work out. Probably as long as this person, Nancy Songer, is capable of running it for a few months, I can advertise and find the best available, more stable couple or somebody to take it over and move the business to wherever they are if necessary and get it settled in a more permanent way sometime during the next year, and then I'll be more free to go off to other parts of the world and not have to worry about it. So things seem to be working out, although there's still a tremendous amount to do here. Then yesterday morning, Friday morning, I stayed at home and worked on some monetary tables here on my computer for until about 11, I suppose. And by that time, Linda had come with the Corelli's big Jeep, Toyota Jeep, very nice machine, which John had shown Rúhíyyih Khánum how to handle the night before, a big diesel thing, and there are various levers and locking the front wheels and so on to be mastered. And Khánum and Violette were busy packing and getting all their things together, and they left me mail to mail and packages to leave with Liesl Webster to have taken by Pilgrim Express back to the Holy Land, and tickets for Liesl Webster to worry about. And she wants some more business cards for Liesl to make. Liesl has the format for them. And she wants me to call also this fellow in Georgia, who she's planning to go see and have a 2 or 3 week rest and some analysis of her trace metals and I don't know what all, to try to get her health. Well, her health is in pretty good shape, but she likes these periods of repose and talking to a doctor, and she wants to try this fellow out. His name is Bill Saunders. And so I suppose they got off all right. I had to go down to my office at that point. So that's all that I can think of for now, although I'm sure I'll be thinking of more things and wanting to add them. And this again is November the 6th, and it is the recollections of Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette Nakhshawani's trip to Haiti through yesterday, November the 5th. At the risk of duplication, I wanted to add a little incident, not an incident, an anecdote. Rúhíyyih Khánum had been given in Miraguan a gourd by Renee, who bought this for her. She'd seen them and asked him to bargain for her, which cost 1 gourd by coincidence. And it had been carved so that there was a handle, and it looked like a basket with a handle over the top. And she also had some kind of a scoop. And when we got to the hotel in the Concord in Les Cayes, it was discovered that we had no hot water there, and she hates cold showers, at least as much as I do. So she was saying with great pleasure, taking great pleasure in making use of everything, that she had managed to heat, or Violette had heated for her with her portable water heater. I think it's an immersion heater she must have. Heated some water and dumped it in the gourd and mixed it with a little cool water to make warm water, filling the gourd, and then used her little ladle that she had purchased to take a very pleasant, warm sponge bath. And she mentioned that more than once and was very pleased with herself. On another occasion in her visit, quite a lot earlier, but I don't remember exactly when, and I may be repeating myself, Khánum mentioned that she was talking about the need to refer directly to the writings on issues, and she mentioned a time when the hands were consulting. I think this was during the period after the Guardian's passing and before the election of the House of Justice. And there was some critical issue which she didn't describe, and one of the hands quoted verbatim a passage or sentence or whatever from the writings that appeared to give an answer to the question at hand. And other hands asked whether they could see the original. And she didn't mention which hand it was, but the distinguished hand who had quoted the passage was apparently a little bit put out that they didn't have confidence in his memory or whatever it was. But they went and they looked up the passage, and lo and behold, the context for the quotation made all the difference. And it turned out that although the passage apparently had applied to the problem at hand, and when they looked at the context it did not.
and apparently they came to the opposite conclusion, which was very instructive. Now I want to put down here a couple of stories that Violette told at Rúhíyyih Khánum's suggestion just recently, and then I asked Violette later for a couple of the details and clarification so that I would get them straight. But and I wrote those down, but I do want to put them on the tape too in case I forget something, or with time the memory changes. These stories both centered around Mohammed Tabrizi, who was the uncle of Ali Naqshbandi, and he was 8 years old in 1892 when Baha'u'llah passed away, so he would have been somewhere between 6 and 8, presumably when the first story took place. He was in the mansion of Baha'u'llah, and she wasn't sure whether it was downstairs or upstairs. Probably upstairs, she thinks, but she's not sure exactly where. When nobody seemed to be around, he was getting some candy for himself, and I think it was rock sugar candy that was being stored there, and he had filled his mouth, I think, and certainly his hands with the candy, and was turning around to leave, and lo and behold, there was Baha'u'llah standing in the door. And of course he was absolutely petrified, and Baha'u'llah came in, and above where the little boy could reach on a shelf up higher, there was some orabi, which is a much finer kind of sweet that was very much treasured, apparently, that they had in the house. And oh my goodness, now I'm forgetting exactly how it went. I'll have to ask her. He took some down anyway, and he put it, I think, on the backs of this boy's hands, turned his hands around and put a little bit on the backs of his hands, and I guess they just left or something. But anyway, it's a very nice little story. Then the other story about this same young man, I don't know exactly when it took place. He was in a handwriting class given by Amatu'l Bahá, and they had to present their work. I don't know if it was every week or what it was, to Amatu'l Bahá to have his approval, and he never got a good mark because his handwriting was really not very good. So one week he apparently did better than usual. I don't know, and he got a mark of approval from Amatu'l Bahá in the margin, I guess, next to his writing. Well, he thought, I'll never be able to do as well again. So what I'll do is I'll just rub out the mark that Amatu'l Bahá made and present the same work to him the next time. So he managed to erase this mark of Amatu'l Bahā's better than any forger, so that you couldn't possibly tell that there had been a mark there. And he stood in the line as Amatu'l Bahá came down to correct or to look at the work of the various students. And as Amatu'l Bahá approached, he began to feel more and more apprehensive. And when Amatu'l Bahá came to him, he took a glance at the work, and then he grabbed his ear and turned it, and he said, "This handwriting is terrible," and passed on without giving him a mark of approval the second time. One other thing that I wanted to put down was Khánum quoted more than twice, I think, a prayer that she said had been published in the old American prayer book, and then had been taken out in later editions, and she regretted it. And Violette remembered the original, and so they compared notes to get it right. But the way Rúhíyyih Khánum remembered it, this is just a little piece of it obviously, is protect me from the inordinate self. It sets a new snare at every step and tempts at every breath. She keeps quoting this. It's a very important maxim. One other thing I wanted to mention, there was one evening when they were discussing some of the problems among pioneers here, little things that needed to be paid attention to, and I think Khánum mentioned something about another place or another occasion. Anyway, I got the very clear impression that the two of them work out fairly carefully on occasion exactly how they're going to approach a situation, and do a little bit of sort of role-playing where they set up a situation. in order to make a certain point in a way that might not be too conspicuous to the people involved. And I wondered on occasion whether Khánum was consciously doing that with me on some things, or maybe sometimes it's just unconscious, but sometimes she says things and you wonder whether she's thinking about a particular flaw in your character, or a particular kind of advice that she thinks that you would benefit from, but she puts it in a very indirect way so that you'll think about it later, but you won't necessarily think that she's being too, you won't feel sensitive about it or whatever. And I had the distinct impression that that's what was going on the evening with the pioneers, when she said that she couldn't remember what it was that she was going to discuss, and she wanted Provi to say what it was, because it's better for somebody to pose a question to her than for her to launch out, and that she may very well have actually remembered what it was, and wanted it to come the other way. And it was very interesting that even though Provi didn't quite hit the nail on the head, that Adelaide North came up with this thing later about this positive thinking and the role of economic development versus spiritual objectives and all that, which had so much troubled Councillor Arbab, and that he had asked Rúhíyyih Khánum please to talk about with the pioneers. This is Thursday, November 17th, and tape number 4 of my recollections, notes about Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit to Haiti. She and Violette came back from their long trip to the north early. They were expected back today, and they came back Tuesday night, 2 nights ago. They had gone up to Ange, where apparently the arrangements were a little bit haphazard, and they had a lot of trouble with the lady who ran the little hostel, who was connected somehow with a Christian church or something or other. I don't know what exactly the problems were, but it wasn't a very warm and friendly environment. So they left there early, apparently, went up to Cap-Haïtien and visited with Ed and Sue up there, and had 3 radio interviews, I believe, or was it 2? And a meeting with about 50 young people from what is known as the university up there. I had some rather, what shall I say, they remarked about the fact that it wasn't really much of a university. Some man is trying very hard to put a university together there. But they were very impressed with what Ed and Sue had been able to do up there, despite, as Rúhíyyih Khánum says, their limitations, and that those accomplishments speak, she says, for themselves. And then they went with Georges and stayed in the Zaragua Hotel on the coast south of San Marc, or is it south, whatever it is, south, and visited some villages near Artibonite. But apparently the one night they were at the Zaragua was a disaster. They were charged $70. There was no hot water. The sink drain didn't connect properly, and the water went all over the floor, and I don't know what all. And they didn't like that at all. So they decided to go to all 3 villages that had been arranged in one day, and then to come back here. And I got a call Tuesday just before leaving for a reception. I was a little late. It must have been about 7:30. And Violette said that they would be coming in around 9. So I went off to my reception at the home of the head of the French Cooperation Mission, Sabatier. And there were all kinds of luminaries and ministers and ambassadors and whatnot there. And so I spent what I thought was the minimum time there, and then came back, and they had just apparently gotten back. It was about 9:30. And Rúhíyyih Khánum didn't look unwell. She certainly was full of her usual life, but obviously very tired from a long day, and Violette looked more bushed. And they got themselves to bed very quickly without anything much to eat. I think they had a couple of bananas or something. Rúhíyyih Khánum wasn't interested in eating, she was just interested in sleeping. So I hadn't had a chance to really get flowers in the house or anything like that, and I had a full schedule at the office on Wednesday, so I just left them at the house. And it seems that Rúhíyyih Khánum spent the whole day in bed, and she'd gotten a very drippy cold and wanted to try to recover by getting a good complete rest. So I didn't see her all that day, in the evening I had dinner with Violette, and Violette took a little soup and whatnot up to Khánum. Arnold had come by in the morning to ask me a question about storing files on his little computer. And we took advantage of his being here, and Violette went down with him to do some shopping for vegetables, because I was caught short. I had sent Leon home. I had to go up to Washington on Wednesday last, and came back late Sunday to take care of the problems with my business, and was very tired, and I found Leon, my cook, had a cold, so I sent her home on Monday and told her to get better and come back when she was well. And the vegetable lady, the marchande, didn't come for some reason, as usual, weekly schedule that she comes. So there was very little in the house. Fortunately, I had gone and done a little shopping Tuesday afternoon in anticipation of an early return by Rúhíyyih Khánum, just in case, because there was very little in the house. But there were no fresh vegetables and things like that. So, but they got, as I say, Violette got some vegetables. They went and got Farhad, who knows about these things much more than Arnold, and they apparently did a little bargaining and got a few things. Made some kind of a nice spinach soup, which I had some of for dinner, and I had dinner last night with Violette. And then today, Thursday, was a holiday. We all went to bed early last night. I had a very long and sound night's sleep. I was exhausted. It's a long day. And again, Khánum was in bed this morning with the same cold, and so I went down and did some shopping and tried to get some things for the reception that we're giving tomorrow night. And then Woody, George Lord is his full name, came up at about 11:30. He's a chiropractor, and he was going to do various and sundry treatments on Rúhíyyih Khánum, and they were at it for, I'd say, 2 hours or so. And Khánum seemed to be pleased with the effects. She wasn't raving about them, but she certainly didn't have any negative to say, and she seemed to be better, and was feeling good enough to come down at least for lunch at the table in her Chinese bathrobe with the it has big maybe a foot wide sleeves which are half sewn up at the bottom, so you can put things in there, and she had some Kleenexes and things stuffed in. It's very practical, actually. Nice kind of robe, a white robe with little black spots or something like that on it. So we just had lunch and some coffee after, and a discussion, and it's now about 3:30. I guess it took about an hour and a half or so altogether, and they've gone up for more rest. As usual, I can't remember all the things that were discussed. We covered a wide variety of subjects. One of them was marriage, and Khánum has said a number of things to me twice. I'm sure she's gone over the same story so many times that she doesn't keep track of who she said which ones to. And so some of them are now repeating that we've been together a couple of weeks. But it's always good to hear the same stories again and be sure that I have my recollection of them correct, and then there are always some new ones too. She was talking, she frequently comes back to the subject of her parents. She was talking about her parents again and a number of things about them. And she was saying that in retrospect, years later, she realized that her parents had not taken advantage of their social position in Montreal to make friends of the faith. We were talking about Rúhíyyih and John Huddleston, and we got on that subject. And she said that her father's brother and his wife were in the social column every time that they had somebody over for lunch. And that that was the kind of class of society that they moved in. And that she realized that her father was a very retiring person, didn't take advantage of those contacts, and her mother was bored stiff with, both of them I guess were, with society types, and they just were never very much attracted to that. But she realized that that was really a mistake, that they should have been making friends for the faith. She said that Montreal didn't really have society, but what society it had, they could have reached. And she said that her father really never did anything for the faith, in the sense that one usually thinks of. It was her mother who went out and was so active as a teacher and whatnot. Her father was very quiet. She said, for example, he certainly never gave a book about the faith to anyone or anything like that. But of course she didn't say this, but of course he rendered great services and was very much loved by the Guardian. And we remarked on how the faith has room in it for all kinds of service, and we shouldn't limit in our own minds what is service to the cause. And then she mentioned an episode when her mother, who didn't like her father's smoking, went to Amatu'l Bahá and asked Amatu'l Bahá if he would please tell Sutherland Maxwell not to smoke. He smoked a pipe. And Khánum said that Amatu'l Bahá responded, "Leave him alone, he's a good man." Nice little story. And Khánum was talking about how entirely different her parents were, and we talked about Bahia and Nakshivani and one thing or another, some of the same ground we talked about before. And Khánum said again, which she says often, that she thinks that it's very important that Baha'is marry Baha'is so that they have at least the faith in common, and that they marry somebody of their own class, their own social standing. It's really asking a great deal if you try to bridge different social classes in marriage. We were also talking about Baha'is being well aware of what's going on around them and handling money and things of that kind. And I mentioned that I'd been talking with Woody before he went upstairs to see her, and that he was involved with hoping to get some favors from one of the ministers here, who is not known to be very honest, to put it mildly. And he was surprised, and I mentioned that, and Khánum said, well, I must remember when I talk with the pioneers again to talk about being suspicious. And she told me again of the story that I've already mentioned, I think, before, how she had mentioned to the Guardian that he was very suspicious once, and he said, "You think I'm suspicious? Amatu'l Bahá was suspicious." And Khánum went on, not quoting directly from the Guardian, that Amatu'l Bahá had spies that reported to him on the activities of the covenant breakers and was always aware of what was going on, what was really going on. And she said we mustn't confuse that with other spiritual qualities, being aware of the forgiveness of God or whatever it might be. She also told again the story about how her father had pulled her mother aside at one point, sat down with her or something, and said that he thought they were drifting apart, that she was so active in her Baha'i affairs, and he was getting more and more involved with his friends and his club and whatnot, and his profession, and that they were drifting apart, and that her mother was seized with fear because she really loved her husband very much and didn't want to lose him in any way. But she said, you know, when we married, I told you that the faith would always come first, and that if I have to, I will proceed alone. And I don't know exactly how she put it, but in my services or something like that. And Sutherland reached over and took May's hand and said, I'll go with you all the way. And her mother apparently felt that was a turning point for him in his relations to the faith and his becoming a Baha'i. We also talked at lunch about some of the individual Baha'is in this community, and Khánum is always thinking, it's very impressive to me, about the welfare and the needs of each individual Baha'i, particularly those that are doing worthy services for the faith, and trying as best she can to help them. And one of the many ways in which she does that is to disperse from time to time some funds that she has control over, apparently have been made available to her to use in worthy ways. And sometimes she gives the money directly to people when they need some help, and sometimes she feels it's better not to let them know where it's coming from and make some indirect arrangement. And she likes to do this confidentially, so I won't mention who she was helping or how much. But it's very beautiful to me to see how very concerned she is about each individual Baha'i. Another thing she was just saying, I don't remember how the subject came up, but she said, you know, It's very sad to me, she said, whenever I think back about it, how sad it is, she used that word several times, that the Guardian had no intellectual companionship. She said that Baha'u'llah had Amatu'l Bahá and Amatu'l Bahá had Baha'u'llah, and presumably they had some kind of an intellectual relationship, she said, in addition to their spiritual relationship or whatever else. There was some meeting of minds, and she said it was very sad to her how the Guardian, with this very, very fine mind that he had no one that he could have an intellectual interchange with. She said he could push, and there was nobody pushing back. There was no resistance. And she described the people who would be around the table. Millie Collins, she said, who had the big flop of blonde hair on her head, and whenever Shoghi Effendi talked, she would scrunch up her face, and Khánum scrunched up her face to show how that would look, in concentration to catch his every word. And she mentioned the other people, Sylvia Ioas, who was a little feathery, she said, lightweight, and the other old people and whatnot, people, nobody in their prime and with the kind of mind that could challenge and respond to Shoghi Effendi. And she felt that was very, very sad, that ever since the passing of Amatu'l Bahá, he had nobody to communicate with on that level. I remember how that came up. We were talking about this question of making friends for the faith, and how boring usually the socialite people are, at least her parents thought so. And I said that among the diplomats and people like that here in Haiti, some of them are terribly boring, but some of them are very interesting people. And then she responded with this remark about the Guardian. She is working on materials for a book about her family. And I'd asked her about it because Roger had told me that she'd asked him for materials, and she said yes, she'd asked him for any letters and things that might bear. And she said that, who is it, Nell? I don't know, Nell Golden, or who that is. Anyway, whoever's working with her in the Holy Land has been going through all of the Maxwell papers. Khánum said that since 52, I guess, which is when they must have moved to the what happened? Maybe that was when her father died. Anyway, she has the papers since then and hasn't had a chance to look at them. And Nell is organizing them by date and subject and whatnot, and trying to get a chronology, which she says is essential to writing an autobiography. You have to have at least the dates and the framework, the bones on which you hang the stories and so forth that you have. Otherwise, you have nothing for a biography. Well, that's all I can think of at the moment, and that brings us up to this afternoon, 17th of November, Thursday afternoon. Sorry, it's the 18th, and I just thought of something else. Khánum started to laugh, and I don't remember how this came up, but she started talking about Ali, and she said, he has this very frustrating but funny characteristic, so very pronounced in him. She said, I don't know how well you know Ali, but let me tell you about this. Apparently, she said, when you say something to him, it's like dropping a pebble in a bottomless well. You never hear it splash. He doesn't give any kind of a reaction. And Violette chimed in and said, sometimes when Bahia is talking with him on the phone, she'll say, Daddy, are you there? Because he doesn't even give any kind of reaction. And Khánum said it's like a camel with 5 stomachs. It takes a long time. Whatever you said goes through this long process, apparently, down there. And she said when it does come back, it comes back with interest, as she put it. You get more than your money's worth. He's had time to digest it, but you're not going to get anything right away. And she said that had come up because Violette had dreamed about him last night, and they were apparently talking about her dream, and that had reminded her of him, brought him close, she said. So this again is Thursday afternoon, November 18th. This is now 10:15 in the evening of the same day, Thursday the 18th of November. As I mentioned before, Khánum went up for a rest, and I was beginning to wake up a little bit. I was very sleepy earlier in the day and very lazy feeling, and wondering if I was going to get sick or something, but it was just a need for some break, a respite from the pace. And so I got in my car and went up the mountain, had a wonderful walk up in the hills, looking at all the wildflowers and just enjoying the sunset and so on. And then, after a nice warm bath, arrived out of the, in the house in time to have Khánum and Violette come down, and Khánum was still wearing the same Chinese bathrobe. And we had a very pleasant dinner. And there were several things that she said this evening that were very interesting. Just before dinner, she had asked earlier about the IMF and the World Bank and what their difference was, and I'd explained a little bit about the differences. And she had mentioned again this evening that she had taken a course at McGill in 1931, I think she said, on public finance. And she mentioned again that she had learned at least the principle of supply and demand, and that had helped her keep her own ego in check when she realized that being of limited supply, she mustn't think of herself as being of intrinsically great value. And then we were talking about, I don't remember, something to do with finance, and she said she didn't agree with the way the American National Assembly handles its finances, always having grandiose plans. And she said that she was present at every step when the Guardian developed the 10-year crusade. And the way that he did that was to very carefully calculate the amount of capital that he had, accumulated assets from the Hogugola, she said, was primarily the source of revenues. And then he estimated very carefully the revenues that he expected over the 10 years of the crusade. And then he calculated the estimated expenses of the houses of worship that were to be built. And he came out, she said, with a figure that was at least two-thirds covered, in other words, from these calculations. And one-third he left to what God would do, in other words. And that was the general rule of thumb, as best she remembers it, she said. She had turned down a dinner invitation from the Corellis because she still is not feeling entirely up to snuff. But she suggested that they might want to come up after dinner for a little while. So they came up just as we were finishing our dessert. And we sat around the table for a little while and then went over and sat around in the more comfortable chairs. And they got into the subject of health. She was asking why they have the house sprayed, and John was describing the kind of spray they use and that he didn't think it was too bad for the health and certainly reduced the danger of malaria and particularly dengue fever. And they said that Alice, their little daughter, had 62 bites, I think, on her arm at one time, all infected. And they talked about that, and I got a call from Carrie and another call, and was out of the conversation for a while. But Khánum was saying a number of things that she was third generation homeopathic, of people subscribing to homeopathic remedies. She said it was founded in Germany at a time before modern medicine, when they still used leeches and didn't know that diseases were communicable and things like that. A very simple idea that basically, she said, that that a small amount of something can protect you from the symptoms of a larger amount, and that the symptoms of various poisons and so on were studied, and that very tiny amounts would be administered as remedies, down to the millionth doses for some things. And she said that Bahia had a little kit of these things and had become fairly proficient in treating minor ailments of her daughter, things like stomach ache and whatnot. And she said that, for example, they were in London, and she said they had their ticket, she and the Guardian, the ticket back to the Holy Land. And she said good night to the Guardian. And the next morning she came in, and he was sitting, looking perfectly natural in his bed with his eyes open, and she thought he had just woken up. And then she said that she discovered that he was dead. And she called the doctor right away, and apparently it was a homeopathic doctor, because she said that he came and saw that she was about ready to go off the deep end and lose her mind, and he gave her a millionth dose of something or other. She mentioned the name, but I don't remember. And it brought her down, and she was able to collect herself, and he gave her this bottle, and he said, if you ever get that way again and feel that you're about to go off the edge of sanity, take this remedy. And she said one other time, after the passing of the guardian, she got hysterical or was losing her sensibilities, and again took this remedy, and it brought her back. We were talking at quite some length about Ed and Sue up in the Cap and the problems they have with not getting permission from her parents to get married, and the services that they're doing, and how fine they are as Baha'is. And Khánum talked about that at length, because Deb is close to Sue, and she felt that any advice she might have could be transmitted that way, because when they were up there, apparently the subject of their personal lives and their situation was never raised, and Khánum didn't want to intrude. But she seemed to have the feeling that if they really are very serious about each other, that Sue could be trying perhaps a little bit more, writing letters patiently and lovingly to her parents and doing something, and that realistically she may not have many other options since she's getting older. And then we talked a little bit about Ed and his hope to start a business and various ideas about being in the import-export business and whatnot. And John said something, sort of middle of the road, and Khánum said, "Now listen, John, let's talk directly about this. When he," and she pointed at me, "leaves this country, you," and later she added Deb, "are going to be about all the common sense and good judgment left in the Baha'i community in this country." And she said, "Well, there is Michael, a Bannister in Kai, but he's far away, and Moro also has a good head on his shoulders, but he's in Jagmel, and really here in the city, which she called the hub of the Baha'i community, it's more or less John, and the other Baha'is, of course, have good qualities." She talked about Linda and her fine ability at teaching and so on, but not very good at organizing and good judgment. And so she said that John had a responsibility to give good advice and to think clearly about things. It's not exactly the way she put it, but that was the idea. And John said something about how maybe they could find a way around the Baha'i law requiring consent, and Khánum went into quite a long explanation of the law, that it's absolute, that it applies to natural parents, and that there's absolutely no exception. Of course, you can't find your natural parent, then you use whatever the law of the land is about somebody being legally dead. But that's the idea, and even adoptive parents or illegitimate children or whatever have to find the natural parents, and that's that, period, until they die, if they're alive. And Violette mentioned the case of Salim Nunu, who was of Jewish background, and his parents said that he could not marry a Baha'i, period. And he wrote to the guardian, and he said that their position was based entirely on prejudice. It had nothing to do with any particular person, but it was a prejudice against the faith, the Baha'i faith. And couldn't there be some exception made? And the guardian wrote back, and we have this in writing, and he said that marriage is not obligatory, but consent of parents is. Period. And we talked at some length about pilgrimage. John and Deb had written and somehow hadn't gotten an answer or something, and the same was true of, apparently, of David Haddon's son. Somebody with the name Haddon, I think is their son. And so Violette had written, and it seems to have been the letter that I took and posted for her when I went up to Washington, and somehow it got there very fast, and a telex came back, I think, on Tuesday for Violette from Ali, very short, that said that they had been given a date in the middle of January. And so the Corellis are all, their whole family's going, and they were interested about advice about being in the Holy Land and how cold it's going to be and what they can do and so on. And Khánum mentioned, among other things, that there are evening programs except on Saturday night. The pilgrimages always start on Monday night. And that every year in the circular newsletter for World Center staff, the House reminds the staff that pilgrimage is for pilgrimage and not for socializing, and that they cannot offer hospitality in any way that would interfere with the schedule of the pilgrims. So, except for Saturday night, if someone invites you to dinner, for instance, and they're a staff member, they're supposed to discharge you by 8 o'clock. And what you do with your time is up to you, but you're supposed to be out of the home of a staff member by 8, so you can at least go to the program that's been arranged for you at the Pilgrim House if you want. Khánum was also talking at dinner about the radio interviews she'd had in Carpathian, in one place she described. I said that I could imagine it, and she said, "No, you can't." And she said it was a very tiny little dark, dingy place with all equipment stuffed in there and 2 chairs, and you sat there and all kinds of background noises and so on. But she said it was very inexpensive. She didn't remember exactly the figures, but Ed had told her, for renting radio time. And she felt very strongly that Bahá should be taking advantage of this opportunity, particularly in Carpathian. And then would reach that whole area. She felt that would be a very fertile area for this kind of thing. And she mentioned a number of things. She said that her impression was that there are different dialects from different areas of the country, and the program should be spoken by somebody from that area, so that they would be most understood. And she said maybe the Baha'is could rent several hours of time and eventually have their own little station, and could have public service announcements, messages and things like that from one person to another, and some Baha'i programs, and then some music. And she thought maybe Paul Robeson or who knows what could be interesting music for these people. And she said it's important not to have programs that would antagonize the other religions and stir up opposition. And I told her a little bit about the work that had been done and where it stands, and the contribution Elena had made, and so on, and little administrative problems that we've been having getting it going. And they both, Khánum and Violette, said that the Guardian had said several times the main thing is to get something out to the people, not to get all bundled up in administrative questions and so on, and that it can always be improved later. It doesn't have to be perfect the first time. And Rúhíyyih Khánum said more than once that Baha'is are always trying to get to the end in the beginning. And she liked the idea of this little mimeographed book that had been stapled together of prayers that she had seen. And I said that was exactly what is being done now. And she said she's going to write to the councillors, and she's going to talk to the National Assembly, and she's really going to come down on everybody about this. They need to be doing more teaching, and they need to go ahead with these things. So I told her these were all goals of the plan. I described the cassette we'd made and the beginnings that had been made, and that they were very, very clear goals, and that maybe she could mention something more about it, meeting with the pioneers, that would help to give people some enthusiasm and impetus for the work. Well, that's all I remember right now. I'm sure there was something else, but I hope it will occur to me later so I can put it down. Well, I remember it. Now, this again is the evening of Thursday, the 18th of November. This is now Sunday evening, the 21st of November, at bedtime, and I'm, as usual, completely filled up and also tired, and I'm sure I will not be able to remember half of the things that have transpired this evening, but I want to try to put as many of them down as possible quickly while they're fresh in my memory. This evening we had for dinner Michael Bannister, pioneer in Kai and forester, who Rúhíyyih Khánum decided to invite just this morning when we were at the center for almost all day long institute. I'll try to go back and mention some things about the events of the last few days. But anyway, this was arranged essentially on the spur of the moment, and he arrived for dinner, and was very low-key, and he's not the kind of person who would push himself forward in the presence of Rúhíyyih Khánum, so it was all rather quiet. And there were even lulls in the conversation and so forth. And at one moment during dinner, Rúhíyyih Khánum said something just sort of wistfully to herself. You know, there are so many interesting things in the world. And I was just thinking earlier about how much I've been learning from her, and one of the things is the love and appreciation of all of the beauty and diversity in the world, how extraordinary it is, and how much joy one can take just in all of that variety and all the wonder of it, and forget the many problems and difficulties by focusing on the magnificence of God's creation, and she certainly does that to the nth degree. It's a great lesson in people as well as in objects and animals and flowers and all kinds of things. Then I don't know where to begin. After dinner, we sat around again in the living room and talked about one thing or another. They both Khánum and Violette talked about their trip to India and the seeing a lady cremated in Benares, in the Ganges, and so on. And then later we got into reminiscences about Baha'i history, and it was extraordinary. Suddenly there was a whole series of memorable stories. Khánum talked about her mother. I think it was Abdul Bahá said, no, or Shoghi Effendi, I didn't catch that anyway, that her mother had been chosen because she was the weakest instrument in all of France, and was chosen to demonstrate the power of the faith. Because she was tiny, she was ill, she was dependent on her mother for support. Nothing in the way of worldly power or influence. And Abdul Bahá had told her to stay in Paris. And her mother annually closed up the apartment and went to the seaside, and expected, of course, that May would go with her. But this time, because Abdul Bahá had said that she should stay in Paris, she refused, and her mother was flabbergasted and couldn't understand such impertinence. Khánum said that her grandmother was a worldly lady, and she thought anyway that her invalid daughter should get the fresh air of the sea, but May refused. So her mother closed up the apartment anyway, and May apparently was taken in by one of the Baha'is. And it was shortly after that Breakwell came to a meeting and was taught the faith by May Bowles. And after that, which I guess was a couple of weeks later or something, she got a tablet apparently, or communication from Abdul Bahá saying that she was permitted to leave Paris and join her mother. And Khánum said that the first communication that Breakwell sent to Abdul Bahá was a cable, I guess, and in this cable he asked for forgiveness. And it seemed strange to her, but it turned out that that Breakwell had some factories in the U.S. South. He was a Britisher, and in those factories there was child labor apparently. And when he became a Baha'i, he was struck by the injustice of that, and he asked Abdul Bahá for forgiveness. There was another later. Apparently, Breakwell was. I don't know if he was visiting in Montreal or where this took place. He and May were riding in what Khánum assumes was a horse-drawn streetcar, and they were going up a little hill, and Breakwell said, "Excuse me, I'll join you later," and he jumped out of the car, and May turned and watched to see what he did, where he was going, and he went, and there was a lady who was struggling to push a cart or something like that up the hill, and Breakwell very quietly went over and next to her and helped her push her load up the hill. Khánum wanted to illustrate faithfulness, and she said that once in a meeting, Abdul Bahá picked up a black book, and he turned to Lua Getzinger, and he asked her what color it was, and she said, "It is black, my lord." And Abdul Bahá said, "No, it is white." And Lua said, "It is white, my lord." And Abdul Bahá turned to the others and said, "That is obedience," or something like that. She also mentioned another time when they were traveling. I think, they were taking a ride in Central Park, and Lua got a speck of sand or something in her eye and was fussing with it a little bit. And Abdul Bahá asked her what was wrong, and she said she had something in her eye, and so he pulled her bottom lid down, and he licked his finger and ran it across her eye to take out the sand. And immediately she reached over and pulled down the lower lid of her other eye, as much as to say, if you're going to do that wonderful thing to one eye, you must do it to the other one too. And I think it was Violette was quoting from the diary of Yunus Khan when he was secretary to Abdul Bahá, and Lua Getzinger was backing out of the room. I think it may have been in Egypt. Anyway, she it was her last visit at that time with Amatu'l Bahá, and she was being sent out into the world. And Yunes Khan writes that suddenly she was enveloped in light and was just radiant, or something very, very impressive impression. And Amatu'l Bahá turned to him and saw that he was moved and said, so you have seen it too, he said. And he said, unfortunately, obviously paraphrasing, it won't last in the world. When she goes out into the world, that whatever it was that she had acquired from Amatu'l Bahá would not last. And Violette said that Yunes Khan was 9 years the secretary of the Guardian, and of Amatu'l Bahá, and when the Guardian saw his diary, he remarked in the presence of one of the very reliable Baha'is, she thought it might have been Dr. Furotan, that this diary was as valuable as Nabil's narrative. Michael asked whether there was a recording of Shoghi Effendi, and Rúhíyyih Khánum explained the same answer as before, and it was Margaret Sears who had set up a tape recorder and asked to record a message for the African Baha'is, and the Guardian hesitated and then said, no, it is not necessary. And Khanum said that she and Lutfullah Hakim had several times talked about sneaking a recorder into the shrine to record Shoghi Effendi's beautiful chanting in the shrines. But of course nobody dared to do such an audacious thing, and she said everybody was afraid of the Guardian. But another time this evening she said, it's amazing the things that came out. It's extraordinary. She said that, what was it? Somebody had said to Amatu'l Bahá that he was kind, and Amatu'l Bahá said, you think I'm kind? Baha'u'llah was, oh no, I know. It was Amatu'l Bahā's son, daughter, who had said, somebody had mentioned that Amatu'l Bahá was kind, and she said, if you think Amatu'l Bahá was kind, it was Baha'u'llah that was kind. It's a quality Rúhíyyih Khánum said that we don't usually think about or associate with the manifestation of God, because we're so much in awe of him and of his station. And I don't remember if that was before or after, but I asked Violette to tell again the story about Mohammed Tabrizi, so I wanted to be sure to get the details right. And what she said is that it was in the afternoon and it was hot, so that everybody was sleeping, and Mohammed thought that he could get away with getting some sweets, so he went into the storeroom and he filled up his mouth with this candy and also both of his hands. And then as he turned to leave, he saw Baha'u'llah there. And she explained that in those days it was very unusual to be received into the presence of Baha'u'llah, even for those who, or particularly perhaps for those who were living there. He apparently received the pilgrims, but it would be very rare and a great honor to be brought into his presence if you were living in the household, and the children were brought up to understand the station of Baha'u'llah. So you can imagine it would be a tremendous shock, you know. And Baha'u'llah asked Muhammad, he said, what are you doing? But Muhammad's mouth was too full of candy and he couldn't answer, he couldn't say anything. So Baha'u'llah took him by the hair and turned him around by his hair and led him back apparently to where the candies were, and then he took down this better candy that was up higher. It's Dorabi, I think, I wrote it down. And put some on his fists. His fists were upright but full, and so he put a piece apparently on each fist, and then pushed him out of the room, or let him out of the room, or whatever. Mohammed Tabrizi was the first son of a couple. Violette explained when the exiles all arrived in the prison of Akka, and two of them died, and they were having great hardships. Amatu'l Bahá asked permission of Baha'u'llah to arrange some marriages to lighten the atmosphere. And 5 couples were married at that time, and one of those couples was the parents of Mohammed Tabrizi, and apparently had at least a brother. And he was born, actually, his parents were married in the fortress, and he was born in the fortress. Fortress, Khanum said, is the proper translation of the word that Violette used for where he was born. And Khanum said she didn't realize that that was the case. There's another story which is very long and involved that Mohammed Tabrizi used to tell. Apparently he was a very good storyteller. He had a little I don't know, a stall in the bazaar or something in Akka during the time of Amatu'l Bahá, and he was known to be trustworthy, and one of the Baha'is came to him one day and gave him a sum of money for safekeeping. And about a week or so later, the man came and took the money back again. Or sometime later he did, and then not too long after that, the man came again and asked for the same money again, and Muhammad Tabrizi said, but I've given it to you already. And the man said, no, you haven't. And Tabrizi said, yes, he had. And so the man went away angry, and apparently he went to Amatu'l Bahá, and he complained to Amatu'l Bahá that Muhammad had stolen his money. So the next Wednesdays was the day when the ladies were received by Amatu'l Bahá, and all the ladies were there, and Muhammad's mother was a very devout older woman at that time, and Amatu'l Bahá turned to her, and he said to her, you must tell your son when you go home that he should go tomorrow morning early at dawn to the shrine of Baha'u'llah and pray for forgiveness. So the lady went home, and Violette said she was tearing her hair and wailing and asking her son, what have you done that would cause Amatu'l Bahá to ask you such a thing? And he wouldn't tell her, he wouldn't say anything. The next morning he went obediently, walked from Akka to Baji and entered the shrine of Baha'u'llah and prayed for forgiveness. And then apparently, I think it was 2 weeks later, I'm not quite sure, he got a message. There was a feast, I guess, coming up in Haifa, and he got a message from Amatu'l Bahá that he should come to the shrine of the Bab early in the morning, again at dawn, the next day. And so he was, of course, concerned about being summoned by Amatu'l Bahá. Was a major thing, you know. And he went there and there was nobody there except Amatu'l Bahá, who asked him, he said, what is this that went between you and this other man? And Muhammad said, with your permission, Amatu'l Bahá, let me tell you a story which you told us at an earlier time. And Amatu'l Bahá said, yes, please. Gave permission. So Muhammad began then to tell this story, which this again is late Sunday evening, the 21st of November, and I'm describing a few things that happened this evening, and then I'll have to go back and pick up from Thursday afternoon last. I was telling the story that Muhammad Tabrizi was repeating back again to Amatu'l Bahá, that Amatu'l Bahá had told at an earlier time. And the story was that a wealthy pilgrim had come to, or I don't know if it was a pilgrim or an exile, but he'd come from Iran to Baghdad at the time when Baha'u'llah was living in Baghdad, and he was a jeweler, and he brought a whole bag of jewels. It was his trade. He was going to sell them or something, I suppose. And in those days, Baha'u'llah would assign the new arrivals to the homes of various Baha'is to stay with. And they assigned this man to the home of an older Baha'i who was known for being trustworthy. So the man came to this man's house and left his bag of jewels there, and a day or two passed, and he came back from wherever he was, and he found the jewels were gone. So he was extremely upset and alarmed, and he went directly to Baha'u'llah and complained. So in the presence of a whole gathering of Baha'is, Baha'u'llah turned to this old man, and he, now I'm forgetting quite the details, but he berated him or something publicly among all the other Baha'is, and said that he had to make it up, to go and find the jewels, that's what it was, and make it up to this man. So this old Baha'i, who was known for his trustworthiness, didn't say anything, and he left the gathering, and he began right away to work as a porter, carrying heavy loads or something, and saving a little pittance, and he began every day to give whatever he was able to save to Amatu'l Bahá for safekeeping towards this obligation of his. But it would have taken him lifetimes to make up the total sum. And not many, but some of the believers were shocked because they knew the man was trustworthy, and they thought this was a miscarriage of justice, and some of the people even left the faith because they were so shocked by this treatment that Baha'u'llah had given to this man. So then after everybody had left, Baha'u'llah turned to Amatu'l Bahá, and he instructed him, apparently, if I remember the details right, to go and talk to certain authorities and complain and ask them to try to apprehend the thief. So I guess a week or some days later, the authorities did their work, and the thief was in fact apprehended. And then again in a large gathering of the Baha'is, this was, I guess, mentioned, and I guess the jewels were recovered, and Amatu'l Bahá turned to this man and he said that you have been created to serve as a test for the faith or the sincerity of the loved ones of God, or of the believers. Now, I'm not quite getting all the details right, but that was the general idea. So that was all that Muhammad Tabrizi said. He didn't try to defend himself or anything. He just quoted back to Abdul Baha the story that Abdul Baha had told at an earlier time. And Abdul Baha immediately understood what he was saying, and he put his hands on each side of Muhammad's face and kissed him on the mouth. And then he put his arm apparently on Tabrizi's shoulder and sent him off. And what did he say? Anyway, he leaned back and laughed, I guess, too, before that, and he was very much taken with that story. And understood, of course, that Tabrizi was not at fault. Khánum was talking tonight, among many other things, about pets, and all kinds of different things, and got on the subject of parrots. And she talked about some people in the Green Light expedition, or somewhere in that expedition, that she'd met villagers who had all 6, I think she said, parrots living in their house. And she talked about this large, it's not a parrot, it's I'm terrible with these things, macaw or something, a large bird with a big beak that she says is very cuddly, and she recommended that to Michael as a pet. And these people had one up high, and they'd call it, and it would come down, and they'd cuddle it, and she said they had another parrot that would go to sleep in the corner, and whatnot. And then she told about how she had a parrot that she'd bought from a fellow she thought was a Nazi, a German man, in Barranquilla, in Colombia, and she was going to take it on her way, I guess, back to the World Center eventually or something. And one of the Baha'is had given her a little basket that looked like a binoculars case with a cover that closed, and she had the parrot in that. And she was getting on the plane in Barranquilla, and not long before a plane had been hijacked from there to Cuba, so they were strict on security, and there was an armed guard at the top of the stairs getting onto the airplane. And before she could say or do anything, this man saw this case and said, "What's in that?" and grabbed it and opened it and stuck his hand in, and the parrot bit his finger, and he pulled his finger out in alarm. And she said, "Excuse me, but that's my parrot," in Spanish, or something like that. And he was so surprised, that he let her go without another word. It's very funny. We all laughed a lot at that story. She talked at length about all the snakes and lizards and all the different creatures that she's collected. Half the names I didn't even recognize. And she mentioned again what she has before, that Mason Remy was an old friend of the family. Apparently her mother taught him in Paris. And he was visiting or something and saw her when she was born, even before her mother saw her. He was there at the time and visited the hospital or whatever it was, I don't know. And so she said she'd known him a long, long time. And once he came to visit in Montreal, and he came into her room, and he said, "Mary, would you please do me the favor of taking your white rat out of the bathtub so that I can have a bath?" Apparently she had all kinds of creatures in this house of hers. She was talking about a chameleon that she'd gotten. She wasn't sure if it was at a carnival or at a pet store. And it had come with a little chain and a little pin on it. And she'd unchained it, and it had gotten loose somehow in the house. And somebody, I don't remember now who, had gone into the room and tried to turn on the light and had a pull chain. And he'd pulled instead on the tail of this chameleon who had been sitting there sleeping or whatever. And whoever it was started yelling, wondering what on earth this thing was that he'd gotten hold of. Well, it's late, and I don't want to go on too long this evening, but I'll try to fill in the bones of what's happened the last few days. On Friday, I gave a reception fireside, some kind of meeting, in the evening, which was mostly the guests of Moreau and Paul. It was their idea, but I also invited Jean-Robert Lebrun and Ingrid, whatever her name is, my neighbor here, who came. And Linda brought Ronnie, and Micheline No, Micheline didn't come. We tried to keep it to a modest number. Adelie came and brought Gary and Mireille Lissad, and there was a guy named Yves Champagne, who I don't know who he was, and Annie, neighbor down the road, who is one of the people who run the Phoenicia restaurant, Lebanese people. She brought a beautiful chocolate, what is it, Marquise au Chocolat. And I was trying out my catering service and so on for the reception that's taking place tomorrow night with the ambassadors and ministers and whatnot. So it was a little bit on the fancy side. Beautiful spread, and everything worked very well. I was pleased. I was very busy, though, all that day trying to get it all put together, and meeting in the afternoon with the Minister of Finance. Oh, yes, we had lunch with the Canadian ambassador, Côté Jardin, and it was a little bit rushed at the end because I had a meeting scheduled with the minister for 10, and he postponed it to 2, and that was right in the middle of the lunch, so he was kind enough to make it 3. This was to introduce and discuss the mission of Carlos Aguirre, a fiscal expert. So we had to terminate in time for me to get to my appointment, and Khánum and Violette were kind enough to go down in my car all the way into town to leave me off there so I could be on time, and then return to the house, and then Eugène had to go and get some tables, and then I had to go with him up and down the mountain carrying pieces of tables and all the food and all this kind of thing. But it worked very well. I was tired earlier in the day, but I was beginning to feel buoyant about since everything was working out nicely, about the teaching opportunity of the evening, and it went very, very well. It was a wonderful occasion. Very relaxed, and Khánum was teaching indirectly, which she thinks is important with these kind of people. And Moro got everybody, after dinner we got all in a circle, and Moro sort of acted as a chairman and gave her an opening to talk about the faith. He said that it's time, everybody's come to hear her, what would you like to say? And she said, about what? And she said, well, maybe about the Baha'i faith, why you came to Haiti. And she very purposely, she told me later, it was quite intentional, steered away from that and talked about qualities that she has seen in the Haitian people that struck her. She mentioned a certain lack of confidence, and this caused other people to think about qualities in Haitian people, and the discussion ensued. And it was very warm. This kind of approach is attractive to people. Maybe I can say some more about that evening later. Then on Saturday, Moro and Paul had come into town with a duck that they had been marinating and wanted to cook for Rúhíyyih Khánum, and it was their not too subtle way of saying that they wanted to have more time with her, and they kept asking me what they should do with it, and I couldn't say what she wanted to do. So finally they called her themselves Saturday morning, and she said, go ahead, come on and cook the thing and come for dinner, and serve it. So they showed up Saturday morning, and I had to go out and get some papers downtown at the bank for a drawing that's supposed to take place, and I have to authorize it by tomorrow. So Seno hadn't gotten these things to me on Friday, so I had to go into the office and get them, and something else I had to do too, I don't remember. Anyway, I was gone a couple of hours. Oh, shopping, that's right. And I think during that time, Woody came up and gave another treatment to Khánum. I didn't see him, but I know that he came a second time, and she was impressed with the variety of things that he had studied. So Paul and Maura were busy in the kitchen, and Leon was down with me in Pétionville shopping, and Diusso was not well, and I took him down to get some medicines. And then when we got back, I came back as quickly as possible because we all went up together in my car for a lunch up at the Baptist Mission. It was a beautiful day, and we had a very nice trip up there. Did some more shopping, and Rúhíyyih Khánum bought all kinds of little things. And this evening she mentioned that she'd gotten boxes for these little bone boxes for all the members of the House of Justice, and some other little thing for the members of the International Teaching Center. She doesn't always, she said, but she likes to when she can get some little thing that she thinks that people would like on her trips. We had a very nice, as I say, trip up there, and I saw Aaron Williams of USAID, and he was interested to know more about the faith, and talked with him about it, and introduced him to Rúhíyyih Khánum. And saw my next-door neighbors, and quite a few people go up on the weekends up there. It was quite crowded. And then we came back as quickly as possible because she had a radio interview at 4 on Radio Nationale. and Moro was kind enough to take her down for that. And I had a little bit of time. What would I do? Oh, I was tired, yes. So I did a few relaxing things, reading the paper and so on, and then I had a nice nap. I slept rather soundly for about an hour. I was asleep when they came back. And then we had dinner with Moro and Paul that evening, and the marinated duck. And then at 7:30, the pioneers all arrived, and we had the evening with the pioneers, and that's tape recorded, although for some reason the tape wasn't good and my copy didn't come out very clearly, but I won't try to comment on that. It was a very rich evening. And then today, Sunday, we got going a little bit on the late side. She was supposed to be at the center at 10, and we got there about 10:40 or so for this institute, which was to go all day, essentially, or until the mid-afternoon. And she gave a long talk at the center in the morning, and then met with the National Assembly during lunch, which consisted of a sandwich. And then afterwards, about 2 or 2:15, I guess they finished, and we had another meeting, mostly to answer questions. Very nice. Nobody wanted to go home. Went on for quite some time, and ended with George telling them in Creole the contents of the cable that Rúhíyyih Khánum had received yesterday about the persecutions increasing suddenly again in Iran. And that was followed by long prayers and a very nice, close spiritual atmosphere. And then we went home. We had before lunch had many pictures taken. I was helping to take pictures first of everybody and then various families with Rúhíyyih Khánum, and she was very pleased to give people that privilege. On the way down to that meeting, in the car, she said a couple of things that struck me that were interesting. I don't remember how we got on the subject, but she said there were terrible problems with the Persian students. I think we're talking maybe about Farhad and how much he had developed, she felt, and Micheline also, both of them in the time since they were here almost 2 years ago. And she said, these Persian students were terrible. Baha'i students were terrible in Switzerland, and a whole lot of them, 20 plus of them, were thrown in jail all at once for some kind of misbehavior. And it was so bad that the Guardian, she said, had trouble getting his permis de séjour lengthened. Apparently they were accustomed to staying in Switzerland for 4 months in the summertime, and the visa or the permis de séjour was 3 months and had to be extended. And there was one time, she recalled, when they made a fuss and she had to explain at some length who he was and so on. They, of course, agreed eventually, but she was mentioning that. She also mentioned, she asked me if she'd told me this before, and I said no, because she said she didn't remember who she'd told what to with all these travels. But she said the reason that she's traveling so much, and has been, was what the Guardian had said to her once, a couple of years before he passed away. He turned to her out of the blue one day, during working, I guess, or some time, and said, and asked her what she would do after his passing. And she said she was shocked and almost went hysterical and said, "Don't talk about such a thing, Shoghi Effendi." And then he said, I think I've got this quote straight, but it might be quite not exactly right. He said, "I suppose you will travel and encourage the friends." And that's all he said. And then he went away, went about his business. And she eventually, it passed, and she didn't think about it much more after that. But after he passed away, she remembered that one little statement of his, and that's why she has devoted so much time to traveling. During the meeting today, she quoted a story of Amatu'l Bahá's, which is on Violette's tape, but I didn't make a tape. This was in French. We were talking about miracles. Somebody had, I don't remember how the subject came up, somebody in the back had said that couldn't compare Baha'u'llah to Christ because he hadn't been resurrected. And so Violette was talking about miracles, and Rúhíyyih Khánum also, and she used the story of Amatu'l Bahá on this subject. She said a man was sick, and the doctor came and was treating him, but the man wasn't getting any better. So he asked the doctor, "Are you a good doctor?" And the doctor said, "Yes." And to demonstrate, he started flying around the room, all over the place, wonderful, flying here and there. And the man said, "That's wonderful. It's very impressive that you're flying, but I'm still not feeling any better." And the point was that the faith does many things on a practical level, and miracles really aren't of any great use. Certainly not even persuasive to the people who see them, much less people who haven't seen them. And then this evening, of course, I mentioned we got home, I guess, about 5, and after a rest, I had a few minutes, finally, to look at these figures that I got yesterday from Seno, and found a few things awry, and called him to tell him that he had to answer a few more questions tomorrow before I could authorize this drawing, and I felt much better having that question taken care of. And then, of course, Michael Bannister arrived, and we were talking a little bit about the computer system that he's interested in buying, and I was showing him mine, and then about 7, Khánum came down for supper, and we had this very remarkable evening. This morning I got an early start, and Don Davis and Nancy Songer had called me during dinner, just before dessert last night, and things were rushed because it was getting short. Time was short before all the pioneers would arrive. And here I was the host of the dinner, and they seemed taken aback that I couldn't talk with them just right then, and I was right in the middle of the kitchen and whatnot. And I said, no, absolutely not, and my goodness, it's hard for them to understand. And so they agreed to call later, and in the middle of the meeting I had to get up and take this call of theirs and talk about the arrangements for the house and the business and so on. There were a couple of points I wanted to pursue, so I called them again this morning and then went down and got some glasses and forks for the reception tomorrow. And then waited around for some time before Khánum was ready to go to the meeting. So it's been a very, very full few days. I don't remember any longer what happened Thursday night. I'm not sure if Khánum was still ill that night, but I can't think of anything, so it must not have been very much. I really feel many things. Among them, very much assisted to somehow have gotten through these very intense days, and there's so many things happening at once. This crisis with my business and having to rush up to Washington, a very, very tiring weekend. And both Khánum and Violette remarked on how tired I looked when they got back. And it hasn't been a single break. I was hoping for, well, it was one weekend when I had a little rest, but it's been very intense continuously for quite a long time now. And then last Tuesday, I think it was, this Carlos Aguirre arrived, and I have this mission to take care of, and a certain amount of hand-holding and meetings to be arranged and one thing or another. And then suddenly this drawing, and oh yes, Thursday night about 11:15 I got this extraordinary call that Khánum heard too from, Thursday was a holiday, that's right, it was a very restful day, yes. I got this call from Zoran Hujera about the deadline for this drawing, and that I would have to decide by Monday whether or not they were eligible in order for them to get the drawing by the end of the month, and legal complexities and one thing or another. And it turns out to not be quite so urgent. If they miss this date, they can get the drawing a little later, but that gave me more to be concerned about, and I didn't sleep as well that night as I would have liked to. I always hate to have unresolved problems. If they're dumped on me in the evening, I don't like that. It's much better in the morning. And then there's reception Friday night, and the bigger reception tomorrow night, in which I am holding a lot of store for increasing the recognition of the faith. All these things simultaneously with having the head of the cause here, and all the activities involved with that. It's really been very intense. But somehow I'm not too much snowed under by it, except just getting very tired. And I hope that I last through all right until she leaves on Wednesday. I'm afraid it's going to be a terrible flop afterwards, because Aguirre is leaving, and the drawing presumably will take place, and Rúhíyyih Khánum will leave, and suddenly there won't be anything going on here except picking up the pieces, and carrying on. Anyway, such is life. Another thing Khánum mentioned this evening, which she's mentioned before, she said that the Guardian has had a theory that as people get older, their personality traits or characteristics, whatever, I don't remember the exact word she used, get more pronounced. If you're talkative, you get more talkative. If you're hospitable, you get more hospitable, whatever it might be. And she keeps mentioning that in various contexts. contexts. Several times Khánum has asked me when I'm next coming to Haifa, and I don't have any idea what to say. I say whenever the wind will blow me in that direction, but she always gets a cute expression on her face and seems to want to reciprocate some of the meager hospitality which I have been privileged to extend to her. And I was very touched this morning. I think Violette has been having breakfast with me alone because this morning Khánum had washed her hair, and the other time she wasn't feeling well, one thing or another. So we've had some nice times to talk, just Violette and I. And she said, I want you to know, Greg, I was very touched, that if you come to Haifa, you have a bed and you have a room in our little apartment. And I want you to know that it has nothing to do with you in Bahia, that you are a friend of me and of Ali, and you are most welcome. I was really very, very touched by that. I don't know what to do. She said a couple of times maybe the House of Justice would choose to ask me to come and consult with them about the legal affairs of Haiti or something or other, any old thing. I don't know. It would be wonderful to be able to go again. She also said to me on the way down to the meeting today that often people get educated and become haughty and don't use their education for the faith, and quite the contrary, they get feeling superior over their other Baha'is and don't deign to come to the feast very often and consider they're doing a privilege, she said, to the Baha'is when they do. But she said it's wonderful when Baha'is who are well educated, and she said like myself, use their training, their education in service. And she mentioned someone else in the same context. It may have been Arbab. I think quite a few times she's mentioned how impressive the things that he's done and is doing for the faith are. And she has seen very clearly the fruits of his efforts here in Haiti. Well, as I've said before, I had the feeling that I was already filled to overflowing several weeks ago, and still it keeps coming, and I feel like I'm just brimming, and the wondrous stories and experiences just continue to flow abundantly. It's extraordinary. It's very moving. How words fail me, to have this series of priceless experiences at this time of historic value in the development of the faith. And I think I'd better go and get some sleep now. If I think of something else, I'll try to add it later. So this again is Sunday evening, the 21st of November, at the end of the day. This is now Wednesday, 5:30, the 24th of November, and I'm just back from seeing Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette off at the airport. And I have a few minutes before a dinner engagement, and want to try to catch up a little bit on these last days of Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit here in Haiti. Monday was a very busy day, culminating in the formal reception that I was offering in Khánum's honor for various distinguished people that I thought would be more receptive than the average to having the privilege of meeting her. I had a very busy day in the office as well. I got down there as early as I could. I don't remember now exactly the order of things, but I had this expert Aguirre who needed appointments, and as I recall, we were supposed to see, I was trying to arrange a meeting with somebody in AID, and Harlan Hopgood to come back, so I was trying to arrange an appointment for him, and we needed to also see Arneson of OEA, OAS in English. And I had to approve this drawing, supposedly by noon, and I remember, I'd called Sena, and I was expecting back from him answers about some of the questions I'd had, so I was on the phone continuously during the morning, trying to get these things all straightened out, and talking to Washington, and back and forth, and people were coming into my office. I don't remember now, it all blurs together. And then we arranged a lunch with Arneson, And it wasn't as bad as I expected. Things worked very efficiently. Some days can be very much of a strain, but I felt like things were, although there was a lot to do, like it was moving nicely. And I wasn't as much strained by it as I might have been. So somehow the calls went through, and I managed to reach people, and there was only a minor confusion with Aguirre going to AID when he shouldn't have, because I didn't quite get to him in time, and so on. And I had a nice, relaxed lunch with him and Ragnar Arneson up at the club. And then the afternoon was devoted to getting tables and rented cutlery. And I guess I had most of that, but I was getting, that's right, I had to get some more small forks and little plates, and I don't remember what all glasses to try to get everything needed for the evening. And finally I got up to Stewart's, and he wasn't back yet, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was eager. Violette was telling me that she likes to lay out the tables early in the day, or even the day before, if she's having a reception, and both Violette and Khánum are that way. They wanted to have a lot of time, you see, to arrange things, so I was feeling that maybe the time was getting a little short. And I saw Mauro and Paul and Lana, and I don't remember who all, but Stuart wasn't back, and he had to have the truck to get the tables up to the house. So I drove up, I made 2 trips, that's right, up and down, picking up the food and one thing or another, the desserts and so on. And I got to the house around 5:30, I guess, and maybe, 5:30 or 6. And I came in carrying my heavy briefcase and 2 binders worth of papers and other things, heavily laden. And here's Rúhíyyih Khánum in a tizzy. Unbelievable. She got herself all worked up. She was in her Japanese robe, running back and forth, and I was asking where are we going to put the tables, and what are we doing with this, and what's happening with that. And I said, there's still an hour and a half. And she said, an hour and a half goes very fast. Now, what are we doing? She didn't even let me put my things down, and it was terribly awkward. And here I was in the middle of this, and she was just going a mile a minute. She'd gotten wound up. So that was actually the most difficult thing for me in the whole evening, was her, which wasn't what I expected. But it turned out, in retrospect, I didn't realize, but she's really not at all comfortable with dignitaries, hasn't apparently had very much experience with this kind of thing, and she's mentioned quite a few times in the last days how today she called her mother a bohemian and her father a recluse. Maybe it was last night. Anyway, she was explaining again how they had not taken advantage of the opportunities they had for access in higher social circles in Montreal, and so I guess she never had much experience with that growing up. And of course the Guardian had very severe limitations on the sorts of things he could go to for fear of not being treated properly. And so I don't know, but I guess she's really not had that many occasions like this. And she was very nervous and concerned that she say the right thing and do the right thing, and it was actually too nervous. I think some of that came through, a lack of being relaxed and regal. I expected her to sort of be, I don't know, very suave or something, And I think some of these people were a little bit rather taken aback by her. She was bubbling with energy and focusing very hard on the situation and coming across a little bit strong. Anyway, we got the thing arranged. This fellow who I was paying $80 to come, and with 2 people, he only came with 1. And I really didn't like him, but there was nothing I could do. I tried on Monday the other person that I could think of who runs Sodec here, a fellow named Chéri, who I've seen at receptions and who's very good. He does the central organizing for receptions given by the Villamoira. And unfortunately, I didn't realize he teaches in the same school. He's in charge of the food section, and this other guy, Parazon, is in charge of the bar. And so he said he really couldn't cut in on something that his colleague had arranged, and the next time I could ask him. So I was stuck with Parazon. This guy showed up late. He did a very nice job with the flowers and getting the table legs covered and things like that. But I wasn't very pleased with him being so late. And the whole thing was a little bit on the slow side. He wasn't all that good, and he did the terrible thing. I was just terribly embarrassed that he left the soda pop bottles on the table. Here are people who were having enough trouble because we weren't serving anything alcoholic, and they didn't need to have a table littered with Team and Pepsi bottles. Anyway, one does one's best, but I tend to. I think Khánum is certainly like this more than I am. I tend to be worried about the little mistakes too much and not look at the positive accomplishments. I get terribly sensitive about making an error of some kind, and those things were bothering me a little bit. Anyway, we finally got everything in order. 3 tables in the main part of the living room, dining room area, enough to seat 24 people. And the buffet laid out, and everything looked very nice. And Khánum had rearranged all my furniture. When I got home, I found the place all turned upside down, everything around. And they'd gotten all kinds of chairs to make a big circle, so most of the people could sit in a circle, and Khánum was busy counting places diligently. And then she got all wound up about who was going to sit where, and had I thought that through, and so on. And my plan, which I wish I'd stuck to in retrospect, was to just let people sit where they wanted, and then they can't blame you if they don't like the seating. And make it informal, you see. But Khánum was very concerned that we not offend an important person and that they be at her table. And she was talking along about this right beforehand, so I got that idea in my head, and I was, it's hard for me to talk back to her, and I certainly wasn't wanting to intrude, and she was treating it like her occasion, and she was inviting people, you see. So I sort of let her go along, but that was the source of the biggest mistake, if there was one, of the evening. Anyway, the people all arrived, starting quite promptly at 7:30. The French ambassador first, in all of his dignity, and his wife was sick still with dengue fever and wasn't able to come. And then one after another, all these people came. The guests were the American ambassador, Puig, who also left his wife behind, said she was indisposed or something. The French ambassador, Barthélemy, the Minister of Finance, who was the last person to arrive, who brought his lovely wife, and they were up to their usual caliber, wonderful people. Franz Mitterrand and his wife. And his wife had, I don't know if I mentioned this before, had called me on Tuesday the week before to apologize for not having come, because she'd gotten the week confused. She'd gotten all dressed up and ready to come, and her husband hadn't shown up. It was a confusion. I was very pleased that they came. And the Corellis came, and Michael Bannister. Our lawyer, Colimont, came, and I gathered his wife must have passed away. I didn't know that. And he apologized for his daughter, who had also invited, Elisabeth Colimont, said she was indisposed or something. Pierre Léger came with his wife. They'd been in town for several days, apparently. I was very pleased, and so was Khánum about that. And Jean-Claude Sanon came, and said his wife was in the U.S. She works for American Airlines and travels easily. He's the Director General of the Central Bank. And I was surprised, the last time he came to something here, he was talking business all the time with his friends, but he got into the spirit of the thing and was talking about voodoo and one thing or another, and I was very pleased. And then we had Fred Thomas and his wife, UNDP Res Rep, and Bob Belfry and his lovely wife, a Canadian. He's the representative of the Inter-American Development Bank here, and the Arnesons came, Ragnar and Françoise Arneson. He's the OAS man here. And am I forgetting anybody? I think that's it. And with all of us together, it added up to 20 people, and we took away 4 of the places that weren't needed. So we milled around, and right away, of course, the 2 ambassadors were wanting to talk to Rúhíyyih Khánum, and she was sitting down, and they were standing up, and here's the French ambassador, who's quite tall, and the American is much shorter, bending over to talk with her and looking rather uncomfortable, and she was sitting talking with them, and I was feeling uncomfortable myself about how this whole thing was going to fall together. The other people were having a good time. I was glad that Michael Bannister came, because his project, reforestation, is very popular, and everybody wants to know about it and interested to meet him, and the Corellis mixed very well too. I was quite pleased about that. So, about an hour later, we served this fruit punch that had been concocted, and I was feeling awfully awkward about not having the drinks that people are used to either. But that was Khánum's decision, and I, acquiesced to her will on that. And then the buffet was finally ready, and the candles lit and so on. So I invited people to the table. Let me get a mosquito here. Missed him. And then the problem came of seating everybody, and I sort of steered the French ambassador and the Minister of Finance over to sit near Khánum, but I wasn't moving fast enough, and the American ambassador had already sit down at another table. And Khánum said something about be sure to get the ambassador over or something. So I made what I think in retrospect was a mistake of asking him if he would move over to the big table. And the way it worked out was that all the main invitees were men, and of course their wives came, but we ended up with a head table of all men, and that isn't quite according to the usual procedures. Anyway, we sat there, and Khánum was busy pointing her finger and lecturing to these senior ambassadors and the minister, and they were a little taken aback, but it was very nice, the things that she said, and she launched into a long explanation of why Baha'is don't drink, and why we prefer not to serve alcohol in our own homes, although we have no objection to other people drinking in their own environment or in a restaurant or whatever, and went into that at great length. And then we talked quite a long time about the things that she likes about Haiti, and voodoo and fear and a few other related topics, and the people got rather involved in that discussion, and they seemed to enjoy that. But there were a few awkward moments. For instance, Khánum was so busy talking that she ate very slowly, and the other tables had long since finished. And I had my eye on them, too, so I didn't think it was polite to let everybody just sit there waiting for dessert for so long. So I finally got this fellow Paraisan to clear the buffet to bring out the desserts, but he hadn't been doing his job, and the desserts weren't ready to come out yet. They needed a lot of arranging or something or other, and he cleared the food off the buffet before the dessert was ready to replace it. So almost everything was gone except for a little bit of chicken or something and one rice dish, and Khánum suddenly decides that she's going to have some seconds, you see. Everybody else had decided they didn't want any, had declined the offer. And she asked the French ambassador if he would join her, and he graciously said yes. So they got up, and here's this empty table, almost. Well, they very delicately took a little bit of what was there, and that was all right. But as I say, she was really wound up and going a mile a minute. And anyway, so she finished her seconds, and then finally the dessert came, and everybody had a dessert, and then we moved over to where the comfortable chairs were, and everybody was served some coffee. And then she gets the notion of offering cigarettes. She had said beforehand, she'd asked me if I had any cigarettes, and I said no, and she said, well, it's terribly impolite not to offer cigarettes to people after a meal. And I don't think in French homes that I've been to here, that's certainly the case, that you offer a nice cigar, good quality imported cigarettes, but you also offer an after-dinner drink, and you offer before dinner drink, and you offer wine at the table, and all these things, and we hadn't been doing that during the evening, so I didn't really see the point in making a big fuss about it, but for some reason she had in mind, maybe from Canadian politeness, that was the thing to do. And last night I was at the French ambassador's, who's top-notch, in these things, and he didn't offer cigarettes to the guests. Anyway, so she got this, she had gotten, asked me to call, and John Corelli had brought some cigarettes up with him, which she'd bought on the way, and she'd arranged them in a little wooden bowl that she'd bought. And she went trooping around, almost prancing, offering cigarettes to everybody. Most of the people don't smoke, so they declined. She's so full of enthusiasm and almost girlish sometimes. It's really very interesting. And in an occasion when I would have expected her to be very reserved and dignified, she was some of the time quite the opposite. I'm not saying that's bad, it just wasn't what I expected, and struck me oddly. So, but people didn't want to go home. I was trying to move things along so that people who were busy the next day, had to get up early, wouldn't be uncomfortable in leaving. The French ambassador somehow had the idea it was a cocktail, and he had to call his wife to tell her that he wasn't coming home for dinner, and I let him into my office for that, which is a terrible mess. I haven't had time to keep it straight, and I felt a bit embarrassed, and then he couldn't maneuver the electronic telephone, and I had to come back in and help him. He was very, I think he's decided that he likes me after the faux pas that I did at his house and offended his wife. I think that over time he's come to look at me a little bit more grandfatherly, and he was very very friendly and relaxed and informal. Anyway, so everybody was sitting around just talking until, at least 11, I guess, when people started to go home, and I was quite surprised and pleased that they found the atmosphere that warm and friendly, and particularly without drinks and so on. They seemed to have a good time. And finally everybody started to leave. But Rúhíyyih Khánum was still going a mile a minute, and she didn't want to go to bed. She knew she wouldn't go to sleep, I suppose. So the Baha'is stayed behind, the Corellis and Michael Bannister, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was still talking and talking and talking, and I was just by that time getting to the absolute limit and was completely wiped out and having a hard time surviving, you know. And they didn't all go home, and Khánum didn't go to bed until about midnight. And then there was still some closing up to do and whatnot, and I really hit the sack hard when I hit it. And I had an appointment the next morning at 9:30 with the head of AID, Hopgood, for Aguirre, so I knew I had to get an early start yesterday morning, Tuesday. Looks like this is about to run out. But I think it was a very, on balance, a successful evening. One thing that really shocked me and threw the wrench into the works for me was after dinner we were standing around and I was talking with Mrs. Thomas, who's Radcliffe educated and just reeks of it, and we were talking about one thing or another, and she was expressing very strong opinions about Islam and one thing or another and contradicting me and doing the same kind of intellectual battling that is so typical of Harvard and Radcliffe type people, and most unpleasant. Instead of trying to find a source of agreement, you try to find a source of disagreement, and then you try to prove that you're right and the other person is wrong. You know, it's really most unfortunate. Anyway, after we talked for quite a while, she came out with this very strong opinion that she was very offended, she said, by the way that Rúhíyyih Khánum had gathered all the big shots around her and acted like she was some kind of a big shot herself, and not the sort of what Mrs. Thomas thought would be a more religious attitude of mixing and mingling equally with all people, which she thought was a principle of the Baha'i faith. And she went on and on about this. And I realized later I was really taken aback and shocked and rather hurt. And partly it was my fault, because she was sitting at the same table where the American ambassador had sat, and I picked him up and took him away, you see, and she felt offended by that. And she blamed Rúhíyyih Khánum for it. But I'm sure there's also a backlog of frustration of a highly educated woman who's... This is tape number 5, being made on Wednesday, the 24th of November, regarding Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit to Haiti. I was just in the middle of finishing my description of the reception that I gave for Rúhíyyih Khánum on Monday evening, and I've been realizing, thinking back, that Mrs. Thomas must have a backlog of frustration being the educated wife of an official and having him always invited to things. And I don't know, I mean, she was probably venting something that wasn't necessarily generated entirely by the evening, but it was a shame if she vented it to her husband, who seemed to have a positive impression, get him thinking along the same negative lines. And I was rather upset by it. It's taken me a couple of days to work it through. Khánum said today that she hasn't slept well for the last 2 nights, thinking about the things that she said and whether she should have said them better, and whether, she said the right things and whether she made a good impression, and so on and so on. I've been very careful not to say anything about what I saw as the errors of the evening, because I don't think that it's really important for her to know, and wouldn't, she'd probably amplify them or feel badly about them or something, and they were not that important compared to the positive impression. But I'm afraid I was distressed that night, and also very tired, and maybe didn't give her the feeling that I thought it was as much of a success as would have been nice to give her the feeling of, if you get what I'm saying. So, I suppose the other people enjoyed themselves. I've seen the Minister of Finance since, and Thomas and Bellefeuille, and Senon, and none of them, and the French ambassador. And Bellefeuille and the French ambassador said that she was a very unusual lady, or something like that, but didn't say anything else. And Merceron said that she was remarkable, or something very nicely put. But I think they probably all thought it was a little bit strange. It's certainly an unusual kind of evening for them, and I don't really know how they received it. Someday maybe I'll know better, but people don't usually tell you if they didn't like the evening or whatever. course, the ambassadors and the minister had a chance to talk about business and so forth, and they always appreciate an occasion for that. During this time, before everybody left in the evening, one thing I remember is that John Corelli asked Rúhíyyih Khánum if anybody in the family smoked. We were talking for some reason about smoking, anybody in the Holy Family. And she said, well, my dear, the greatest holy leaf, somebody had told her that smoking after every meal was good for her digestion. So apparently she smoked a cigarette, I think she said, after every meal. And she said the Baha'u'llah sat very contentedly with his hubble-bubble by the Tigris or the Euphrates, whichever it was, at one time anyway. The Amatu'l Bahá, of course, didn't smoke. And what else did she say? I don't remember if there's anybody else in the family, but she said, you know, the obvious thing, that smoking is not forbidden in the faith. We're told that it's not a clean habit, but it's certainly not prohibited. And the guardian offered cigarettes to, you know, visitors, important visitors, and so forth. I have a couple of other little notes here on my little pad that I keep by the bed. I think of things as I'm going to sleep, and I don't want to forget them. On Sunday, she mentioned that she had only been alone with the guardian 15 minutes before they were married, and she really didn't know him at all. And she said several times that she was worried that he was going to turn out to have very different tastes than hers, and that would be a difficult thing for her. She was afraid, for instance, that he would like modern art, which he doesn't like at all, and modern music, and it turned out that he had similar tastes to hers, more towards the traditional. She also mentioned that he had given her the title Amatu'l Bahá, the name Amatu'l Bahá. I think it was when they were engaged, or in that process when he was, she and her mother were on pilgrimage, and he was trying to make up his mind, she said, about whether he was going to marry her. And he wouldn't tell her what it meant. He was teasing her. Sometime earlier, one of the breakfasts that I was having with Violette, she, alone, she said that, you know, Rúhíyyih Khánum never deviates, she said. She said she's like a compass, always true, to the, you know, pointed in the right direction. And a very unusual quality, of course. And Rúhíyyih Khánum also mentioned, I think on Sunday, that, and I don't remember exactly when it was, I think we may have been driving or something, that character and deeds are not the same thing. Oh, maybe this was on the way down to the meeting on Sunday. She said that many of the early martyrs did not have a good character, and we remember them for their great deeds, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily the same thing as their being saints, as she put it. And that was something that was hard for her, she said, to understand, but it's certainly the case. Then yesterday, Tuesday, as I said, I had to leave early in the morning for this appointment, and we were, Aguirre had to leave, and I had to get some things Xerox for him to take, and one thing or another. And the drawing went through, and I got that those things wound up, and was very tired, and was trying to leave the bank to come back here for lunch, even though Khánum had gone out with Paul and Morrow. How was that? Oh, she went up to the mission to try to buy a tablecloth that she had seen and not bought, and realized later it was the right size for a large table she has for entertaining. Beautiful red tablecloth. And today she told me it had already been sold, and she was very disappointed. And there was some other things she wanted to do. She was very busy that day. Oh, she went out. Oh, I know, it was the Corellis that she went with, and she went and saw their factory and their house, and then she went and saw Hansen and Mati Tim out at the school, and apparently went up to the mission, and was quite busy. Anyway, so I came back, and they were gone. Oh, I was trying to get out of my office, and then I'd already told the secretary I was going home, and I went to take care of one other technical problem, and then the governor wanted to see me, so I got pulled in, and he's always very talkative, and I was just worried that I was going to die. But fortunately there was a lady there who was waiting, and he asked her to move aside while he was talking to me, and we had a nice little chat about a number of things, and didn't go on too long, and then I had an excuse to excuse myself because of this lady. Came home and had some lunch, and I was just completely dead, and I just went to sleep plunk about 3 o'clock, and I slept until about 6. And it was really what I needed, because in the evening I'd already agreed to to go first to the Canadian ambassador's reception. He had 16 ambassadors in town, and Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs of Canada, and all kinds of dignitaries, the Vice President of CIDA for the Caribbean. The Undersecretary is Massey, M-A-S-S-I, apparently. That's the way it's spelled in the paper. And Keith Bezenson is the Vice President of CIDA, and I stopped in there and was whisked over by the ambassador over to talk to the two of them right away, and had a brief word with Massey and a little longer with Bezenson. Met the Haitian ambassador to Ottawa, Hervé Denis, a very nice young man, and talked with the Madame, what's her name, the Directeur Général Balmire in Foreign Affairs here. And then it started to get a little boring, and anyway, I only had a few minutes there because I had an invitation at 8 to the French ambassadors for this guy Leclerc, the sous-directeur de la Caisse centrale de coopération économique de la France. And a number of other people in the development field were invited to the French ambassadors, and I had agreed to go there thinking that Khánum would be packing. So she had invited, because she knew I was going out, she had invited the Baruchs, and Stuart had come to pick up his tables. The dear man, he'd come 5:30 in the morning to pick up all the chairs that he'd handled for me. And then he came late in the afternoon to pick up his tables and put them back in his house. And he stayed around and talked with Rúhíyyih Khánum for a while I was still resting. And then when I came out, Khánum, first Violette pulled me aside, and then Khánum pulled me into my office and said, "Please get rid of Stuart. The dear man doesn't know when to leave, and we want to eat, and we're very tired and want to eat and go to bed." So I very gently showed him out the door. Didn't really take any pushing, just a little so. And then I sat with them while they ate some dinner. And I went on my way, and they were very tired, and I think they went to sleep pretty soon after, and were packing today. But it was then, last night, that I mentioned something about how the American ambassador was short, and it was a disadvantage for an ambassador to be short. It's good for them to be tall and tower over people. And she sort of took note of that, and I think a little bit later she said something about how the Guardian was very short, shorter than the American ambassador, and she pointed to her shoulder, at least an inch below her shoulder, was as high as the Guardian came on her. Extraordinary, because you know, the grandeur of his writing, and of course his station and so on, you tend to think of him as being tall, and that's what people say also about Amatu'l Bahá and Baha'u'llah, I guess. I remember the Corellis came by just before the Canadian reception that they were invited to, too. And we were all standing around talking, and that's when she mentioned that. So, today, I got up a little late. I didn't have any appointments, and had a very pleasant breakfast with Rúhíyyih Khánum, and called down to the office afterwards, about 10, to see if anything was going on, and nothing was. And then I got a call from the office that the Minister of Finance wanted to see me, and if I would please come down tout de suite. So I rushed around to get the rented china in the car and the 4 legs of the tables that didn't fit the first time, and all this stuff so I wouldn't have to make an extra trip later, in my briefcase, and got myself together, and Khánum and Violette were up packing at this point, and she'd said several times that she wanted to have a chance to talk with me before she left. And so we agreed sort of that it would be better if they got the packing finished, and then she could relax and talk. So I was hoping that this wasn't some kind of terrible crisis that the minister was going to tell me about, a cabinet change or something that would give me a terrible conflict between having lunch and taking Rúhíyyih Khánum to the airport and my work. But I went and waited for quite a long time, and then so, it was only a small affair about the importation of some buses. And then I went to my office and called Washington and sort of touched base, and then there was nothing more to keep me there, and so I came back up to the house, and they were still up packing, and Diosol had gone. Leon had deserted me Tuesday morning, and still isn't back now. And Diosol had gone down to get a shot and left his wife here to help. So I was hoping that the last lunch wouldn't turn out to be a disaster. But eventually, Violette came down, and I asked her which of the 3 shawls that I'd bought in mosquito she thought that Rúhíyyih Khánum would like, and she said that she thought the bright blue one, and then I asked her which one she would like, and she wanted the beige-brown one, leaving the bright red one behind. So she took those up, and the tape that I'd copied, and the plastic coat hanger, which I had just finished gluing. I don't remember what else. And eventually they came down, and we had a very nice lunch, some leftovers and some potatoes and salad. And Violette was telling me again how much they appreciated their visit, and how she thought that the hospitality that I'd been able to offer was very important in making their stay as long and as agreeable as it was, and that Khánum hadn't gotten seriously ill and seemed to have lots of energy and enthusiasm and so on. It was very touching, really. And on the way down, Khánum was saying that usually she's quite happy to leave one country and go on to the next one, but in the case of Haiti, she really was sad to leave, and she likes Haiti so much, and I said that she was quite welcome to stay. Anyway, she finished her part of the packing and left Violette upstairs to close the suitcases, and it was all arranged so that Rúhíyyih Khánum would have a minute alone with me, and we sat at the table while she was having her coffee and dessert, and she said, "You know, Greg," she said, "I have this speech that I've been rehearsing for the last 2 years, and I want to give it to you or else I won't feel good." And then she told me that when they were left with the affairs of the cause in the Holy Land, the hands of the cause, she told the other hands that she was a very direct person, that she didn't mince words, and she didn't know any other way of being except telling exactly what she thought. And she said that she hoped that would be all right. Oh no, it was the House of Justice, I guess, because when they were elected, because she said that Ian Semple said that please don't change Rúhíyyih Khánum because we always know exactly where we're at with you. Something to that. That was the gist of it. And then she proceeded to deliver her speech, which was extraordinary. And I'm going to put my remarks about it on the other side, so I can, because it's more personal, so I can segregate it if I want to. But it was very touching, really. She's a wonderful, warm, concerned human being, and just full of love and compassion for her fellow man. And that took about half an hour, and then we got the cases into the car and bundled up, and they left all kinds of things behind to be taken by pilgrims and the members of the National Assembly going to the International Convention in various and sundry baskets and bags and whatnot. And I drove them down to the airport, and the Baruchs were right behind us. They joined us on the way down the mountain. Their car was just turning the corner. And we had quite a little gathering of Baha'is down there by the time they'd gotten checked through the line. And I got permission from the people in protocol to use the diplomatic lounge. So we had this motley crew of Baha'is in there, all gathered around the Rúhíyyih Khánum, saying goodbye for about an hour, and more people kept arriving, and my colleagues from the Citibank and Bank of Boston both arrived. One was meeting people and the other was saying goodbye to an official. And they looked rather curiously at this group of people gathered down at the end who were my friends. It was a little bit funny, but there was nobody, any really big shot to come through to wonder what was going on. And Rúhíyyih Khánum had forgotten that she was wanting to present to the National Assembly a calligraphy of Mr. Faizi's, which had been beautifully illuminated, a lovely passage. And she wanted to make a formal presentation during the institute down at the center, but she'd forgotten, so she handed it over to Morrow and the other members of the National Assembly at that time, and we all had a very nice little meeting before saying goodbye. And because I have the extra privileges, I was fortunate enough to be able to go through the immigration and accompany them all the way to the gate. And Rúhíyyih Khánum gave me a big hug and kissed me kershmak on the cheek, and was very, very, well, she doesn't like goodbyes, but it was really very tender and touching to me that she had become so attached. And Violette gave me an even warmer hug, and then I, with great sadness, saw them off onto the plane, and we all stood around. I joined the other Baha'is up on the observation deck, and we stood around for quite a long time while they loaded some more baggage and one thing or another, and finally the plane turned around and left. And that was the end of Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit here. Well, I'm sure I'll think of other things and want to add them to the end of this, but at the moment this is late in the afternoon of Wednesday, the 24th of November, the day that Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette left Haiti. This is now the next morning, and I have in fact thought of a couple of things to add here. Khánum mentioned, I think yesterday, that I guess we were talking about this reception and her thinking so much about whether she'd said things right. And she said, I received an invitation to give a big talk at one of the, I don't remember which one, but one of the conferences that opened the 10-year crusade, if I remember correctly. And she mentioned, she decided right away that she would accept, and she mentioned it to the Guardian. And he said, but can you? Or something like that. That's paraphrased. And she said, well, Guardian, if I've lived, what was it then anyway, so many years with you, surely I must have something to say to the Baha'is. But in fact, that she did get very nervous before that talk and didn't sleep for weeks or something like that. And she said the same thing about Bahia in her big talk about the greatest holy leaf in Montreal, that she'd been very nervous beforehand. She also was talking at a different time, yesterday breakfast, or I don't remember when, quite a long story. I think it was yesterday breakfast. Let's see, what was it that touched that off? Oh, guinea fowl. I had served guinea fowl at the caterers had brought some for the 2 receptions. And this got her thinking, and she told this elaborate story about this very important banker, president of the Bankers Trust or something like that in New York, who was an old friend of her mother's. And apparently they went back, the families were close, partly because at a much earlier time, the son, I guess, of that family, I'm not sure of the details, but this is the general idea, had borrowed some money from the company that he was working for, and it wasn't quite stealing, but there must have been something a little wrong with it, or he didn't have the money to pay it back or something. And so instead of facing up to his wrongdoing or misdemeanor or whatever it was, he disappeared. He ran away or went away or something. They didn't know where he was, and they were terribly worried. And apparently May saw him in a train somewhere. She was traveling back and forth, I suppose, between Montreal and New York or whatever it was, and went over to talk to him and explained to him that his family was very worried and concerned and upset, and that there was no problem, and he really should go back to them. So he did. And they were then, after that, very indebted to her. And so at the Master's passing, apparently somebody called May. She was in a big hotel in New York, I don't remember the name, and she just passed out on the floor, which apparently was her wont. She passed out frequently, but she was just completely overwhelmed, and the shock deepened, apparently. It was very, very severe. And she got into a tremendous state and couldn't be moved, and Khánum said that it must have cost everything her father had saved, at least $50,000, to support her for, she said, a year. I don't know if it was that long, but a long time, living in this hotel and having all kinds of specialists come and having somebody waiting on her, because her father couldn't get away from his work up in Montreal, and here May was in New York, and Rúhíyyih Khánum was staying there in a different room, and here May, I suppose, was in a suite or something, and it was just very, very difficult. And Khánum was 11 at the time and said that it was a tremendous test, because her mother kept calling her in and saying, when I die, you must take care of your father, and you must this, and you must that. And they didn't know from minute to minute whether she was going to die or become insane or what. It was a great strain. So finally this other family, this banker fellow, decided to offer some help, and he offered a private train, a private car with a private engine, to take May up to Montreal. And the fear was that she couldn't be jigged and jogged, and the trip might be too much of a strain for her, but if they went slowly and went over to a siding and rested and made a 12-hour trip into a 48-hour trip, that maybe it wouldn't be too much for her. And that was something that Sutherland Maxwell couldn't afford, but they graciously accepted the invitation to take advantage of this man's generosity, and thereby got her up to Montreal. And May wanted to go up to Montreal, and were just worried about the trip. So later May wanted to reciprocate this favor, and she arranged for a pianist of some kind who was playing a newly invented instrument. I think it was some Russian or something had invented an instrument, and she tried to explain it, but I didn't quite understand. But anyway, the two of them were traveling together, the inventor and the musician, and they were friends, apparently, of the Maxwells. And they'd just given a concert in Carnegie Hall, or were about to, one or the other, and May arranged for a private concert for this banker and his family, a very exclusive sort of thing, in the hotel suite. And so that was a very pleasant evening, and they had guinea fowl under glass. She said that's what she remembered. Got her thinking about this story. But afterwards, this banker pulled May aside, and she said, "Now, what does this young man want? What do they want from me?" And she was commenting on how rich people are so much accustomed to having everybody expecting something from them, and not expecting people to just give them something. And May said, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm just offering this to you. Are you so rich that you think people always want something from you?" Something like that. Also, at another time yesterday, Khánum mentioned that probably, she was talking about how adorable Shoghi Effendi was, and that Amatu'l Bahá was too. And she said probably Baha'u'lláh was too, although he's so high that we don't think of him in those terms, but probably he was at least equally as adorable, as she put it. So this again is the morning now of Thursday, the 25th of November, 1982. This is now the 2nd of December, and there were a couple of things that I had made a note of and didn't have time and space to put on the other side I wanted to add here. One was, as Rúhíyyih Khánum and Violette were getting ready to leave, Khánum was upstairs packing, and Violette came down about some business or other, I don't remember, and she confided in me that packing with Rúhíyyih Khánum is a tremendous trial and tribulation, that she leaves everything to the last minute and then gets in a big flurry, and is always under a lot of pressure and makes everybody very miserable in the process, apparently. Whereas she said, Violette said that for herself she would rather put things together well in advance. And she referred to somebody, I don't remember who liked to have everything packed at least the day ahead, the night before, and everything put in the suitcase and zipped and ready to go. But Rúhíyyih Khánum was not like that, and puts everyone under a certain strain as she rushes about. However, it didn't seem too bad to me this time, because she got everything enough under control that Violette could finish it off, and it was all carefully planned so that Rúhíyyih Khánum would have time to talk with me alone while Violette was upstairs, quote, closing the bags, unquote. And they didn't seem to be in too bad a rush, and we certainly left in very good time for the airport with no anxieties. But I thought that was interesting because I have the same character flaw. Maybe not quite exactly the same in substance, but certainly in expression. The other thing I was thinking is that looking back on Rúhíyyih Khánum's visit, it's become very plain to me that her approach, at least here, to her Bahá'í work is quite different from that of other people, even counselors and other hands of the cause. And I don't know whether it's her personality or her fundamental perceptions, or just this remark that the Guardian made about that she would travel and encourage the friends. But what she does very obviously is regard the Bahá'í community as the sum of the individual Baha'is, and then she sets about thinking about the needs and the challenges and the tests and the joys and so forth of those individuals, and encouraging them as individuals, with a great deal of focus on each person, at least among the active friends, and what they individually need, which is a very different approach from, for instance, Councillor Arbab or many other people who would sort of look at the overall state of affairs and the processes in motion and the challenges, and give a general talk to a room full of people and try to encourage, supposedly, I presume, the community as a whole, but without having as much time or interest, really, in each individual person and their own particular situation. And as I've mentioned in the course of these tapes, Rúhíyyih Khánum spent a great deal of time discussing and asking about each individual Bahá'í, and then even making elaborate plans on occasion for how to approach particularly difficult problems, or making notes of subjects to address in a larger meeting, but particularly addressed to some individual who she thought could benefit from those remarks. And for instance, her thinking for almost 2 years about what she thought I could benefit from, and rehearsing the lines, as it were, and having a little speech which was entirely for my benefit and would be different for somebody else. You see, that as an example of this kind of expression of this approach, which takes a certain amount of time, but it certainly has left, I think, very important, indelible impressions on quite a few different Baha'is who were privileged to be the subject of her attentions during this long and detailed effort of hers here in Haiti to encourage all the individual active believers. I had Michael Bannister over for dinner last night, and one of the things he mentioned was a great sense of outpouring of love and affection from Rúhíyyih Khánum, and great interest in, I guess, in himself, certainly, but I don't know if he meant also directed at other believers or the believers in general. And that's certainly the impression that I've had and other people have had about this visit of hers. I don't know whether that's more something that is increasing with her with age, or whether it's just that we didn't know her as well before, and this has been a characteristic that she's had all along. I don't really know, but it's certainly very pronounced. It was during this visit of hers in Haiti. So this again is December 2nd, 1982.